then it looks like कि आप Sicilian खेल रहे हो but दूसरे color से, like reversed color से. White के पास एक proper वो dragon setup आ गया है. You've also played a3 to have b4 ideas. So I think a good choice by Pragg overall.
And yeah, after b6, h4 is indeed the best move in the position. So I think यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा hanky panky होने वाला है, मजा आएगा. Meanwhile, Sahaj भाई, I think we need to jump back to Arjun Gukesh because वहाँ काफी moves हो गई हैं. I think this is very interesting. Can we go back to where we left off?
So b5, f3, a6 is where we left off, and since then, यहाँ पर my bar is also shooting here. a4 was the move, but Arjun goes bishop f4, which according to the bar is an inaccuracy, but I have still reason to believe that this is borderline prep. And Gukesh, after thinking for 3 minutes, plays short castle in this position. I think Gukesh is out of the woods basically. मुझे लग रहा है कि already गुकेश का prep better लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ से अर्जुन से in comparison.
I have to agree with you. I think maybe the way Gukesh played the initial moves, right? It maybe just put Arjun off a bit. कि Gukesh की prep बहुत strong होगी. He has a very strong team. He has a lot of practice in these lines as well. So maybe I want to go something which is not the main line. But okay, that is Arjun's style. But now he has chosen something which kind of gave away majority of the advantage he had with the white pieces. Now it's still very strong. He has the center, he has the bishops, he's better developed. But maybe Gukesh's opening prep did the intended job.
ये लग रहा है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन प्रेप है. आई डोंट नो, लाइक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप वाली प्रेप लग रही है मुझे, बॉर्डर लाइन. बट यस, लुकिंग वेरी वेरी प्रॉमिसिंग फॉर गुकेश. अर्जुन को 10 मिनट के बाद वी आर नॉट यूज्ड टू सीइंग हिम एट एन आवर एंड 53 मिनट्स. यूजुअली इट्स द अदर वे अराउंड. हिज अपोनेंट इज द वन हु इज थिंकिंग एंड देयर इज सम 10-15 मिनट डिफरेंस दैट is always there between Arjun and Gukesh. But अब वो पैटर्न ब्रेक हो रहा है.
I agree, Saj bhai. I absolutely agree. And I think, but that's the power of Arjun. Yeah, adaptability. I think that's very, very important to the situation. Nai situation hai, nai opening hai. You have to adapt to it. And by the good question by Girish, Pragg needs to lock himself in a room and just prep with his Tekkens for 2 months. I can assure you that's what he's been doing since he got to know he's qualified for the candidates. Saj bhai, I mean, I can't imagine, yeah, when you know कि भाई candidate spot हाथ में आ चुका है, you are all in. दिन रात तुम्हारे ब्रेकफास्ट में कैंडिडेट्स, तुम्हारे लंच में कैंडिडेट्स, तुम नहा कैंडिडेट से रहे हो कि साबुन से, लाइक एवरीथिंग अराउंड यू इज कैंडिडेट्स. या
For sure, I think, because, and also Pragg having played candidates before, he knows what's at stake. He knows what are the rewards. He is experienced in the candidates as well. So I have no doubt. भाई ऐसा भी सीन हो सकता है कभी कि you find a really cool idea preparing. Let's say you're preparing for Tata Steel against any opponent. Let's say against I don't know, Vincent you're preparing, and then you think भाई ये idea इतना अच्छा है, इसको candidates में use करेंगे. We're not going to use it here. That can also happen.
Agreed. And at the end, also he has seen how the candidates in the World Championship changed Gukesh's life. His friend did that. Saj bhai, if let's say you have a friend, aap uske saath pale bade ho, or at least you spent a lot of time with him growing up, and he does something, let's say 1 minute mile, yeah, something crazy, which we thought only, it was a legend or very few people could do it. You feel, bhai, mere bhai ne kar diya yaar. I can also do it now, right? कहीं ना कहीं वो belief आता है. So I think he also saw the pros of it, right? Gukesh, इतनी sponsorships, इतनी opportunities. So I think there is nobody more motivated than Pragg. And जो आपने कहा, it is prep all the way.
Yes, and of course, after Bishop E2, Gukesh is taking his first long thing, and I think अब वो normal वाली feeling आ रही है because Arjun is no longer at the board. He's walking around. And Gukesh is right now thinking, does this mean that Arjun is still in prep or not? That's my question, Sahil bhai.
I think he's in prep, and this is not the main weapon he had against this opening, Bishop B4 check, but this is the second weapon. So he realized Gukesh prep pe tha, he changed it. That means कि Gukesh probably got closer to equality than he would have otherwise, but now he's also kind of on his own. So both people kind of got something out of the opening, and now it's going to be a battle. It's a man versus man battle, Sahaj bhai. And the better man wins the game and gets glory.
Absolutely, bhai. Looks very, very Interesting, very scary for both players.
नोदर अभी चिली कर रहा है, कह रहा है ये देखो भाई ओपनिंग थ्योरी से डर रहे हैं मेरे अगेंस्ट ओपोनेंट, नाइट D5 खेला मेरे भाई, 2 बार चला घोड़ा वो। भाई मेरी
सोच
गेम
रहे भाई,
देखो।
तुम अभी भी सोच रहे हो क्या?
हाँ,
मेरा
सही
तो
में।
हो गया. By the way, Arvind again in Nodirbek has played short castle in the other game. We can stick to this one, but he has just played
हाँ
short castle. So one update, he didn't take the pawn on e4. And Arvind के board पे now it looks like we are gonna go into some Italian territory, जहाँ पे
या
उसने knight d5 थोड़ा जल्दी खेला है basically.
Yeah, I think practical chess all the way, and also I think minor update on the Prag game ki h4 h5 also on the board as you practice Saj bhai. So I think games बिल्कुल smoothly चल रही हैं अभी, no fancy stuff, and I think we have 5 Indians again. Let's not forget Vedant as well, who will be looking to come back after yesterday's loss. Sahaj bhai in chat, कितने results? हाँ, कितने results can we predict today out of 5? कितने points आएंगे? Now two people are playing each other, तो हमारा पॉइंट
भाई
कम हो
मेरे
गया
हिसाब
थोड़ा
से
वहां से।
ना ही करते हैं प्रेडिक्ट, क्योंकि लास्ट बार ही किया था तो बहुत खराब रिजल्ट हुआ था यार.
पर पता है क्या होता है, कई बार
लाइक
यूनिवर्स
1.5 ही
बैलेंस
पॉइंट
करता है।
आया
आज
भाई.
आज प्रिडिक्ट करिए क्या पता 4 आ जाए, लाइक इट्स ऑल्सो पॉसिबल।
ठीक है भाई, 5 पे 5 दिन.
5 कैसे आएंगे भाई, 2 आपस में खेल रहे हैं ना।
आई
ये
नो
क्या
आई नो
है?
आई नो.
ये क्या था?
I'll take 3.5.
3.5, ओके। I'm also gonna, I'll take 3, I'll take 3, I think 3 is good, 3 sounds nice। तो
बट
एक
या
तो
ऑफ
कंफर्म है
कोर्स
भाई आज, कम से कम
एक
ये
तो,
चीज है।
I think दो भाई, प्रग का भी आई थिंक प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट थाई डाई वैन, आई मीन with the white pieces, like he should be the favorite there.
हम्म।
But Van is also pretty solid, so that we have to keep a close eye on that match. And Prag को भी top 10 में वापस आना है भाई.
Exactly. Prag and Gukesh both actually would love to win today and enter the world top 10. Because, of course, if Gukesh wins, he straight away jumps from world number 11 to world number 6 or 7. Like it's a huge jump. So, very, very important. And
Oh yeah, he
देखते
will
हैं क्या
go to
होगा।
world number 7 भाई. He will cross Nodirbek immediately. कितने सारे लोग हैं 275 पे.
Yeah. And also Vincent Keymer, after his loss yesterday, would love to reclaim that world number 4 spot. So यहाँ पे rankings every day shuffle हो रही है यार. It's a lot of fun. Saad bhai, Arjun is playing D4, C4. Queen's Gambit often nowadays. Can it be easy for his opponents to prepare against him? Good question, actually.
I think yes, but but also keep in mind कि D4 and C4 के बाद there are many things you can do afterwards to try and keep your opponent confused. I think जो गुकेश ने खेला Queen's Gambit accepted, that's a very smart choice because you are limiting Arjun a lot by playing D takes C4. उसके बाद आपके पास सिर्फ 2-3 तरह के variants रहते हैं. One is E4, which is what Arjun went for, and the other is E3, which is a bit calmer in general. So what Gukesh did is I think very clever here. But at the same time, I don't think D4 and C4 भाई लोगों ने अपनी सारी जिंदगी D4 C4 खेला है. So you can still do a lot of sidelines inside the Queen's Gambit as well.
True, true. And I think overall, आपने खुद ही देखा यार, एक क्वींस गैम्बिट एक्सेप्टेड की, एक E4 लाइन के अंदर उसकी एक वेरिएशन जहां पे नाइट F6, लाइक गुकेश फाउंड अ न्यू आइडिया, लाइक इट्स जस्ट दिस इज सो डीप यार, मतलब कि इतना आसान नहीं है, यू काइंड ऑफ रन आउट ऑफ आइडियाज। एंड ऑल्सो आई रेड समवेयर कि द नंबर ऑफ गेम्स पॉसिबल इन चेस इज मोर देन नंबर ऑफ आइटम्स इन यूनिवर्स। दैट जस्ट टेल्स यू कितना डीप है चेस। सो या, देयर ऑलवेज न्यू आइडियाज, ऑलवेज ब्लंडर्स टू बी मेड। हे अनिश, हे सुंदरव।
भाई वो तो है, and also like Gukesh playing it smart and still showing he's the one who surprised Arjun more or less today with D takes C4, and he's the one who showed sort of preparation, but still you can see Arjun came up with some creative idea which Gukesh might not have looked at the night before. So this is proof कि आप अभी भी ट्रिक कर सकते हो.
Agreed. And Arjun not at the board. Now we are seeing the traditional, way the game progresses in an Arjun game. So we have Arjun 6 minutes ahead. Opponent stress में हाथ पड़ के बैठा हुआ है. That's how we see a typical Arjun game when he's kind of gotten what he wants out of the opening. Saj bhai, Gukesh thinking for 8.5 minutes. Maybe the first sign of worry.
Yes, for sure. And there are a bunch of ideas here for Gukesh. One is you can play bishop b7, one is you can play c5, and one is you can play knight f to d7. Remember, chat, knight bd7 is not a good idea because I'll go knight c6 and I can put pressure on the bishop and the queen, and you'll be forced to sort of capture this knight on c3 and give up your double bishop pair. So between these three moves, c5, bishop b7, and knight fd7, one of them I will expect from Gukesh here. I think he's thinking about the move order कि कैसे खेलना है ये.
भाई नाइट ऑफ D7 जैसी चालें देख के ना कई बार लगता है कि भाई हम तो चेस नहीं खेल सकते, हम तो ठहरे परदेसी, आप क्या बताओगे. तो बट ओवरऑल आई थिंक आई थिंक C5 इज समथिंग आई रियली वांट टू प्ले एज ब्लैक, बट आई गेस C5 पे कुछ कुछ ना कुछ ड्रामा होगा, मे बी A3 और DC5 एंड मे बी ब्लैक इज नॉट रेडी फॉर इट. But Gukesh has a bunch of. I like Bishop B7 also, but then I look at the pawn chain on E4 and F3. It feels like it's blocked. Yeah.
Yes, but I think you have to develop the bishops somehow. And I'm in the future, I'm looking at this idea कि by bishop b7 के बाद maybe I'll put my knight to either to d7 or to e8, maybe to h5 also, and I can try to throw f5 and create some problems on the king side, which I quite like in this position.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. फायर ड्रैगन जी कह रहे हैं उनको ब्रेड खाना बहुत पसंद है. आई डोंट नो यार, व्हाट्स योर फेवरेट डिश इन हंगरी जो आप इंडिया में खाने को नहीं मिलता है आपको?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई जो इंडिया में नहीं मिलता है.
ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है.
ऐसा I'm being super genuine here भाई. India is the best when it comes to food.
नहीं, इट इज द बेस्ट, दैट आई एग्री. बस देखो
No
ब्राजील नहीं मिलता
competition
भाई.
भाई.
स्टिल लुकिंग फॉर द परफेक्ट ब्राजील इन इंडिया, बट या आई एग्री विद यू मैन. इंडिया का
Perfect
फूड.
pretzel.
ब्राजील आई थिंक इट्स कॉल्ड
Pretzel.
समथिंग लाइक दैट.
Pretzel.
बट एनीवेज,
Okay, by
आना बाद
that
में.
logic, यहाँ पे chimney cakes बहुत famous हैं. वो you can try if it's a
ओह,
sweet
चिमनी
thing.
केक्स.
Yeah, that's
अरे
like a
वाह.
specialty of Hungary. But लेकिन ठीक है भाई. मैं गुलाब जामुन ही खा लूंगा भाई.
ओहो, गुलाब जामुन यार. अब मुंह में पानी आ चुका है साथ भाई. थोड़ी ब्रेक लेनी पड़ेगी लगता है मुझे. अब वैसे कुछ सोच ही रहा है. कुछ हो नहीं रहा है अभी.
Crazy. And Pooja said, "Bhai, why they are not playing scholars mate with White? Because bhai, um, um, क्योंकि ये सब प्लेयर स्कॉलर्स हैं, तो it will be too predictable. इसलिए नहीं खेल रहे. But on a more serious note, scholars mate is not following opening principles. तो उससे आपकी क्वीन बहुत पहले मतलब बाहर आ जाती है, आपके बिशप बहुत जल्दी
बट
मतलब बाहर आ जाता है, तो यू हैव टू फॉलो
साज
ओपनिंग
भाई,
प्रिंसिपल्स.
मैंने एक यूट्यूबर है फेमस, सुना है बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है. उसका उसका मैंने वीडियो देखा यार, कुछ गौतम चेस करके. वो कहता है कि बिशप C4 क्वीन F3 क्वीन F7 इज अ गुड आइडिया टू मेट.
भाई एक और बहुत बड़ा यूट्यूबर है जिसने जिसने अभी अभी एक शॉट डाला है, लिखता हुआ कि दिस इज स्केरी. अब आई डोंट
अच्छा,
नो कि उन्होंने उस इसके बारे में क्या बोला है, बट
बट व्हाट इज स्केरी
क्लियरली
साज
इफ
भाई?
इट्स स्केरी देन दैट्स अ हुक भाई.
बट व्हाट इज स्केरी साज भाई, ये समझ नहीं आया.
भाई तो उसके लिए तो वीडियो देखना पड़ेगा भाई, शॉर्ट्स देखने पड़ेंगे उस फेमस
ओ,
यूट्यूबर के, जो अभी अभी मेरे फोन पे जस्ट नोटिफिकेशन आया भाई.
अच्छा अभी आया क्या?
अब
अच्छा, ओह
अभी
वाओ.
आया जस्ट भाई नोटिफिकेशन, दोनों फोन्स पे
यूट्यूब
भाई.
यूट्यूब डूइंग हिज जॉब वेल. थैंक यू यूट्यूब. यूट्यूब जिंदा है तो अपन जिंदगी में कभी भूखे नहीं मरेंगे भाई. बट मीनवाइल भूखे से ज्यादा चिमनी केक्स यस, वो ऑर्डर करता हूँ आज मैं. बट ओके, गुकेश मीनवाइल नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट फूड, ही इज थिंकिंग अबाउट द गेम कि मैं ओपोनेंट के पीसेस कौन से खाऊं. उनका मन में सवाल चल रहा है. एंड इसका C5, नाइट ऑफ D7, बिशप B7, ऑल्सो रुक E8 आई थिंक इज अ लॉजिकल मूव, पुटिंग द रुक ऑपोजिट द किंग. सो काफी चॉइसेस, ही इज कंसिडरिंग ऑल ऑप्शंस एंड टाइम काफी नीचे जा चुका है. सो मीनवाइल, is there another game we can have a look at Saj में? तो गेम चल रही है.
भाई I know camera नहीं उधर, but I would love to go through the first few moves of Vedant versus Max Warmerdam,
Hmm.
because look at this, Sahil bhai.
Hmm.
I'll walk you through the entire game. E4, E5, and guess the second move that Max went for here.
F4.
Close, bhai, very close.
D4.
D4,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
We have D4 being played. मतलब आपकी भावनाएं मतलब भावनाएं ठीक थी यहाँ पे, मतलब because he
हाँ
sacrificed a
हाँ
pawn going into that crazy variation. Goes queen d4, knight c6, queen c4. So this is already something different.
भाई,
Usually
ये तो
queen
अवध की गेम है
c3.
अगेंस्ट तानिया.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
भाई, यही है गेम. I can bet money it's the same game. Knight F6 she played now.
And Awadh was white, yeah, of course. Awadh goes for
भाई,
the.
oh this is same game, same game. Oh my god.
भाई chat,
भाई.
do check it out. Do check out that video भाई. कब रिलीज हो रही है वो वीडियो?
It's already out. It's
It's
already
already
out.
out. So do check out that video,
Wow.
chat. बहुत interesting है वो. Awadh playing against Tanya. Spoil नहीं करूंगा आपको result, but do check it out. Castle.
रिजल्ट स्पॉइल नहीं करूंगा.
हाँ भाई. Seconds पे matter करते हैं ना भाई वो सब. So f3 हुआ, defending the e4 pawn, and he plays d6, queen e2. Still good preparation. Bishop e6 आया, a3, and he plays a5. Baap re. Look at this move, Sahil bhai. A3 and a5. You cannot capture on b4 because I will go a takes b4 and then boom, rook a1 incoming and bahut sare attacking ideas. And here,
Wow.
Max goes knight h3, completely ignoring that bishop on b4. And now that feels like कि वो opening gamble has paid off.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would love to be black here. I mean, white का attack आसपास भी नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. Pawns अभी घर पे बैठे हुए हैं. And you have that hook on a3. Now, I'm not sure how black finishes this off. It's not easy, of course, to bring the queen in, which is very important. But ये
I
a3
would
ऐसा का
not
dynamic
want to
ना,
be black pieces here, bhai.
you don't
Like,
want to be black.
no, no, no. I will choose
क्यों?
white here,
I
100% of the
love
time.
black, भाई.
भाई I'll tell you क्यों, because
हाँ.
black b5 नहीं खेल सकता easily. ठीक है, और white के लिए ना ये knight f4 पे रखना, g4 g5 h4 ऐसे करके फेंकना, बहुत जल्दी अटैक आता है इसमें. Like I've looked
But
at this before. Someone
अच्छा.
played this exact line against me before, so I took a
Hmm.
look at it after the game. And काफी interesting है ये white के लिए actually.
भाई मेरे को तो ब्लैक बेटर लग रहा है भाई. आई डोंट नो, आई हैव नॉट लुक्ड एट दिस, बट ऐसे वो A3 का डायनामिक इतना इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है ना. इट्स लाइक इट कैन
हम्म.
एक्सप्लोर एट एनी मोमेंट. बट या, आई थिंक
वो बात सही है
चेस.
आपकी, क्योंकि बिकॉज ये कभी भी आप मार नहीं सकते b4 पे, हमेशा रिस्क लग रहा है क्वीन साइड पे.
हाँ, will be interesting. मजा आएगा. But one important factor is Vedant has used 2x the time. So it's very interesting too. Maybe he's also kind of contemplating choices. So yeah, let's come back to this. Meanwhile, Sari games dead equal chal rahi hai as chat.
भाई
So game 3, everybody is locked in. There are no mistakes, so to speak of, in the opening at least. हमने देखी थी हल्के फुल्के experiments, mistakes, जो गलतियां हो रही थी, 15 मूव की गेम्स हो रही थी, वो अब बंद हो चुकी हैं. अब there is serious chess. And also, there is Hans Niemann versus Erdogmus. If we can have just a very short look at the game, Saj bhai, क्या expectation is games की आपकी? Hans is 20 minutes behind.
Oh, by the way, he goes for the Caro Kaan. So Caro Kaan making its resurgence at the top level chess. We have the short variation, the main variation. He goes short castle, knight e7, takes the pawn on c5, knight c6, and c4 खेला यहाँ पे after a long thing, like 8 minutes and 54 seconds. I think maybe it was a bit longer, but now Erdogmus thinking for the first time. I think ओपनिंग ने तो काम कर दिया भाई, ओपनिंग ने तो इक्वलाइज कर दिया, बट he still has to find the right sequence of moves. And also for a Dogmas, this must be so nice. Yeah, yesterday he was 1 hour 20 minutes behind Arvind after the opening finished, and now he is managed to switch it around.
Yeah, but also it depends on how he feels about that missed opportunity. I think because he had that win, at least for a couple of moments. So I think he must have gone back and he has great guidance, Arov and so on. So he, of course, would have analyzed that game in depth. And now maybe there was some advice, if you had more time yesterday, you would have found Rook h7, Rook h8. So that we can see that in action right now, as you mentioned, Saj, by time pe itna aage hai. And Hans Niemann, of course, will love to get that win under his belt. He started off with the win. He would love to continue as it is. And if he wins Tata Steel, that's a huge statement, right? उन्होंने कहा है कि उनको इतने invites नहीं आते, कुछ भी like because bias है, whatever. This is a great chance for him to claim कि भाई मिला invite, मैं जीत गया और invite करो.
Correct, bhai. And also considering the fact that Hans is one of the leaders of this event, with 1.5 out of 2, there's just 3 of them. It's Hans, Nodirbek, and then we have Arjun, who are on 1.5, and Baki sabke one hai. A lot of players on 1 point. So this would be a good game to extend your lead, basically, or be one of the sole leaders potentially going into round 4.
Yep, agreed. And meanwhile, I have a question. Why did Arjun's time go down? I
मैं
think
भी
we saw.
पता है, पहले जब मैं गेम पे आया था ना, मैं भी यही सोच रहा था भाई, लाइक कि why does his clock show 1 hour 41 minutes?
Oh, Queen e7 he plays. By the way, can we zoom in full screen? Queen e7, not the best move, a decent one. But clock पे क्या दिख रहा है? Is it 140?
भाई
It's adjusted now, yeah?
लेट मी,
153
नहीं
हो
नहीं,
गया.
153 है भाई. मैं एक सेकंड वापस करता हूँ रिफ्रेश.
हाँ,
अब चेंज
153
हुआ
हो
क्या?
गया.
हाँ देखो, हो गया चेंज.
भाई 16 मिनट का डिफरेंस है, ऑलरेडी अ डिसेंट अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम, एंड क्वीन ई7 का आइडिया क्या है साज भाई?
I'm guessing he wants to throw c5 at the right moment, क्योंकि ये e5 का नाइट थोड़ा सा वीक हो जाएगा. लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल मैं इग्नोर करता हूँ, राइट, मैं कासल करता हूँ. Then c5 looks very scary to me because the moment I play d5, this knight on e5 is a bit loose. So knight h5 खेल के मैं bishop को पे pressure डाल सकता हूँ. You cannot move this bishop away because the knight hangs, and you'll be forced to give up the bishop by going something like queen d2. This is what Gukesh is planning, to try and play c5 in the next move.
Hmm. And also rook d8.
And rook d8 as well. I think they all just kind of combine,
Hmm.
with the one another, because rook d8 के बाद भी आपको c5 खेलना will be quite useful.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. And Gokesh at least has a clear plan, and it's a scary plan. Arjun needs to come up with a correct solution. And what is that solution? Because my take was, let's just play a3. Because let's ask the question Bishop से पहले कि भाई तूने जिंदगी में करना क्या है? तूने इंजीनियरिंग करनी है, मेडिसिन करना है, नेटफ्लिक्स एंड चिल करना है, वट एवर इट इज, लेट अस नो, ताकि हम लोग अपना रिटायरमेंट प्लान कर सके. बट
Netflix and
इंजन
chill
कह
will
रहे
be bishop c3, right?
हैं हाँ एग्जैक्टली, एंड देन वी नो कि भाई गलत हो गया भाई,
Hmm.
खुद ही रिटायरमेंट के पैसे देखने पड़ेंगे. बट द पॉइंट इज कि A4 कह रहा है, इंजन कह रहा है बच्चे को इग्नोर ही करने दो, जो कर रहा है करने दो, तुम अपना अलग खेलो, पॉन टू A4. हाउ डू यू फील अबाउट दैट मूव साज?
Yes, there's like two ideas. Yeah, a3 के बाद भी आपको a4 ही खेलना था, तो this is what the idea is sort of revolving around. And I think the point is कि आप c5 नहीं इतना easily खेल सकते, because I can capture your pawn on b5 and this rook is pinned on a8. And to defend against this, you might have to play something like c6. And the moment you play c6, you can never play c5 now. So in hindsight, the move makes sense.
Hmm. Great point actually, because C6 खेलना पड़ गया तो then you can't play C5. But can I play Bishop B7 for example?
बिशप b7 के बाद भी आई थिंक आपको c6 कभी ना कभी तो खेलना पड़ेगा. लाइक इफ आई गो शॉर्ट कासल, आई एम अनपिनिंग माय नाइट, एंड अब मैं बोलता हूँ मैं पॉन टेक्स पॉन मार रहा हूँ, स्टिल यू हैव टू प्ले c6 नाउ. तो एट सम पॉइंट यू हैव टू प्ले
Hmm.
c6.
Hmm.
बट दैट डजंट मीन कि आप c5 बाद में नहीं खेल सकते. बट अभी के लिए आपको ये पॉन बचाना जरूरी है. बट आई थिंक c5 बाद में कभी ना कभी तो आएगा इस गेम में. इट्स योर, अदरवाइज व्हाइट जस्ट हैज टू लाइक स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑफ अ सेंटर.
So that's an important point, chat. So A4 is the move that stops C5. Gukesh ka plan. ये दिख रहा है, this is hidden. So Queen E7, if you look at it at face value, लगता नहीं है क्या point है. The idea is to release C5. And A4 लगता नहीं है कि क्या plan है, but the idea is to stop C5. So it's like, indirectly same thread दोनों players contain करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. So now I was thinking he has 30 more minutes, and I'm pretty sure he's going to find A4.
I mean, probably one thing is for sure कि Gukesh has sort of taken Arjun out of his comfort zone. अब prep
Hmm.
नहीं है बोर्ड पे. That's why Arjun is taking his time. Like I think for the first time, he's taking a long time to think. And doesn't look like he's trying to remember something. It feels like he's calculating now.
Hmm. Agreed. But luckily he is very good at that. Meanwhile वहां पे तीन चार लोग खड़े हैं, कोई गेम देख रहे हैं. मुझे फोमो हो रहा है, कौन सी गेम है वहां पे यार?
Oro's match क्या है? What is that
देखो ना,
quote written behind? साहिल भाई वो पीछे आपको कोट दिख रहा है क्या कोई?
quote. Normal people have to see Elise before they die. But chess grandmasters have to see Vaikenze first. Wow.
Have to win, why can't they first, I think. Chess grandmasters have to win, why can't they first?
What is Naples है क्या? कोई ऐसी सिटी का नाम होगा, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Naples हो सकता है, right?
नेपल्स, चलो भाई देखेंगे भाई, नेपल्स भी देखेंगे. गो फंड में चालू करता हूँ, फिर चलता हूँ नेपल्स देखने भाई. सच में वैसे
And
कैंडिडेट्स तो इस बार वहां हो रहा है ना, लाइक इट्स इन सिप्रस आई थिंक, राइट?
yes, yes.
इस
Oh, there it is. You can see it, chat. Normal people have to see Naples before they die, but a chess grandmaster has to win, why can't they first?
वाओ, वाओ.
Crazy. And इस
एटलीस्ट
frame में हमें
वाइकेंट.
तीन players दिख रहे हैं, and all three have are basically co-winners. Jordan, Prag and Gukesh.
एंड ये प्रक की गेम में इतना हाइप क्यों बिल्डअप हो रहा है भाई? एवरीबॉडी इज लुकिंग एट दैट गेम. मे बी वी शुड हैव अ लुक, या कि
Yes,
व्हाट्स
this is
हैपनिंग
the
देयर.
game.
हम्म.
H4 H5 देख के लोग आई थिंक थोड़ा वो मूड में आ गए हैं, because looks like there can be an attack on the king side, there can be an attack on the queen side as well. क्वेश्चन इज ये ब्लैक का किंग भाई कासल किधर करेगा? आप शॉर्ट लॉन्ग कासल तो आप भूल जाओ, बिकॉज मेरा रुक ऑलरेडी C1 पे पड़ा है. आई हैव B4 आइडियाज एंड शॉर्ट कासल में यू ऑलरेडी कमिटेड H5 मेरा नाइट G5 पे बढ़िया से बैठा हुआ है. सो बिट ऑफ अ रिस्क देयर फॉर वैन.
Yeah, I agree. And also, knight d8 is not normal. Of course, the idea is to exchange bishops. And it does mean कि थोड़ा सा आप risk तो ले ही रहे हो. But yeah, also feels kind of solid for now. Barbie kind of agrees. And Prague has taken a lot of time, more than Thai Dai Van. But okay, I still expect him to kind of convert this somehow. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it. So, as Prague thinks, Sahaj bhai, Arjun ki game mein, it is Arjun still thinking, no moves after, queen to e7. Oof. Sajay, what is your favorite classical time control? I'm quite curious because I think Magnus has shared this often कि भाई chess has to adapt and थोड़ा change करना है उसी वजह से. And multiple, we have total world championship now, which is I think 45 minutes or something, right? Plus a 30-second
राइट.
increment. So what is your ideal classical world championship जो sanctity maintain करेगा गेम की, but also will get the maximum eyeballs, जहाँ पे maximum tension होगा, like there's not like a 30-minute thing, for example, possible.
आई थिंक वो सैंक्टिटी को मेंटेन करने के लिए वो 30 मिनट थिंग्स जरूरी है भाई. एटलीस्ट क्लासिकल में इट्स द ओनली फॉर्मेट वेयर इट्स नेसेसरी आई फील. एंड पर्सनली आई लाइक द क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट जो 90+30 होता है. दैट आई थिंक इज माई फेवरेट, क्योंकि उसमें जहाँ पे एक्स्ट्रा मतलब 40 सालों के बाद आपको एक्स्ट्रा 30 मिनट्स नहीं मिलते. तो आई लाइक दैट स्ट्रेट टाइम कंट्रोल एकदम. आई थिंक दैट्स द सिंपलेस्ट. बट आई थिंक फॉर candidates and world championship जहाँ पे you are expected to play a very long game, there I think it makes sense to have these 2 hours. Also like candidates में अगर आपको याद हो last time, like they didn't have increment, which I think was huge, and I think adding these spicy things in between really helps the game um, nurture for sure.
I agree. I think novice format is amazing. Maybe not for the world championship cycle because you don't want the world champion ideally to be decided by rapid and bliss tiebreaks. But in general, I love the novices format. Ki bhai, and Tata Steel also, I think, has gotten so much better now. I think you have one time control only, and you get to see players battle it out in that long game. Yeah, it has its own merits. And meanwhile, चैट आई थिंक सब लोग अपनी रेटिंग लिख रहे हैं. रेटिंग से भाई आप लोग कहाँ से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं ये हम जानना चाहेंगे पहले. वुड लव टू नो रियलिटी कहाँ से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं आप लोग. पीछे हमें दिख रहा है ओरो वॉकिंग अराउंड. साज भाई आई थिंक वी हैव ओरो एंड वी हैव Erdogmus. I think maybe in the next couple of years, these guys are going to become very, very, common faces in the master section as well. I think chess is becoming very, very, very young. It's like unimaginable, yeah.
Ah, by Anish. If Anish is the oldest player, then for sure, why? I think. But yeah, Erdogmus and Oro are for sure the future when it comes to chess in general.
Hmm.
But it will be nice to see how they fare up. Erdogmus ke liye, it's the first time he's playing in the Masters section. For Oro, it's the first time he's playing in the Challenges section. And look at that. Arjun just played A4, the best move in the position.
Wow.
Not allowing Gukesh to play C5. That was the plan, क्योंकि अभी B5 के pawn पे pressure है, and now Gukesh has to, if not now, then at some point he has to play C6 to stop this plan of AB5.
Hmm. Yeah. Arjun Khamesha finds a way to impress me again and again. I mean, A4 played on the board, best move, only move actually to stop C5. So pretty impressive. Now Gukesh calculating, should I go C6 instantly? Should I wait? Just becoming very young side too. It is fact, Ayush bhai. I read an article, I think just maybe yesterday, I think, or day before yesterday. There was like an article written like, I think 13 years back, Sahaj bhai. 13 years back about like a 4-year-old cricket boy or something. Like he used to play cricket. I think he was 4 years old. And he was like a
Mhm.
legend. Like it was shocking how well he plays cricket at 4 years old. And then I was like curious, yeah, matlab, ab itna saal pehle likha tha, like where is he now? And I saw he was drafted into a like an IPL team. I forgot which team it was. Like he got into the IPL team. I think at the
क्या
age of
बात है
17.
भाई.
So for me, it was a sign ki bhai, like it's not just chess. I think to reach exceptional status in whatever you do so early, and sports is one of them, right? Because your body has limitations, especially in physical sports. So you do it early. I think starting off early is very, very important. And I think वहाँ पे parents का guidance and so on becomes so much crucial because you have no idea what to do. ऐसा तो है नहीं मैग्नस 3 साल की उम्र में हम मैं चलो चैंपियन बनेगा चलो भाई E4 G4 like ऐसा नहीं होगा ना like of course his parents guided him a bit so it depends on multiple factors your surroundings and so on and yeah
भाई
कितना
I
जल्दी
feel
start करना पड़ता है.
Yeah, I feel like by that logic, like not just chess is getting younger. I feel like sports in general is getting younger. Like, I mean, जब गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बना था उसी के साथ साथ we read that in darts, I believe it was, they had the youngest world champion as well, who also became a world champion at 17 or 18 or something like this. It's like काफी disciplines में I think sports is becoming younger and younger and younger. And chess में you are seeing it in basically full flesh.
Yeah, and it wasn't I think Vaibhav Suryavanshi तो अलग है. I think it might have been Ayush Matre, maybe I'm not sure, but not Vaibhav. But yeah, anyways, I think a great story because it just shows कि अगर आपको स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बनना है chess is not an outlier. आपको जल्दी start करना ही पड़ेगा and you have to just devote your life to it. Maybe sacrifice your childhood. Like I think without naming anybody, I think um, one of the coaches or the managers of one of the players shared, sometimes I feel these guys have to really sacrifice their childhood, yeah, to become top players. It's not easy because the memories you have, the friends you make, and you kind of miss out on those. तो वो exceptional status जाने के लिए इतना risk लेना पड़ता है. Because imagine the countless people who tried and did not succeed, Saj bhai. So it's just so much risk there, and हमें सिर्फ top creme de la creme देखने को मिल रहे हैं, and imagine the amount of sacrifice they must have made. It's insane.
For sure, bhai, for sure. 100% agreed. And yeah, just coming back to the games by Gukesh, he's still thinking here. How about we take a look at Arvind's match? Because we haven't taken a look there in quite some time.
Hmm.
कि बिशप C4 के बाद हमने छोड़ा था. And then he goes short castle. We announced this, but we didn't go through it. Knight D5, bishop D5. He plays D6, C3, A5, short castle, and look at this. This is a very, very critical move here. He goes queen to E8. An idea hai he wants to play knight E7 and doesn't want to give bishop G5 to Arvind.
Hmm. Very interesting. Because rook will come to e1 at some point and queen or rook opposite it. So it can be a tactical nightmare. But I'm guessing at some point that bishop on d5 will be neutralized and you can even consider pushing the f pawn maybe. And it will not be a problem. And also I think Arvind's choice, right? It felt like अगर भाई ने मेरी ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन में एंटर किया तो मैं धो दूंगा दैट नाइट d5 यू टेक ऑन e4. अगर भाई ने सिंपल खेला तो आई एम ओके विद ड्रॉ. I think that's what he came up with because this structure does look kind of equal as charge. Would you agree? Would you say there's still a lot of drama left?
No, I think it's looking balanced. I mean, equalize तो कर लिया black ने, but my only like sort of thing here is कि यहाँ पे it looks so very similar to Italian. Like not much difference. Maybe the only difference is that your knight on b1 जो usually d2 f1 पे ऐसे रहता है and black का knight f6 पे रहता है. That's the only piece that is exchanged. And how much does that change the position? Probably not a lot
Hmm.
because your entire setup is kind of the same. So I think still Nodirbek would feel more or less comfortable in this territory. Usually आप कुछ अगर आप कुछ sideline खेलते हो कुछ मतलब strange करते हो opening में, then you want a new structure, which I think has not happened.
Hmm. Tikku bhai sacrifices Javani for chess. Bilkul bhai, because Javani hai Diwani. So it has to be done bhai. It has to be done. Meanwhile, Queen E8 के बाद Sahaj bhai, काफी interesting position. Meanwhile, we can jump back to our star game. No moves just yet from Gukesh, but it just feels so crucial to stay here for as long as possible. Gukesh के expression से लेके body language से लेके आए कहाँ पे उनकी आंखें जा रही हैं. I think it's so important to see. And Arjun sitting at the board. Usually, I think he would get up here. Any Does this surprise you?
No, 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 not really. I think
Hmm.
steps हो गए होंगे ना पहले 10 मिनट में.
अच्छा अच्छा. Hmm.
अभी steps अभी वापस करेगा वो एक फर्क पड़ता. I think probably is also calculating like what Gukesh is thinking as well. Like c6, as we said, is a move. Bishop b7 is a move. You definitely cannot play a move like c5 here anymore because pawn takes pawn. And remember, chat, pawn takes pawn is not possible because rook on 8 is hanging. And this would
Hmm.
be troubling for Gukesh to say the least. So he
Hmm.
cannot push c5 anymore, and he has to go against his plan and go c6, which it's fine still, but it looks uncomfortable to play c6 here.
Hmm. Uncomfortable is the word, and you have two options, and both don't look convincing. But I have a question here. यूजुअली जब ऐसा होता है तो ब्लैक के पास एक्स्ट्रा पॉन होता है. यहां ब्लैक के पास एक्स्ट्रा पॉन भी नहीं है. सो हाउ इज दिस इक्वल?
I think because white has the center and
Hmm.
black has a safer king, and black
Hmm.
also has, I would say, slightly maybe more. I wouldn't really say the pawns are really that bad for black. Yeah, this pawn on c4 is a monster.
Hmm.
This opportunity to break on the center with c5 or f5 is very, very much alive.
Hmm.
So wouldn't really say that Arjun has a big advantage here or anything along those lines because अब activity black की कहीं से भी कम नहीं है.
Hmm. True, true. And also, it's not easy to push these pawns, yeah? The knight on e5 kind of also looks like a great piece, but can also be stranded. कि भाई घर आने का रास्ता नहीं है, to be honest. There's no knight g4, knight d3, knight c4 possible. So if you are offered a trade, you take it, to be honest. For example, I
Yeah.
was thinking, yeah, knight h5 कुछ करके, bishop attack करो. Like it can also get a bit awkward. कि कहाँ डालोगे आप bishop? Bishop e3 पे, can the knight on e5 be attacked again? It was the
I mean,
first
I
question
would go
that.
knight h5. Why? When I can play f5. Like I'm
Hmm.
eyeing this idea, and I would only do it like for example, knight h5. It's an interesting thing you mentioned. Bishop e3. Why can't I play f6?
हाँ,
Like
that was
this
what I was
looks
thinking. But maybe
why
there is. हाँ,
knight
crazy है क्या?
g4,
हाँ.
f5, and knight e5 back.
And if I
Then it's
take on
fine.
e4,
Looks scary, yeah.
yeah, I
And you
take on
don't
e4 king.
capture back. You go pawn takes pawn here.
Okay, I mean ये तो this is beyond my pay grade, Saj bhai. I think ये थोड़ा सा difficult हो गया. And
Yeah.
apparently, best move for black is like king h8 is one of the best moves. So don't even ask me why.
Yeah, looks very, very difficult to play this over the board. So I'm guessing this is these are the types of moves that Gukesh is considering. But I
Hmm.
think after ruling out knight h5 and all of the aggressive and dynamic possibilities that he has, once he has ruled them out, then I think he's going to go back to c6. I'm expecting c6 from him or bishop b7 and then c6. Like one of them
Hmm.
is very
Hmm.
likely.
Hmm. As मैं चीकू खाऊंगा on Arun G's request, there's a big fan from Layari, साहज भाई, कराची से. काफी बड़े फैन है हमारे. क्या
तो वो
कहना चाहेंगे
मूवी
आप
में
इस
था
पे?
ना भाई.
क्या क्या?
ये तो वो मूवी में था ना भाई,
अरे
धुरंधर
भाई
में
नहीं
था.
नहीं, लियारी, अरे अरे लियारी से फैन है हमारे साहज भाई. इसको कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? कुछ मैसेज उनके लिए आपका? कुछ कोडिंग मैसेज कुछ भेजना हो
वेलकम
उनको
भाई.
तो.
वो प्ले
अच्छा.
c6 भाई, बढ़िया. थैंक्स गुकेश. थैंक्स गुकेश भाई.
यही मौका था साहज भाई, खो दिया आपने. टू बिकम पार्ट ऑफ अ मूवी. बट ओके, c6 नाउ. सो डिफेंड कर दिया पॉन. एंड नाउ अभी यू कैन कैसल एज वाइट, या पुट द किंग ऑन g1. एटलीस्ट किंग सेफ्टी तो अचीव कर लो भाई, निर्वाणा मिले ना मिले. लेट्स गो.
Yeah. So short castle is very much expected from me too. Sahaj bhai, why you are not trying to become world champion? Because why too old and too too late.
अभी तो बात कर रहे थे भाई 4 साल की उम्र में. भाई 4 साल की उम्र में ही वॉज अ लेजेंड. कोई बंदा जो भी आईपीएल में
Why
सिलेक्ट हुआ.
like there I don't think there are many people who are my age who have world championship on their site. Not many. There will be some, but not many. As you go younger, then of course that number increases by a lot.
Hmm, hmm, hmm. Uh, from Bits Flying, nice. मुझे लगा okay, can't read that comment. Meanwhile, Arjun
Bhai,
still thinking. हाँ
एवरग्रीन मोटिवेशन कह रहे हैं हाउ टू कांटेक्ट यू वाया व्हाट्सएप, आई हैव इंपॉर्टेंट हेल्प फॉर गुकेश भाई। भाई अगर आपको कांटेक्ट करना है, डिस्कॉर्ड पे लिख सकते हो मुझे, या फिर आप इंस्टाग्राम पे आप मुझे डीएम कर सकते
साज भाई, गुकेश बोर्ड के पीछे क्यों छुपा हुआ था? बिकॉज व्हाट्सएप भी था हाथ में उसके, खोल के बैठा था वो, वेट
हो।
कर रहा था भाई कि मिस्टर यू नो मैसेज करेंगे एवरग्रीन मोटिवेशन गुकेश के लिए। अलग ही है भाई, डायलॉग मारते मारते बोर्ड हटा दिया प्रोड्यूसर साहब ने।
हटाओ भाई।
Anyways, meanwhile, we can also see the points. Yeah, that's nice to see कौन कितना पानी में है. So I think games थोड़ी slow चल रही हैं. So would love to ask you again about the same thing कि यार I don't know, मतलब I kind of get a feeling कि यार 2024 इतना बढ़िया साल था कि it's hard to replicate it, but I'll ask it anyways. Do you think we'll see a similar year this year? Because now it can be even bigger. अगर हम सोचा जाए, because first of all, we can have the freestyle world champion as Indian. We can have the total world championship. Any Indian can win that. World championship तो है ही. We can also have the women's world championship that we can win. Of course, the Olympiad where we are, I think the only event जहाँ पे I would still argue we are the clear, like, there's no doubt we are the favorites to win, regardless जो भी टीमें आए. So, do you think this could be bigger than 2024?
आई थिंक लाइक 2024 was such a big year कि आई थिंक उसको मैच भी करना, लाइक forget about surpassing it, but I think उसको मैच भी करना, not just for India but for any country, is going to be a very difficult task. So doesn't matter the format, doesn't matter which event, जो वो लेवल का जो डोमिनेशन था, आई थिंक वो बहुत रेयरली हमें देखने को मिलता है. इनफैक्ट आई थिंक दैट ओलंपियाड टीम जो थी हमारी, इट could have been one of the strongest Olympiad teams ever assembled in the history of chess. Like when you have Arjun sitting on board three, bhai, that is just a cheat code. Like to me, it's like you were thinking about कि आप कौन से मैच में आप स्कोर करोगे. Like there is no chance. So yeah, I think to replicate that is very difficult. I think maybe such an event happens like once in 100 years. That's my take on it. What do you
But
think?
but but maybe it's like if we still have Olympiad में तो same ही होगी team. Now fourth board पे there could be a change, but it could still be with it and Hari Krishna, or anybody who replaces them will be just as strong. And World Championship में, to be honest, we already have 50% chances, right? We already have a person there who will be playing it. दो भी हो सकते हैं.
But you're
Then
not
we
the
did
underdog
not.
anymore. That's the problem. Like
हाँ, for
that's
sure, for sure.
वो
But
पूरा मेंटालिटी चेंज हो जाता है प्लेयर्स का. अब अगर इंडिया अगर ओलंपियाड खेलती है तो दे विल बी द हैवी फेवरेट्स लाइक गोइंग इनटू द इवेंट. बट पहले में भी दे वर फेवरेट्स, बट at the same time they were young, they were seen as not underdogs but like seen as those young ambitious players who are there to prove, to make their mark. अब
hmm,
वहां पे अब उस तरह की कंट्रीज जैसे काफी सारे निकल रहे, लाइक जैसे उज्बेकिस्तान में देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेयर्स. देयर इज याकूबोव, देयर इज सिंडारोव, देयर इज अब्दुसातोरव ऑफ कोर्स. देन देयर इज ऑफ कोर्स टर्की से, देयर इज एडोगमस, देयर इज एडिस गुरेल एंड सो ऑन. आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ दैट ईयर कैन बी रेप्लिकेटेड बाय, like in a
hmm,
very long time, by any country.
hmm. Maybe I'm still. I kind of agree with you. I think we literally won every single thing. Like कुछ था ही नहीं कि जो इंडियन नहीं जीत रहे थे. इतना विन था कि वो अगले 26 में भी थोड़ा स्पिल हो गया टाटा स्टील के साथ कि फर्स्ट सेकंड दोनों इंडियन थे.
हाँ.
It split into next year and previous years, but I still kind of have this feeling कि maybe नेट रन रेट के हिसाब से वी माइट नॉट डू इट एज वेल, लाइक हर इवेंट नहीं जीतेंगे, बट इट कुड स्टिल बी बिगर because of the sheer number of titles. So we started off with just 2 days prior to the year starting, like 2 World Rapid Bliss titles, right? Bronze, that's a big one. Then we could still win Tata Steel. We could still win Norway Chess. We could still win the Freestyle World Championship, although वहाँ पे मैग्नस को हराना है, अर्जुन को, but it is possible. He did it in World Rapid Blitz. Then we could also have the Women's World Championship, which would be an addition. So net, even though we miss out on a title or two, we might still get a lot of wins under our belt, जो 25 में नहीं थी. So it might be a year to celebrate extensively, like crazy.
Right. I feel, having this option or debating this is, I think, already good enough, for me. कि we are all कि हम at least उस level पे हैं where, it's this such an event or such a year is always possible for a very, very long time. And I think that's the beauty of 2024 in that sense.
Yeah. And beauty se yaad aaya, sare players will be looking towards some beautiful games this year. Gukesh Queen Sack already, if he had won, could have been a contender for the game of the year, literally in January. And it's gonna be fun. A packed calendar. And let's not forget Chesscom ke apne events chat. There are a bunch of events planned. I think Chesscom Global Chess Championship is back. It's gone exact dates अभी पता नहीं है, but that is back this year. So Speed Chess Championship के finals are on September 7th and 8th. I mean, it's just so. I mean, EW. How did I not mention EWC? Oh my God, that's like the one of the biggest events of the year. Yeah. So I'm gonna say, Sahaj, this year I'm in total agreement with you. Maybe it's hard to replicate 2024, but I think this might be even bigger overall than 2024. I think this year is going to be fantastic, and these two in front of us are going to lead the charge.
Let's hope so, bhai. Let's hope so. Looks possible for sure. And इसने interesting सवाल पूछा by the way chat में कि you have Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, and then you have Nihal in the Olympiad team. What board order would you give them, Sahil bhai?
Oh, you mean Nihal joins the other three? Yeah.
Yes.
I I think I would stick to what we had, because I think Gukesh, two Olympiads, he ruled the Olympiad on board one. You do not want to change that. Then Arjun is the guy who would get you 10 out of 11 on board three. Like he एक point तो अपना ही है हर game में basically. It's like
Sounds like this has happened before, yeah.
it's like, yeah, exactly. It's deja vu, yeah. मतलब in real life, and it's like मतलब you know कि हम तीन ही board पे खेल रहे हैं essentially. So you are doing so well, and then second pay Prag is a nice fit. He's solid. Can, of course, if he has a year like 2025, he's going to steamroll everyone as well. So I think that is the order I will keep. And then board 4 pay, whosoever comes in, I think will be there. And of course, based on form, they can alternate.
You can
and of
kind
course,
of switch, I think, Arjun and Prag. Prag could be on 3 as well, I think.
yeah, but maybe
क्योंकि
second pay
last year
Arjun might
board 2
not.
पे हम थोड़ा struggle किए थे.
हाँ, I know. But board 2 पे क्या अर्जुन वो स्कोर कर पाएगा? Because अर्जुन confidence based भी है. If he loses a couple of games, then sometimes Tata Steel last year की तरह he could not have
Yeah,
the same
but
results. So confidence high
last
होना
year
चाहिए.
I feel, or in 2024 I feel like Arjun was, उसकी rating थी उतनी, but वो he had not played a lot of elite players, but I think वो that has changed now.
That's true.
So I think from that angle, and also Arjun also being India number 1, I think it would be, मतलब एक cheat code हो गया यार, उसको board 3 पे रख दिया तो.
Exactly, that's why I want to shift it. And the best part is discussion हमारा stress नहीं है, ये हमारे प्रिय दोस्त श्रीनाथ नारायण का इसकी शादी होने वाली है बहुत जल्दी. So it's gonna be fun to see how he debates that question कि भाई किसको कहाँ डालना है, if he's the captain, I'm guessing. But yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Oh yes. Oh yes. By the way, there we see Ivanchuk looking at the. Boy, what a frame! एक बार board हटा दो यार, ये frame बहुत बढ़िया है. Look at the legend Vasyl Ivanchuk looking at India number 1 and the world champion. What a frame!
Hmm.
He goes short castle. I think still very much in open territory. I think, yeah, board TCAP. Now, by the way, Gukesh is kind of in an only move territory. He has to play bishop b7, but okay, very logical move because short castling ke saath we have unpinned our knight, and the plan of pawn takes b5, pawn takes b5, and then knight takes b5. Remember, chat ke rook is pinning this rook over here. This is why black should go bishop b7 to defend this rook and to not allow all of this mess on the board.
Yeah, Sajma, you look like Hikaru right now with the arrows. But uh, but to be honest, yeah, bishop b7, you want to develop a piece. You can't move the knight, c6 hanging here. So just let's put the bishop on b7, defend your rook on a8, and tactically you're sound. And then you can develop your last minor piece. So far looking good for Gukesh. But I'm very curious about the fact that इकलौती move है. So that tells me, chat, usually difference क्या होता है कि आपके पास एक अच्छी चाल है कि चार चाल है, मतलब कि आप कुछ भी खेल सकते हो, यू विल नॉट लूज द गेम. जब एक ही अच्छी चाल होती है ना या दो, यू मीन्स रूम फॉर एरर इज वेरी वेरी लो. इमेजिन करो, होता है ना वो ऐसे, इफ यू आर फेयरफुल ऑफ हाइट्स लाइक आई एम, वो पतली सी अगर सड़क पे चलना पड़े दाएं बाएं नीचे, यू आर लाइक नीचे height है, you would freak out, right? So कहते नीचे मत देखो. Same चीज़. You have only one tiny path you have to move on, and if you go wrong, then the game is over. So bishop b7 for now. Gukesh finds that path, but he has to do so for the next few moves.
And plays bishop b7 and just walks off. Bye. Super. Amazing. Saj bhai, what is your take on Magnus leaving World Championship? I think it's his choice. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um, I think he has nothing else to prove to anyone. 5 World Championships is a lot already.
5 is a lot, man. 5 is a lot.
It's too much, bhai. It's way too much. I mean, you can almost feel by if you think about it, like हर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलने के लिए आपको 6 महीने आपके 2 साल में जाते हैं, just to prepare physically, mentally, of course, chess wise as well.
And 20 overall, right? It's not just 5 classical, it's
Yes.
20 world championship titles overall since, I don't know, in the last 15 years or so. I mean, that's one world championship title a year. बंदा कोई साल छोड़ता ही नहीं है कि जहां world champion ना हो.
Wow. Who will be reserve in Olympiad sets by Vidi or Hari? I don't think we know for sure. Like who, it depends on the ratings and whatever the metric is for this, but it will be between these two players. I think Nihal is already quite ahead
Hmm.
in terms of rating. If I look at it, Nihal, actually, no, not that much. Nihal is 2716 and Vidit is 2708. But what is Hari's rating?
The
Just
thing
gonna
is,
take a
Saj bhai,
quick look.
निहाल को ना कुछ नहीं करना है. If he just sits on his rating, I don't think he can, unless Arvind, I think, because Hari Krishna doesn't play as much. He's 2676. He's lost a bunch of ratings. So it's very unlikely he's going to gain like 25, 30 points back. Because
Yeah.
rating जो मुझे याद है last time count हुई थी, it was March, April, May or April, May, June. Like इन 3 महीने की average rating. So for Harika to gain like 30 points is going to be very tough in this span. And
But you
that
need
means
someone like Hari, I feel, in the
you
mix.
do, you do, you do. But I think the
Like we
point is he
also
will not
saw,
make
for
it.
example, in the GCL, like Hari was such a nice addition to the team, yeah, to the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Because he
No, I'm with
has
you.
that captain cool.
I mean, that maturity of, working for so many years at the top level would definitely help. And I am sure that was a major reason we won last time. But it's just going to be hard because his rating is just low right now. So, iska matlab, as of now, it kind of feels like it's competition between Vidit and Arvind. And Vidit right now is like 9 points ahead. And whosoever kind of ups their game there is going to make it. So, Arvind needs to gain some rating points to make it. Otherwise, it's VD and Nehal.
Yeah, exactly. VD and also Vidit is the more experienced ones, out of the two of them. Arvind ke liye, this will be his second Olympiad, I believe, after Chennai. Um, so yeah, VD is being the more experienced one. Also, Captain Cool can be a good addition there. Sahil bhai,
Same as Tata
I'll be
Steel,
right
yeah?
back in just a minute. Yeah.
Huh, huh. Start will go to Prag's game as soon as Sajbhai is back. But meanwhile,
I can switch
uh,
if you want.
let's go to Prag's game then. Until then,
Okay,
so
I'll be
meanwhile,
right back.
chat we have the Prag's game, and I think your knight g5 pe tha has quickly come to e4 after that bishop trade. And look at the knights on b7 c7. कितने क्यूट से लग रहे हैं ऐसे वहां पे बैठे बैठे. You never see a knight on b7. Yeah, it's so rare. But I think one night कभी ना कभी तो आएगा. I think forward d6 पे potentially to exchange itself off, and it should be a solid position for black as well. And also let's not forget कि knight e6, knight d6, and black is doing pretty okay. वो knight e6 से d4 पे आ सकता है. If you ask me, chat question for you, अगर white से खेलना हो स्पेशल black से कौन सा choose करोगे? I kind of get the feeling it's not an easy choice for anybody. I think some people might even prefer black because वो d4 square बहुत tempting है यार, बहुत tempting. 96 आराम से आके बैठ सकता है d4 पे. So I think Prag maybe not super happy with the position right now. Like I know he knows he has chances, but it's not a dead draw, but it's not something which gives him a lot of winning chances. Like it's completely equal, I'm going to say. Yeah, already I can see a couple of people saying black prefer karenge, and that is not a surprise because position काफी solid है black के लिए. Magnus is like god of chess. Magnus is like god of chess in the current world. Absolutely agree. Magnus had 5, Gary had 6. Can anyone cross that? I think it's going to be tough. We're surely going to have somebody. कभी ना कभी कोई ना कोई आएगा जो मैग्नस को भी पीछे छोड़ देगा. लगता है ऐसा नहीं होगा, बट ऐसा हमेशा होता है. कोई नया बंदा आता ही है eventually. It could be Oro, it could be Yagiz, it could be Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, कोई भी हो सकता है. But the younger the player, the more the chance. Because let's not forget कि Carlsen, when he was like 18 or something, was already like Thaiso. Like he was that strong at that age. Do you think Plug is playing badly is intentional? Not really. Why? You can change your openings intentionally, but you will not lose intentionally.
Course
That's
not, bhai.
never a good strategy.
Of
Well said,
course
myself,
not.
bhai.
I think Prague is just having first two bad rounds, but I think वो momentum एक बार आ जाएगा, then I think he'll be back. Although looking at the game, I don't feel very confident about the clock in specific. Yeah, there's a half an hour difference between these two players, and also this bishop getting exchanged is a slight worry for me.
Yeah, it feels like वही मैं कह रहा था. If you had to choose the color, it's not a clear choice कि white चाहिए मुझे.
Hmm.
I like knight e6, knight d4. Like it's such a good maneuver. Knight b7 भी बड़ा cute लग रहा है. d6 पे आएगा. So I think Prag will be okay, but he's not happy with what he has right now.
Why, you are saying knight e6, knight d4, knight d6, but the comp is saying knight a6 or knight a5 खेलना चाहिए आपको. So I think maybe the plan is this b4, and to put a
Hmm.
stop to that, black should go knight a6 and knight a5 just to prepare for this b4 break. But yeah, the next moves are not easy for Van.
Charles, this will be interesting.
Edge, why do you
Meanwhile,
think anyone will beat Magnus's achievements in the near future? Near future, to nahi bhai. Think it's going to be some time for sure. I'll give it around 15-20 years minimum.
by the way, we have a move in the Arjun game. So instead of playing queen d2, he chooses queen to c1. An interesting idea. So gets out of the d file. Rook d1 एक अच्छा option है. Is there any other idea behind queen c1, Sahaj, apart from rook d1? Like why not queen d2 instead?
Great question. I think probably bishop g5 is what I see as a potential plan with knight g4 ideas. And I think he just didn't play queen d2 because he wanted to keep his knight not pinned, essentially. Like वो knight b5 का plan कभी future में, okay, maybe not possible. Or maybe he could also plan, look at this, Sahil bhai. He could go bishop d1, bishop c2, and then this knight can go to e2 then. It's a nice maneuver, I think, to keep
Very
all of
interesting.
his pieces on the king side.
Very interesting. But I think black will stack with c5. जैसे आप bishop d1 खेलोगे. That's my worry because d5 पे there might be that knight h5 again. So
Hmm.
that worries me a bit. If I could put the bishop directly on c2, I think that's a great improvement because वो c4 pawn बहुत block कर रहा है हमारे bishop को.
Exactly. But c5, I think कभी भी possible नहीं होगा because you can always capture on
Hmm.
b5.
True.
Also,
True.
queen
True.
c1 defends f4 as well. So knight h5 is not really an immediate threat anymore in the position.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Bishop d1 would be a very, very unique idea, or not unique, but definitely a creative, out of the box idea to activate your. I don't know if I call it the worst place piece, but kind of. Yeah, the bishop e2 not doing much right now.
Yeah, this is the piece with the most potential right now. Like bishop d1, bishop c2, I really like this. Knight g4 looks very, very promising. But abhi ke liye equal position, like okay, maybe a
Hmm.
bit imbalanced. Gukesh can definitely go for knight bd7. Okay, since the pawn on c6 is defended now to challenge this knight, and knight bd7 ke aate hi, I feel this ideas of c5 really, really like improve.
Yeah, c5 is the move which black has been, waiting to play for a long time. He really wants to put that pawn, open up the bishop, challenge the white center. So Arjun has to be on guard for that move. And
By the way,
Sajbhai,
Bibisara
huh?
is now better against Faustino Oro.
Oh wow.
Bibisara was also on a different level.
I think she's in form. एंड जब फॉर्म में होते हो आपका कॉन्फिडेंस इतना हाई होता है ना, यू कैन टेक डाउन अ माउंटेन इफ यू वांट टू. एंड यू रियली वांट टू मेंटेन दैट मोमेंटम. एंड
Maji,
माजी, व्हाट?
you don't know
नहीं.
there's this movie, no? Maji the Mountain Man. Have you not seen it?
अच्छा. नहीं नहीं, आई हैव नॉट सीन
You
दिस भाई.
haven't seen it, bhai. Highly recommend, bhai. Highly recommend.
माजी द माउंटेन, अच्छा मांजी. ओके.
Maji.
माजी. माजी.
Uh,
ओके.
Nawazuddin Siddiqui is the main guy. It's a based on a true story.
अच्छा हाँ, दिस स्टोरी आई हैव हर्ड. स्टोरी आई हैव हर्ड. आई हैव नॉट सीन द मूवी. या स्टोरी आई हैव हर्ड. या नाइस. बाय द वे, in candidates, who can be the probably seconds of Prague? I think we know one, Vayav Suri. I'm pretty sure he'll have some others. We asked Hikaru, in that video, one of the videos, ki, by who will be his second, and he revealed a name. So, look out for that video coming out on Thursday, chat.
Sahil bhai, dropping some hints there.
वो हिकारू के वो देखेंगे ना भाई, ऑपोनेंट्स.
Mhm.
कौन है भाई? तो 8 व्यू तो 7 व्यू तो पक्के है.
Amazing, amazing. और अरे चैट ने भी देखी है मूवी भाई. That's great. Chat is super well informed about these things. Yeah, मुझे लगा कि it's not a very well known movie, but जरूर देखना भाई अगर आपने नहीं देखा तो you'll love it.
Gukesh, still not convinced with a particular move.
Yes.
Oh wow. Acha. Okay, so chat, today we started streaming vertically as well, which is very interesting. I've always been quite curious about it. Om Shaki, after office drama, your calm chess coverage feels truly refreshing. Too good, Sahil and Sahaj. By office stress says checkmate. You help me make a comeback. मुझे निखिलेश भाई की तरह क्यों feel हो रहा है
Mhm.
अभी? I feel like Nikhilesh by right now, but I think it feels like it's pretty normal. Thank you, Om Bhai. I really appreciate it, and glad to have you on the channel.
Thank you for the nice words भाई. Right, chess ऐसे ही calm way में देखने में बड़ा मजा आता है मेरे को. And the when it comes to classical events, of course, पिछले कुछ time से we are doing a lot of rapid and blitz. Tata Steel हो गया, World Rapid and Blitz हो गया. Freestyle also is more or less a fast-paced, event. Nice to get back to the good old classical chess. जहाँ
True,
पे we
true,
can discuss so many different things.
true, and still see a lot of blunders. I think वो Anish का reaction कल क्या ही था भाई? That was hilarious.
हाँ भाई,
दोनों players
actually
साथ में
I saw the
साथ में
tweet.
थे.
Both of them realized that it's a blunder, and
हाँ,
both. And उसके बाद एक और blunder हुआ, which is crazy. Like
हाँ,
in the king pawn ending, and nobody saw it.
हाँ, hilarious. Sam Shankar will be Hikaru's second. I doubt that's not the answer he gave us. All I can say is that वो answer नहीं है. Uh, Saj bhai, as Vincent hasn't qualified for candidates, would he be Gukesh's second again?
I
That's a good
doubt it.
question.
I doubt it because I think अब Vincent खुद world number 4 है, and I think अगर वो किसी की help करेगा तो like it could be someone else. Doesn't have to be Gukesh, but
And
I'm
it
not
also
sure.
depends. Saj bhai, I'll tell you why I think it. I agree with you. Not because ki Gukesh might not ask him, but it's because he understands how Gukesh prepared, and maybe somebody else can offer a higher pay for his understanding of how Gukesh prepares for the world championship.
Yeah, true, but I think each world championship experience is going to be different क्योंकि it's very individualized क्योंकि पहली बार you are preparing against Ding and like whoever the next world championship challenger is, whether it's Hikaru, whether it's Prague, whether it's Fabi or Wei, your entire strategy will change accordingly. अब ऐसे अगर आप
Hmm.
सोचो मैग्नस ने फाबी और नेपो के साथ मतलब सेम तरह की प्रिपरेशन थोड़ी ना करी होगी. इट मस्ट बी कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट बिकॉज दे आर कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट प्लेयर्स.
Hmm.
और
Very interesting.
करयाकिन फॉर फॉर दैट मैटर यार कितने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेले हैं भाई उसने.
करियान के साथ करी होगी उसने प्रिपरेशन? अच्छा, थोड़ी बहुत तो करी होगी, that's
Bhai,
right.
that was the only match where Magnus went down, like for the first time. Yeah, the only
तभी
match
तो.
where Magnus was low on the like where he suffered a loss without winning anything. Like,
So now that we've entered this, let's say Magnus with no world championship prep and the other person with full 2 months or 3 months of world championship prep. Who's the other guy is? Is there anybody who can beat Magnus in a world championship match
so
now?
my question is, does he have the world championship prep from the previous 5 matches?
I mean, he still would have it, no? Like to some
Then
extent.
yes, then then I'm taking Magnus because वो 5 साल की prep is going to be too scary, bhai.
Hmm. Fair, fair,
But
fair.
if you're taking away the 5 years of those matches, then okay, I'll take the other player for sure.
Hmm. But okay, I mean, he's Magnus because he has won it 5 times. So it's hard to take that away. Yeah. Then
Yeah.
he turns into a completely different player. But yeah. Uh, फिलहाल के लिए EU बॉक्सिंग यूएसए डिंग में भी ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? चैट में अलग ही स्पोर्ट चल रहा है. Although I would love to see chess boxing between top chess players, but that's not going to happen. By the way, knight d7 played, so challenging
Yes.
that knight, and
You know,
Gukesh is equalizing Sahaj bhai.
I was thinking कि just वो मैग्नस का फाबी वाला मैच अलोन वही दे दो उसको, बस वही बहुत है. बस आई थिंक उसी मैच में जितना
हाँ.
प्रिपरेशन किया होगा, जितना मतलब स्ट्रेस होगा उसमें, आई थिंक it was I mean the most closest contested match I think ever in a world championship match. 12
Hmm.
draws back to back. And वही अकेला काफी है, I think, to give him that experience. To जितना preparation वहाँ होगा, I can't even begin to imagine.
Hmm. एक बार लाइक अर्लियर पुराने जमाने में ओपनिंग फाइल्स लीक हो जाती थी. आई वंडर इफ दैट्स मोर कॉमन नाउ और लेस
हाँ भाई,
कॉमन.
एक प्लेयर की है मे बी मेरे पास.
क्या ओपनिंग फाइल्स वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप
या
की?
या
कौन से प्लेयर की है भाई?
वो बोल नहीं
किसको दगा
सकता मैं.
दिया आपने?
मेरे को किसी किसी दोस्त से मिली थी, बट ओके, आई एम नॉट गोना से हु, बट या वेरी स्ट्रांग, लाइक वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर.
ओह वाओ.
लाइक ही इज इन द गोट कैटेगरी. और बोलो.
फिशर की प्रेप बोलता है, बट फिशर की प्रेप तो किताबों में होगी, सो आई एम नॉट श्योर
वो
इट्स
तो
इट्स
नहीं, वो तो
दैट.
किताबें तो नहीं है, फोटोकॉपीज नहीं है भाई. जेरोक्स कराना भूल गया मैं, बट नॉट हिम, नो.
वाओ. साहब है सुपर एग्जैक्टली भाई. हमें भी फाइल वाइल शेयर करो यार, हम भी देखें वर्ल्ड चैंपियन की प्रेप कैसी लगती है. लीक कर दो भाई चैट में प्रेप. गूगल ड्राइव अपलोड
आई
करो.
मीन
गूगल.
like a lot of people got it, I think, but yeah, I'm not gonna say
वेरी
who though.
इंटरेस्टिंग.
भाई गोट कैटेगरी की बात कर रहा हूँ, चैट आप निजत की
तो
बात कर रहे
Kasparov maybe, yeah. I mean, it was the time when you did have PGNs technically, but he played the last World Championship way back, so I'm not sure again.
हो. हम्म.
Jहाँ the boss of goat. Okay, I laughed too hard on that one, unfortunately. But yeah, okay, back to the game. Knight b7 played. Saj bhai, what do you think about this? So knight d7 आ चुका है. Central knight को exchange करने की फिरात में है knight on d7. Will he exchange on e5 and give me the opening files?
भाई आपको दिखा दूंगा मैं, ठीक है, कभी ना कभी,
हाँ,
कभी जो मिलोगे ना नेक्स्ट टाइम,
डन.
आपको दिखा दूंगा मैं, बट
ठीक
भेजूंगा
है,
नहीं वो,
डन.
ऑफ कोर्स दैट्स
डन
इट्स टू
डन डन.
क्लोज.
ओके ओके डन. हाँ, तो क्या
दिखा
करना
दूंगा
है यहाँ पे?
लेकिन. Oh, and though, by the way, knight takes d7, he takes. Um, and now knight takes d7 is the move. I think knight se marna makes a lot of sense, and he does it, yeah, within a second. I think this makes more sense because black can play f5 now to launch an attack.
Hmm. Yeah, and f5 is a big threat because you can't take, because bishop c3 and queen e2 bishop hanging here.
Hmm.
So you have to, maybe your plan now, bishop d1, bishop c2, perfect timing.
Oh yes, bishop d1, bishop c2 looks very very tempting now. तो चैट में किसी ने बोला कि अगर हिकारू कैंडिडेट जीत जाता है तो डू यू थिंक ही विल डिथ्रोन गुकेश. भाई लेट मी पुट इट दिस वे कि आई थिंक ये जो क्वेश्चन आई थिंक आप और 7 प्लेयर्स के साथ भी पूछ सकते हो. आई थिंक विद हिकारू द रिस्क इज द बिगेस्ट फॉर मी, like of him winning the of him defeating Gukesh. That's my take on it because I think Hikaru like faster formats में ले जाएगा उसको. That's what I feel. And वहां पर like I think Hikaru is just the goat.
So you think कि Fabi qualify करे या Hikaru करे, Hikaru for Gukesh is a bigger threat.
Yes. Because Fabi, okay, I think Gukesh ne Fabi ko काफी बार Olympiads में, I mean, wherever we see, like Gukesh usually has that upper hand against Fabi. कुछ psychological होगा, I'm not sure. Um, Even in the Global Chess League we saw.
Wait,
Wait, what?
what? What? You know what this reminds me of, Sahaj bhai?
Nothing. This reminds me
No,
of
this
nothing.
reminds me of something. ऐसे होता है कई बार कि like या कि आपकी बंदी का बेस्ट गाय बॉयफ्रेंड होता है, कोई बेस्ट फ्रेंड होता है, and you tell yourself कि it shouldn't bother you, it shouldn't bother you. ये वैसा कुछ है, मतलब एक F5 was so bothering him कि G4 खेल दिया, but now it's caused more harm than good. Like yeah, you're just stuck in the middle. Yeah, roku usko na roku, roku na roku, and then you do something which is even more stupid. Like I don't know, like G4, what is this?
I'm still trying to digest everything. But first of all, chat में I'm looking at people saying it is prep. Chat, this is not prep. 100% it's not prep. So take that thought out of your head. I think what Sahil Bhai said, of him not liking this F5 move and stopping that makes a lot of sense. But this is very risky from Arjun. Very, very risky. But also that kind of positions he likes the most. It's a calculated risk.
वो एक AI का प्रॉब्लम रहता है ना, इफ यू गिव हिम अ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ पिकिंग पेपर क्लिप्स, इट विल लिटरली हार्वेस्ट एवरी रिसोर्स इन द वर्ल्ड टू मेक पेपर क्लिप्स, बिकॉज उसका पर्पज है कि भाई पेपर क्लिप्स बनानी है, सारे पेड़ तोड़ देगा दुनिया की। वैसा लग रहा है F5 रोकना है भाई, कुछ भी हो जाए, लाइक F5 अलाउ नहीं करना, वट एवर द कॉस्ट, चाहे किंग को G4 पे रखना पड़े। ये मुझे वैसा कुछ लग रहा है, एंड G4 फील्स लाइक अ टू हाई रिस्क टू पे फॉर स्टॉपिंग F5। एंड नाउ आई एम अ बिट वरीड, कल को ये बिशप F4 गायब हो गया ना, ये डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे तो कुछ भी हो सकता है।
भाई बिशप तो रखना पड़ेगा अब तो, ये तो चांस ही नहीं है आपके पास। And also, like, I think he's planning to somehow reroute this knight to e2 and f4, or e2 and g3 and f5, yeah, something like this. This makes a lot of sense. Now
दैट
the
मेक्स
question
सेंस।
is कि bishop किधर जाएगा भाई? Like, because he's pushed g4, I don't like bishop d1 anymore, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है bishop को आपको king के पास रखना चाहिए. So I like something like rook f2, bishop f1, and then knight e2, knight g3, knight f5.
ऑल्सो
What do you
लाइक,
think?
नो आई अग्री, आई लाइक योर प्लान 92 वाला, बट you could have done it without playing G4. Knight G3, Knight F5 was still possible. कोई बीच में नहीं आ रहा है, like there's nobody in the
But
middle.
f5 आ
And
रहा था ना
also,
भाई.
अच्छा, but like you have to let it go. G4 is high, and also Queen C1 now doesn't make sense to me. Like you would rather have the Queen on E1 and then Queen G3, for example. So,
queen c1 से e3 पे बैठ सकती है कभी. Maybe it's not that bad.
but I don't like E3 भाई, वो कल को कुछ C5 takes bishop C5 रानी गई हमारी. So I'm a bit.
No, I think I like this for Arjun, yaar. I think it's a good choice. I don't know.
Hmm.
It at least brings a game on the board.
Hmm. चलो चलो भाई, विजडम तो है, कोई कह रहा है भाई यू हैव ग्रेट विजडम, पॉडकास्ट शुरू करो भाई। सो 2023 कमेंट मारा है आपने भाई, एवरीबडी विद अ माइक नाउ हैज अ पॉडकास्ट भाई। इट्स साज भाई, वुड यू ट्राई टू बिकम द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ऑफ चेस, और वुड यू ट्राई टू स्टार्ट अ पॉडकास्ट
I'm
इफ यू
still
हैड टू?
trying to understand why did Gukesh play this move so quickly? He played
भाई
Rook
बिकॉज ही
f8
नोज इज
already.
बैड, ही नोज इज बैड, कुछ भी
Why?
खेलो।
But you have to still digest the move. You have to go through like all of the possibilities. For sure, he didn't consider g4. Yeah,
भाई
इतना जल्दी is my.
but rook d is normal, no? You want to attack d4, the only question is what happens on bishop g5.
You play f6 probably, and then bishop e3. Yeah.
Maybe he played it to piss you off, Saj bhai, कि F pawn push करवाएंगे, golden pawn.
I think मेरे को जैसा समझ आ रहा है वो ये कि g4 is a type of move which was played to get Gukesh to think. ताकि Gukesh time pressure में आए, and okay, then the possibilities of making a blunder or making a mistake is much higher. And Gukesh understood that and just reacted with his instinct.
Yeah, but still, I can't, like G4 is a bit weird still. Like the center is quite open. You just launch with G4. Maybe it does the intended job at the end and it just solves the purpose. So only time will tell. But for now, it's definitely a huge risk. So now Rook D8. I think idea is indirectly putting pressure on that d4 pawn. So at some point you have to play rook d1, whether it comes now or whether it comes after something else. And then you have to choose, okay, queen e3 maybe, as you mentioned, maybe rook c1 खेलना है, क्या करना है, which pawns am I pushing further, because I don't want to play e5 here. D5 is, doesn't look that great either. Am I going to go g5 now? Like I'm not sure g4, like is it the max we are pushing it or not, या फिर हम आगे भी जाने वाले हैं कभी, who knows. तो
Abhi ke liye to I think you shouldn't push g5 because I think that idea of putting that knight on f5 still feels very much possible. Like I like bishop d1 a lot here.
and
Like I
if
was saying
knight
rook
moves
f2
somewhere,
bishop f1, but bishop d1 also looks interesting. I think just to have
knight
knight
f8,
e2, then knight e2. So let's have it on the board.
knight
Bishop d1, knight
e2,
f8, and knight e2 is what I was thinking.
and knight e6.
Knight e6 is looking troubling. Yeah, Bar is really liking your position here. Bishop e3.
Okay, now I need to attack d4 again.
Yeah,
So
bishop a5
queen,
only move, by the way.
acha, bishop a5. I thought queen f6, but queen f6 with this e5. I don't know. Bishop a5 is nice actually.
Bishop a5, bishop b6. Yeah, that's the plan.
So
Yeah, but
comfortable, yeah.
very surprising that Gukesh played this so quickly.
भाई आग को आग काटती है, सरप्राइज को सरप्राइज काटता है. सो g4 के बाद another surprise, rook to d8. And
क्या बात
this
है.
game just
तो
became,
पॉडकास्ट करना चाहिए भाई.
हाँ, सो पॉडकास्ट करते हैं साहज भाई. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट पॉन टू g4? क्या आपको भूत से डर लगता है?
I think Gukesh को तो नहीं लगता भाई.
Are
Because
you
of the way he played.
seeing ghosts in the position, Sahaj bhai?
I'm only seeing goats भाई
Wow,
on the
Sahaj
frame.
bhai. So, if you had to meet one, goat or ghost, which one would you choose?
गोट भाई.
Oh, तो ghost से मैं मिल लेता हूँ भाई फिर.
बिल्कुल भाई. Be my guest.
गेस्ट तो नहीं हो सकते भाई. गेस्ट नहीं, गेस्ट तो आप है. पॉडकास्ट है ना भाई. सीखना पड़ेगा पॉडकास्टिंग यार, आई थिंक. थोड़ा सा एक कोर्स भी था उसका, लेता हूँ अभी कल जाके.
हाँ हाँ लो बिल्कुल. पॉडकास्ट शुरू करते हैं भाई.
अरे प्रखर को कॉल करता हूँ. प्रखर आई थिंक टिप्स दे देगा कुछ पॉडकास्टिंग
Oh
के.
yes, of course.
फेक हंसी जरूरी है थोड़ी सी. दैट्स अ मस्ट. वो तो है ही अपने पास वैसे भी बढ़िया. तो हाफवे थ्रू.
Okay, so by the way, G4 on this board and on Prag's board, B4 has already happened. तो एक किंग साइड पे अटैक कर रहा है, एक क्वीन साइड पे अटैक कर रहा है with this move B4. But time is still an issue for Prag. Still a 20-minute difference.
Yeah, and let's not forget no increment again. So it's not easy. And also, for example, the best move of white is queen b3, which, at first glance lands directly at knight d4, attacking the queen. And yeah, I'm not sure I want to face that as well.
Queen B3 looks promising. The knight D4 के बाद हो क्या रहा है? Like, do I just take this?
अच्छा, बिशप
Yeah, I
लेने
can
वाले
just
हैं.
take
Oh
this,
wow.
no?
We
I'll take
can, but I
this.
want to keep the bishop. But okay, मार दिया, bishop takes d4.
Okay, like, um, optically it looks good for white. I'm thinking of something like e3 and taking the pawn on c5. Or just keeping the tension also, maybe something like queen d5.
Yeah, but again, I'm still feeling like जीतेगा कैसे यार? It's not easy. It's not easy to win this game against somebody who's in form, who won the challenges last year. Just drew against Arjun from a promising position. Was better against in the first round as well. Against, I think it was Jordan, right? So it's not promising for Prag so far. So yeah, it's gonna be a long struggle, and hopefully he does it. Um, प्रखर के
Yeah.
खुद के व्यूज नहीं आ रहे भाई. वो आ जाएंगे व्यूज. क्या हाथ का मैल है भाई. अभी थोड़ा सा नहाएगा तो आ जाएंगे. Sir, who do you think is this Hikaru's last chance to become world champion? Wow, that's a heavy question. I don't think so. I think Hikaru will keep trying for at least one or two cycles more after this if he doesn't become world champion. It won't be a hardcore effort ki bhai jahan pe he's playing FIDE circuit 10 tournaments a year. Also, FIDE circuit has modified now. Sahaj, I don't know if you saw this, but now it's a 2-year cycle.
Oh, acha.
Yeah. Now it's a
Crazy.
2-year cycle. So it's not a 1-year cycle anymore. And you will like, there'll be like max to up to like 6 events a year will count. And overall it's 10 or 12 events in 2 years. So I think Hikaru will keep trying, maybe through the rating spot or through the World Cup spot if required. And uh, I mean, he of course will say he will not try again, but I mean, he will still like, it depends on also how he performs. If he's last in the candidates, he'll think, okay, I'm done. If he's second or third, he might give it a shot, right? So as well, like it's very hard to say, okay, itne se miss ho gaya na, like you feel like okay, you're close.
I mean, I think try to wo karega, but yeah, I think probably real try maybe his last one for me.
Hmm.
इसलिए I
I think
think it
maybe real nahi hai.
nice.
I also think this is also not like a real try. Yeah, matlab everything will be like a partial try from Hikaru now.
Yeah, 2800 तो है ना यार वो. I mean, he's still one
Ah,
of
but
the
he became a
favorites for sure.
father, and he didn't play as many events, so it's not a
But
like imagine
already
like
like in the field, like besides Fabi, like there is no one who is in Hikaru's league right now, right? So that also has to count.
sure. I think it might be difficult to maintain that form 2 years in
Yeah,
from
that
now.
is true.
So
और विदित भी नहीं खेल रहा अब तो कैंडिडेट्स तो उसके चांसेस बढ़ भी गए.
oh, I forgot that one. That's the main point actually. So that changes everything. Meanwhile, Saida, who is richer, Magnus or Levy? Good question. I think Magnus for sure, but I think Levy would probably be the third richest chess player, third or fourth richest chess player of all time. Yeah, is my guess.
आफ्टर
Um,
Hikaru, yeah.
After Magnus Hikaru, Vichy sir, I've also heard, but it's very hard to know because Levy lives in the US, so everything is US CPMs.
न्यूयॉर्क भाई.
Uh, हाँ तो उससे sponsorships and ad revenue everything is in dollars and it pays more, but I think in terms of every chess player ever played chess, top 500%, there is no doubt. um, Karpov as well,
Yeah,
but okay, I don't want to comment too much on that one. Why, let's move on.
डन भाई डन. एंड
हाँ
प्राइम फाबी और प्राइम गुकेश भाई. आई थिंक अगेन गुकेश का प्राइम आपने देखा नहीं है तो इट्स नॉट रियली राइट, बट आई थिंक जो व्हेन आई से प्राइम, आई थिंक किसी भी के भी पॉइंट पे अगर आप प्राइम फाबी और प्राइम मैग्नस भी बोलते हो मे बी देन आई पीपल माइट चूज प्राइम फाबी, या बिकॉज वो यू रिमेंबर दैट 7 out of 7 वो सिंकेफील्ड कप वाला, दैट वाज प्राइम फाबी एंड नोबडी हैज एबल बीन एबल टू रेप्लिकेट दैट. सो आई डोंट
And
नो.
yes, we're not putting Samay in this list. I think that would be Samay ko dalenge to the list might change. So let's not put Samay for now. Do you want to put
हाँ,
Samay in that list, Saj
थोड़ा
bhai?
सा
I think
चेंज हो जाएगा
technically,
भाई. हल्का सा
technically he
चेंज हो जाएगा.
does fit that list, right? I mean, he's a chess player.
What is when is women's candidates any realistic chance of Divya or Humpy winning? It's the same time as the open section candidates, the one in Cyprus from 26th of March, I believe it is, or 27th of March, and it goes into the mid-April. And there is Humpy, Divya, and Vaishali playing in the candidates. And I think just by sheer numbers, अगर 8 players में से 3 Indians है, तो I think that really increases the odds of someone winning the candidates. Amongst the three of them, I think Humpy is the most experienced, but I think Divya is very hungry. So I think both of them, I think, have very good chances. Vaishali, of course, has very good chance. सबका ही अच्छा chance है actually though. But yeah, just statistically speaking, I think out of those 3 players, I think the chances are really good for the women's section for someone to reach the world championship.
Hmm. And great point by Ujjwal. 10 by 10 Super Pog champs. Bet Fabi can't do that. I mean, absolutely fair. I think the Samay ko list mein dalna padega. So there's a new number one, maybe. I don't know, maybe not number one. Maybe he comes number two on the list, maybe number three. It's very hard to know for sure, but he is on that top 5 list as well. अगर हम उसको include करेंगे. Um, and in terms of candidates, I agree with you. I think everybody has a good chance, but I think for me, maybe Bibisara, Divya, Humpy would be the top three in some order in terms of chances. Tough है, Zujner भी है, Goreshkina भी है, but I think these three might be my top three.
Yeah, and then challenging Ju and Jun is always difficult, bhai.
That's step two, by layer two. वो तो
That's the final step.
वो बाद में देखेंगे, पहले ये वाला कर लेते हैं. Samay's net worth is 250 crore. Okay, let's move on. Saj bhai, do you underestimate numbers in your life in general?
कौन से तरह के नंबर्स भाई?
कोई भी
अपनी
नंबर
रेटिंग को मैं डेफिनेटली अंडर एस्टिमेट करता हूँ भाई.
है ना.
अपनी रेटिंग को तो
चेस की
डेफिनेटली
आदत है.
अंडर एस्टिमेट करता हूँ भाई. थोड़ी ज्यादा होनी चाहिए
चेस की
भाई.
आदत है. ट्रू 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 ट्रू. Okay. Anyways, coming back to the games. I think maybe one look at the Arvin game. We've not looked at it for a while. Not much has changed, but we do have some simplifications. इसका मतलब कि I think draw has become even more likely. Bishop e3 at the right moment could happen, leading to one more exchange. Structure symmetrical है. I think very likely, it's equal and chances of a draw are high.
यहाँ पे तो कोई चांस नहीं लग रहा मुझे. That opening with knight d5 that he played, I think the opening has not worked out well.
Hmm.
सब कुछ एकदम equal, balanced, same color of bishop as well. So I feel we're headed towards a quicker draw.
Hmm. Hmm. Divya's playing Prague Challengers, yes, and Gukesh is also playing Prague Masters. So, दो Indians, I think Arvind is also playing the Masters. तो तीन Indians तो वहाँ पे already हैं. So that's also going to be an exciting event. Bishop e3 played, by the way, on the board. So a draw likely here. I still don't see a single game जहाँ कोई better worse कुछ भी है. Arjun's game इकलौती game. Let's go back. Rook d1 on the board. And black ने knight to f8 खेल दिया है. So rook d8 का idea now becomes a bit more obvious. कि knight f8 जाने वाले थे और knight e6 आएंगे. So now Arjun has to choose what to do. Apparently bishop g5 is the best move. Forcing f6 and then bishop e3. Not directly.
तो अब तो स्टॉकफिश भी थोड़ा अप्रूव कर रहा है. तो गोल्डन पॉन पुश करो, उससे
Yeah.
आपका पोजीशन बेटर होगा. तो बिशप जी
Only
फाइव
move.
प्रोवोक कराना इज गुड. इट्स ओनली मूव क्या?
And bishop g5, f6 is the only move, of course, when I ruk jayega. You could also take on b5 as the second best move, but to me that makes zero sense. Why would I open up your bishop? So
You can
bishop
also
g5.
capture with the a pawn and just trade off the rooks, and the question is still the same. Why would I trade the rooks here?
Exactly. So I think bishop g5 is the move. Do you think Arjun finds it though?
Yes, I think so.
Mm.
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, bishop g5 should be played very soon. But I'm really positively surprised by how fast Gukesh is playing after Arjun makes this move of g4.
Hmm. Very interesting position. Although g4 not the best, but as a spectator मजा आएगा देखने में game में. It raises the stakes quite a bit.
भाई कोई पूछ रहा है, सहज भाई, कैन यू प्लीज टेल अस हाउ डेंजरस वाज पीक साहिल टिकू? भाई मतलब अपना वो प्रग वाला थोड़ा बताओ ना यार, थोड़ा अपना किस्सा क्या हुआ था.
भाई द बेस्ट पार्ट इज जब पीक आपके पीक के बारे में किसी ने सुना ना हो तो आई थिंक
तो बताओ ना
इट वाज
भाई,
नॉट
बताओ
नॉट एज
प्रग के
स्ट्रांग.
बारे में बताओ. आपने हराया था प्रग को,
हाँ,
कैसे
सो मेरा
कैसा
पीक
गया था
सुनाता हूँ
वो
मैं.
गेम?
हाँ, तो 1 मिनट की स्टोरी है. सो बेसिकली आई वॉज प्लेइंग माई वर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट ऑफ माई लाइफ. 0 out of 4. बेचारे यहाँ पे हम प्रग को 2 पे कह रहे कि क्या हो गया. 0 out of 4 वर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट ऑफ माई लाइफ. एंड कुछ 5वें राउंड में मुझे कुछ प्रग लगा था. एंड ही वॉज ऑन हाफ अ पॉइंट. सो हाफ पॉइंट आउट ऑफ 4 फॉर प्रग. बेचारा लास्ट बोर्ड पे हम दोनों खेल रहे थे और मेरे ब्लैक थे और मैंने ब्लैक से प्रग को हरा दिया था. सो
ओह, वुड यू
इट
से कि
जस्ट
वो प्रग का लोएस्ट मोमेंट होगा उसकी लाइफ का?
I think lowest moment of his 7 lives that he's gonna have. So yeah, I think low moments से भी कई बार अच्छे moments मिलते हैं. So always have faith in God भाई. किसको पता था कि 10 साल बाद मैं यहाँ कमेंट्री कर रहा हूँ, वही बंदा अभी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए खेलने वाला होगा.
क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी. अभी वो देख ही रहा है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन का मैच. बाय द वे, बिशप g5 बिशप b3 प्लेड बाय अर्जुन वेरी क्विकली to provoke the golden pawn on f6, and this looks promising. Maybe some g5 breaks can be possible later on.
Yeah, it looks better than it was earlier. Although I still don't like the f4 hold on f4 knight g6 knight e6 करके कुछ f4 अगर black को मिल गया ना. Imagine bishop d6 and knight g6 knight f4. Suddenly I'm like, yeah, maybe this was too much.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
it's not
g4
happening
can.
right now, but
Mhm.
it still would feel a bit risky. So I think it's a double-edged position and it's gonna be fun. I think result is very likely. Fair, इतने holes हैं. White has still has the center, black has some holes, and I think मजा आएगा देखने में.
Yeah, promises to be an exciting game for sure. भाई result तो equalish ही लग रहा है, right? Would that be fair to say? Or do you think result यहाँ पे आपको draw नहीं लगता?
नहीं, draw नहीं. I am ready to bet a Maggie on that, भाई.
क्या लगता है चार्ट आपको? तो साहिल भाई saying कि वो उनको ड्रॉ नहीं लगता, कोई प्लेयर जीतेगा. Would you agree with this? मेरा पर्सनल फीलिंग है कि यूजुअली जब गेम्स इतने जल्दी थोड़े मेसी हो जाते हैं तो उसमें यूजुअली ड्रॉ ही होता है. व्हाट इज योर टेक?
I
+5
think
पे हूँ अभी मैं.
if I had to choose a side, that's the more interesting question for me. I think draw nahi hoga, but 96. I might even choose Gukesh here actually. This is the kind of position jahan pe he would do very well.
You know,
And I
Gukesh has
think
never beaten Arjun with the black pieces in classical before.
yeah, but I think this is the game. Even year bhi hai. So,
I'm actually
so
trying to
the
take a
chances
look.
बढ़ जाते हैं उससे.
Trying to take a look. The last time he defeated him with the black pieces in any format, that was in uh, Grand Chess Tour Superbet Poland in 2024. That's the
वो भी
last
हम
time
stream
Gukesh
कर
won
रहे
with
थे.
the black pieces.
No, I think he has a good chance. If we do a Maggie bet and I have to choose one result, I will choose Gukesh winning basically.
I still think draw के chances काफी high.
तो ले लो भाई, ले
Takes
लो,
the
चांस
pawn
ले
on
लो.
d5. भाई ये तो गलती हो गई भाई.
भाई ले लो ना, बेट लगा लो ना यार.
एक
कम ऑन
सेकंड ना,
साज भाई.
गुकेश की नेक्स्ट मूव चेक कर लेते हैं एक बार. CB5 मारेगा तो नो नो बेट. AB5 मारेगा तो बेट ऑन.
कम ऑन, एबी क्यों मारेगा यार वो? दैट मेक्स नो सेंस. अच्छा, डी रुकने के लिए क्या?
हाँ, basically. CB5 also it's a capture away from the center, so you might not be as keen to play it.
That even your factor is real. It is real.
There are some players who have better results when they play black. For example, Fabi Gukesh. I highly doubt that, bhai. Highly doubt that. Being बहुत बहुत rare cases में, I don't think Fabi के लिए. I wouldn't really agree with that statement.
Didn't Gukesh win COB organized by CBI versus Arjun? I don't think it was COB. I remember what you're saying. Deathmatch tha wo. And I think that was not classical though. That was
हाँ, but
rapid and
और वो
blitz.
मैं FIDE rated events की बात कर रहा हूँ basically.
Yeah. It was a more of a concept. Yeah, it wasn't really, let's say, a serious event. It was a फिर वो मुझे याद है अनीश अविदित वाले में वहां पे था, तो it was like boxing outfit में आए थे दोनों. It was fun to watch. Audience engaged थी. मेरा वॉलेट चोरी हो गया था, बहुत चीजें हुई थी, but it wasn't
ओहो,
like.
seriously?
हाँ हाँ भाई.
अरे
मेरा
बाप रे,
वॉलेट मार गया भाई, कोई पॉकेट से निकाल के ले गया, वेरी लाइकली.
crazy भाई. Huge if true.
नहीं भाई, it was नोट भी ह्यूज थे उसमें भाई, इंक्लूडिंग
अरे
माय
crazy भाई.
डेबिट कार्ड्स एंड.
Flexing. क्या फ्लेक्स था भाई ये.
नहीं भाई, नोट बड़े साइज के थे, मतलब बड़े साइज के, मतलब बड़े हुए थे, मतलब
हाँ
10-10
हाँ.
के नोट थे लेकिन. ओके, स्टिल थिंकिंग. आई थिंक
या
सी
अब तो
पॉन सही
थोड़ा
मारेगा.
सोचना बनता भी है भाई, because it's a, I don't think AB5 was something Gukesh expected. Yeah, definitely not, I think, expected.
But it's a question you have to ask at some point, and Arjun probably thought कि यही moment है where Gukesh can go wrong. Because यहाँ पे, for example, CB5 is the best move, but maybe D5 is scary optically. And maybe Gukesh doesn't go for it because of that reason. So he feels that the chances of Gukesh choosing the wrong choice right now is maximum. And that might as well be true.
Okay. So you think CB5 is more likely or AB5 is more likely?
No, I think CB5 is more likely, but the odds of CB5 happening are slightly lower than other opportunities, because right now D5 does look a bit scary.
Okay. That's fair. By the way, we have a result already. Sindarov versus Fedoseev have agreed to a draw.
Oh, wow.
So quick draw there. Both players on 50% right now, 1.5 out of 3.
Nice. Always nice to see a quick draw. Taki we can focus on these games and yeah, let's head back to a star clash. What a crucial moment.
And now AB5 पे हम लोग सोच रहे हैं basically CB5 and AB5 two moves possible. AB5 में the bet is on. मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ CB5 में no bet.
ठीक है, डन। कल सारे कपड़े चोरी हो गए, आज वॉलेट चोरी हो गया, क्या क्या रिवील करेंगे भाई? जिंदगी इज ऑल अबाउट रिवील्स। एनी any person you meet, all you'll do is reveal stuff, no?
वाह भाई आपको पॉडकास्ट करना चाहिए.
वही 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 माइक ऑर्डर कर दिया है मैंने, 250 रुपए का है भाई। ज्यादा का लेता बट वॉलेट चोरी हो गया ना भाई, तो इसलिए।
I don't know भाई कुछ भी चल रहा है. By the way, Prague is now slightly worse. Maybe we should take a look there. I'm
Wait,
seeing the
what?
bar kind of favoring black here.
Why if Prague loses this, I mean that's gonna be
Yeah, I know. एक जो लेकिन जो फॉलो अप है ब्लैक का वो बहुत वियर्ड है यहाँ पे. लाइक यू हैव टू प्ले F5 and Prag cannot go knight G5 because you can capture this and capture here and the endgame favors black more or less. But if you go knight D2, then look at this moves. There is F4, GF4 and not short castle because of course your queen is hanging, but you go rook F8 instead. Looks crazy, no?
wow.
This follow up.
It does look crazy. And apart from F5, there's also C takes B4 apparently, which is very strong. Because
I
now
cannot go AB4 because F5 फिर से आ रहा है.
exactly, and you will, there's the knight on C3 which could be hanging. So you have to apparently take with the queen on B4. And you don't get the queen trade. That's very interesting to me. So suddenly, the same plans could be even deadlier later on. So काफी अजीब सी position है. Like it's not able to understand it. The bishop on G7 looks so strong regardless of the variation you choose.
Yeah, agreed. Fully agreed. But I think still the follow-up for Van is very difficult. This F5, F4 is very, very difficult to find over the board. So still equalish position, that's fair to say. Would that be
Yeah,
fair to
equalish, I
conclude?
think. Yeah, I think still equal, but it's not. I think winning chances are very limited. By the way, CV5 played by Gukesh.
Okay, chalo bhai, no Maggie.
अरे यार लगाओ ना यार।
अब तो नहीं भाई.
प्लस
अब
प्लस
तो
फाइव
गुकेश.
हो क्या? +5।
हाँ +5 हो भाई.
हाँ तो कम ऑन, लेट्स गो।
By the way, people asking CB5 or AB5, which one was better? Objectively, what the move that Gukesh played was the best, CB5. But this brings the position more into chaos. यहाँ पे पता नहीं मेरे को कौन जीतेगा. But yeah, draw it's still likely. If you had to choose one player to win, Sahil bhai, who is winning here? Here,
गुकेश है 100%।
really?
100%। आई मीन
I think the
दैट्स
opposite actually.
अर्जुन।
Yeah, of course.
ओ वाह, तो लगाओ ना बैठ ना भाई फिर यार, कम ऑन। वी ड्रॉ हुआ तो नोबडी विंस एनीथिंग। अर्जुन जीता तो यू विन एंड गुकेश जीता आई विन। कम ऑन, लेट्स गो। Put
Tempting,
your
bhai, very
Maggies
tempting.
where your mouth is.
So draw पे
Usually
no
it's
result, yeah, no nothing
हाँ,
happens.
nobody gets anything। Yeah.
ठीक है, चलो done. Agreed.
चलो डन भाई, लेट्स गो। एक मैगी वापस आ रही है भाई।
That means Gukesh will beat Arjun with black, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, I think जो F4 square है ना भाई, that's gonna be the star square for today, I think, if Gukesh is gonna win this game.
Yeah, I'm seeing some crazy lines with bishop d6 and g5 apparently from black
अरे
to try
बाप
and
रे, ये
get
तो मैंने देखा
secure
भी
the
नहीं।
f4
वाह
square.
वाह। But can we look at a variation? Can we go deeper? So bishop d6, let's say. I think that's normal. You want to
Yeah.
control f4, कुछ कर नहीं रहा है bishop वहां b4 पे, हवा पिन कर रहा है literally e1 की। So now what does white do?
Queen knight e2 I think looks logical to me to play knight g3 and knight f5.
Okay, and this does work against my g5 idea also, because now knight f5 is much stronger. So I'm a
Yes.
bit hesitant to play that. Hmm. What do I do?
Ah, you can play h5 here. Look at this. h5,
भाई भाई लीगल मूव्स
gh5
बताओ
and
यार.
f5 bhai. What is this?
भाई लीगल मूव्स बताओ, लीगल मूव्स जो.
This is possible bhai.
एंड e5 के बाद क्या है?
Bishop b4 वापस.
ए क्या कुछ भी भाई, मतलब ये क्या, मतलब ये क्या है
भाई
भाई ये?
chaotic पोजीशन है तो chaotic मूव्स
भाई
ही तो आएंगी.
भाई बट दिस इज क्रेजी. दिस इज इनसेन. दिस मेक्स नो सेंस. h5 सैक दिया, बिशप वापस खेल दिया b4 पे, एंड सडनली ब्लैक इज लाइक -0.6 और समथिंग इज मच बेटर.
Hmm. He goes bishop f1. ये तो देखा था हमने, but yeah, his plan is knight e2, knight g3 though. That's for sure.
Because if you don't play knight 2, I'll play g5 then. Then I like that move actually.
Hmm.
So
Sahed's objectivity takes a dive in Arjun's matches. I think it's a not. I'm still trying to be objective. Yeah, I think the bar doesn't always tell the full story. I still think अगर मुझे आपने बार ना दिखाया होता यहाँ पे तो I think I would definitely choose white because I have the center. I'm controlling more squares. So I would choose white here. I think अर्जुन को ये positions पसंद भी आती हैं ज़्यादा तो from that angle I'm choosing Arjun here.
hmm. And also I think bets के लिए तो भाई you have to lose objectivity a bit. Otherwise तो bet हो ही नहीं सकती भाई, because when we do bet, not one side is winning, right? I mean, otherwise तो फिर क्या ही bet हुई. So you have to kind of take a bet in a roughly equal position. Um, Meanwhile, 1 घंटे के आसपास टाइमर पहुंच चुका है. So half the time is over before the 1 hour mark. And so far nothing crazy, uh, in any of the games ki ek side winning ho. And only 19 moves played, so they are at roughly a decent point. Time pressure ke chances kam lag rahe abhi.
Yeah, and by the way, there is another very interesting matchup happening between Vincent and Bluebaum, the two German players, and of course Bluebaum being the candidate. But look at the position also. White's pawn has jumped all the way to f5, but Bluebaum still more or less solid. Yeah.
When I saw the position, I thought ki white blue bomb hoga. This looks like a blue bomb position, not Vincent. But yeah, queen trade hone wali hai, so maybe it's okay for white. um But to be honest, like I would not be shocked if this ends in a draw as well. Like looks solid for black. Don't see a clear weakness, to be honest. वो e3 pawn कल को can be a target as well. Bishop g5 आ जाएगा, या knight f6, knight e4 at some point, and can be a target, I think.
I'll give you my plan.
Hmm.
Queen back to c2, no trade. Long castle, g4, h4, g5.
That's interesting. Queen trade avoid hogi, then white has good chances. I agree on that one. So queen c2, maybe then I play bishop g5 though, directly.
Bishop
I'm going
g5. Can I
I'm
take
going
this?
wild.
Actually, bishop g5 is not good. Yeah, you can take pawn takes and long castle. Bhai, this is just risky.
So rook e3 you'll give, yeah?
Of course, भाई वो तो फ्री में लो. उसके बाद आप चाल भी ले लो भाई.
ले लो क्या?
e3 pawn नहीं भाई. But rook e3 I think just helps me na in many ways
Hmm.
because I think I can also open up the e file and ये king कभी भाग नहीं पाएगा when I launch a king side attack.
True. And maybe the queen is in the wrong place. I can't play b5, b4, for example. So yeah, I think look h4 aa raha hai. White looks strong.
For sure.
Uh,
So interesting matchup there as well. Let's switch back to Arjun versus Gukesh. जहाँ पे Gukesh still thinking after that tricky move bishop f1.
by the way, great point by Ashish कि यार साहिल भाई, RMG, real Maggie games are banned in India. गवर्नमेंट के recent order के हिसाब से.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
ये कोई रूल है? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ, it is, पता नहीं आपको?
नहीं, मजाक कर रहे हो?
नहीं, RMG games are banned.
लिंक भेजो भाई.
चैट पे लिंक भेजो. RMG games are banned यार. RMG means real money games, bhai. So they are
अच्छा
bagged, not real Maggie games.
अच्छा 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 रियल मनी गेम्स यार क्या बोल रहे हो.
हाँ. Hmm.
D5 is looking scary. पर लेकिन भाई D5 के साथ आई थिंक योर डार्क स्क्वायर्स बिकम अ बिट वीक. सो ये ब्लैक का नाइट C5 पे बैठ सकता है कभी. देन नाइट B3 और नाइट D3 कुड बी अ प्लान इन द फ्यूचर. I like keeping these pawns here for now. And I really want to play knight E2, knight G3 and just go on the offensive on the king side.
Hmm. I think kingside offensive is what Arjun is also hoping for. The only question is, can he succeed? Because if Gukesh plays, which ideas you showed, yeah, one is G5, one was that crazy H5, F5. Um, that was that was insane. So will be
Hmm.
interesting. Meanwhile, he's still thinking, has 57 minutes, 10 minutes behind Arjun. And I love the bars, by the way. We can instantly see he con better hai, con worse hai. The only question is nobody's better actually. Still equal.
एक तो मैच
साथ में
ड्रॉ हो भी गया ना.
हाँ. So कितने results are you expecting in the Masters for now? Let's say कि अगर 7 games है, कितने results आएंगे?
So Arvind Nodirbek draw है.
Hmm.
Hans Erdogmus equal as well. Vincent Bluebaum, I think Vincent has a good chance. Jordan has a good chance actually. Jordan has a very good position actually. अर्जुन गुकेश में आई स्टिल थिंक ड्रॉ के काफी अच्छे चांसेस हैं. प्रग वो भी ड्रॉ के चांसेस है काफी अच्छे. या तो एक रिजल्ट भाई.
बस एक.
दो रिजल्ट एक्चुअली विंसेंट
दो.
एंड यॉर्डन.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to also predict
एक्चुअली
2
कुड बी
results
वन
actually.
ऑल्सो.
एक तो बहुत कम है यार, 2 तो मिनिमम चाहिए यार. कुछ तो ड्रामा चाहिए अपनी लाइफ में. अच्छा ड्रामा जहाँ पे अपन का नुकसान ना हो रहा. So yeah, let's see chat. What do you think? 2, 3, 4. 4 results. भाई 4 results तो almost impossible लग रहे हैं.
ओ भाई बाय द वे टेकिंग अ क्विक लुक एट वेदांत वर्सेस मैक्स वार्मरदाम बिकॉज वहाँ पे क्रेजी सीन्स हो गए हैं. Look at this. This was the position, and he went queen e1, and then Vedant threw b5 to launch the attack, and White took on b5, which is the best move. And now it looks scary because b5 ऐसे open बैठी हुई है, but supposedly White is just better here.
Yeah, but you have to play b5. I mean, वही एक तरीका है. Before white starts play, एक बार white ने g4 खेल दिया, then you have to push that knight from f6, and then your position starts deteriorating. Yeah. So
Hmm.
b5 practically a nice move. Also, a bishop भी trade कर सकते हो if you want to on d2 and
d2.
f1 both, and then knight can hop into c4. Uh, Also, your queen has a path to the king side. Queen b8 is one option. So yeah, I like the move b5 practically at least. And he used up a bunch of time, तो काफी सोचा भी है इसके बारे में. तो he has some lines planned.
Yeah, but looks scary for Vedant, I think.
Yeah, for sure. But also
Looks a
he's
bit
playing
scary.
somebody who's like 170 points higher rated. In that situation, the last thing you want is you die without a fight. So I think might as well go all in and just attack like crazy. Yeah.
Hmm. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's the update on Vedant's board. Um, let's see how this game unfolds. प्रग का गेम एकदम सेम है भाई. अर्जुन में भी गुकेश इज स्टिल थिंकिंग देयर. एंड अरविंद में थोड़ा अपडेट्स हुए हैं. दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. द बिशप्स हैव आल्सो बीन ट्रेडेड एंड पोजीशन इज very balanced. I wouldn't be surprised if this match goes into like a very dull draw very quickly.
Hmm. Agreed. Chat, by the way, we have 800 people watching, 230 likes. याद रखो 500 लाइक पे डायमंड मेंबरशिप आप हम चैलेंज करेंगे. So do like the stream, and if you're here for the first time, to subscribe. Let's go quickly because 500 आज 1000 लाइक पहुंचेंगे तो भाई 2 मेंबरशिप मिल सकती हैं. पूरा आपके हाथ में है. जल्दी से सबके सब्सक्राइब, वो लाइक बटन अंगूठा होता है उसको दबा दो भाई. लेट्स गो.
By the way, I'm looking at the poll that you set up. 1700 people or so have voted, and Arjun is leading, yeah, by a big margin.
Yeah, but I think उसमें also it's the white pieces that played a factor, but maybe if they have a look right now, it will be very close. Yeah, it will be very close. And draw सबसे कम है. So people don't like draws in chess. Yeah, do you agree with that rule कि offer draw game से हटा ही देना चाहिए? Do you agree with that principle, or do you think that it's always has to be there?
Some events you can, but not all of them, yeah, because Some events, yes, but that's the draw offer is also a very big part of the game, and
Hmm.
the game की history change हो जाएगी उससे. So I wouldn't
By the way,
really.
Gukesh has made a slight error, Sahaj. Queen d7, not the best move, and the position is already at least equal for Arjun again.
Equal, or does he have chances now?
I mean, hard to say. Bars is equal. I still think f4 square पे control कर सकते हैं, so maybe it's still equal for me, but it's not the step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, I think also let's understand why he played queen d7. I think his plan was to defend or overprotect this b5 pawn ताकि वो a5 करके कुछ queen side की majority पे खेल सके.
Hmm.
So knight e2 looks very promising to me now. They bring the knight to g3, then knight f5, and so on and so on.
Hmm. Knight f5, of course, a great plan. I'm also thinking, by the way, what time are you planning to play d5? Is that on the cards, or are you just holding it off till the end? Because d5 के बाद you get the c5 square for black, yeah?
It's too committal, yeah. Like I will wait for the right moment before I push d4.
Hmm.
Another thing I really like is some ideas with f4 could also be possible. Like maybe not
Hmm.
immediately because queen is looking at the g4 square, but at
Oh,
some point
wow.
f4 could be interesting.
There is some crazy lines actually. Uh, Apparently after f4, but okay, ठीक है. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, look at this. So f4, let's say Saj bhai,
Yes.
your favorite move. Bishop c3 now. Queen c3, let's assume. And now the best move for black. Chat, come on. Black to play.
I'm just
Best move.
hanging.
Ha, but it's not the best. It's a better move, chat.
There
Can
is
you
something
find it?
better.
Let's go, chat. Come on. कौन है अगला मैग्नस कार्लसन? इस मूव से पता लगेगा.
Okay, Magnus सीधा bishop e4 मारेगा इधर without thinking.
नहीं, he'll find it, bhai.
Free
I can
pawn
tell you,
by
100% he'll find it. He'll find it. Knight f4, no.
knight
Not knight
f4,
f4.
bishop f4, queen g4 check, bishop g3 वापस.
हाँ.
बच गए.
You're close though. Very close. Knight c5, exactly. Knight to c5. Wow. That is
Wow.
beautiful.
If you take, then queen g4 check, yeah?
Yeah. And
And then
कहीं
you
पे भी
take on
जाओ.
d1.
Yeah. So tactics always have to be on guard for them.
Yeah, so f4 maybe not the best because the e4 pawn is the clear target here. What if I play queen c2?
Hmm.
My idea is कि भाई next move में I want to play f4.
Very logical actually. Queen c2 also has some protection on the king side. F4 square पे एक protection कम हो गई though. That's the only drawback I see. So bishop
Bishop
d6
d6.
for me becomes very tempting.
And now queen f2 and then with the idea of knight e2.
But can I put one of the pieces to f4 or no?
Bishop f4 में I think I have d5. I'm thinking. Bishop f4 looks interesting actually. D5 works for white actually.
Yeah, because I still don't get to f4 na, so it's not really in
Yeah,
my
so
favor.
सारे dark squares controlled हैं यहाँ पे.
Uh,
And instead of bishop f4, if you go knight f4, then I was thinking something like e5, but I'm not sure if it's working. Ah, it's
yeah,
working. Yeah,
e5 is
it's
just
winning
winning.
actually.
It's just
Wow.
winning. Yeah, it's winning. So bishop f4 was the only move, but that's also okay because you'll be forced to take on e3. So it's not working. But by the way, queen c2 played by Arjun. After 12 and a half minutes, he finds the best move. And the only interesting detail to me here is chat. There's a very nice move for black. And it's a move which usually you won't play, but it's a nice move. So can you find that move, chat? Come on, black to play. What is the best move according to the engines here?
Bishop d6 only, no? Or no?
It's the second best move.
Hmm.
Come on, chat. Chess सीखने
h5
को मिलेगा
maybe?
आज. H5 is interesting, for sure interesting, but not the best. King H8, नहीं, इतना भी crazy नहीं है.
A lot of people saying knight g5.
Yes, it is knight G5.
Wow,
Attacking
what's the
F3.
plan? Oh,
And
because you want to
now,
put the knight on f7.
yeah, and then after bishop G2, just knight F7. And
Yeah, but this is
somehow
very
this,
difficult, bhai.
yeah, this is difficult. But I think he might just find it, because I think वो थोड़े pieces जो है ना थोड़े से awkward से है. He
Hmm.
might just find it. I think bishop d6 also very, very logical.
Hmm. So two sort of moves, bishop d6 and knight g5. I think bishop d6 is what I would pick.
Hmm. Hmm.
But I don't know, Sahil bhai. I don't think Arjun is like on the back foot anymore. Like officially, I feel like he's the one driving it now. I don't know. Position looks way better optically.
I think time दोनों से इतना है ना कि nobody will make a big mistake for the next maybe 5 to 7 moves, and then somebody will be low on time, and then they'll kind of make a mistake. And I remember Gukesh specifically has made some positionally dubious decisions sometimes. मुझे याद है कुछ उसने एक बार, it was last Tata Steel maybe or some other tournament, जहाँ पे he made a capture which was ridiculous. I think last Tata Steel ही मुझे याद है, like he made a positionally dubious capture which nobody could believe. Like we were in shock तब कि ये कैसे
Oh, it
खेल
was
दिया. So
against that Artemiev कुछ तो वो वाला गेम जहाँ
हाँ,
पे
कुछ तो
ऋषभ
था,
वर्सेस
लास्ट Tata
रुक्का
Steel
था.
था. कुछ था, I think pawn capture था. I think it was like c takes or e takes, and it was like so obvious, and he made the opposite capture and he lost horrifically. I think Norway chess था, Tata Steel था, but anyways, like the point is like these guys have made these mistakes occasionally, once in a blue moon, and you never know.
Hmm.
Sahil, can Guki win? Of course, मेरी Maggie bet उस पे है यार. Of course he can still win. It's very complicated and too early to decide. हिकारू नॉर्वे था क्या? नहीं, that was separate. वो ऐसा एक और गेम था उसका. I think it was one more game. I can't remember. Even that was one of those cases though. You are right. Even that was one of those cases. He made the wrong capture, which was obvious. But yeah.
So Queen C2 के बाद what do we play? That's the question. But yeah, very complex. वो दोनों players एकदम खेलने के लिए आए हैं. That's what it feels like.
By the way, chat point out कर रही है कि Anish has 34 minutes. Yeah, that's very low. Um, and knowing the form he's in, he needs that time the most. Um, but I think he's okay. If the queens are traded off, I think he's likely okay. So, but yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that game.
So Jordan has good chances. Vincent का अभी same ही position चल रही है तो not really sure there. I'm also leaning more towards a result here. Why? It's possible.
Hmm.
I'm actually curious कि अगर इसको मैं cloud पर डालूँ तो like, what's the thing? Just 1 second.
By the way, Vincent Keymer has made a slight mistake, and now Bluebaum is better.
Ah,
So,
really?
so chess में, we say कि इतने results and ये जीतेगा वो हारेगा, but anything can change any second. Let's not forget that. It's still a chess game, and one move and it's all over.
ये तो सही बोला आपने.
How do these players deal with mental fatigue for playing such long hours about concentration level? I think it's habit. बचपन से they've been doing this. A classic आजकल rapid blitz काफी popular है, online chess popular है, पहले वो था ही नहीं. So this was what their majority of training has focused on. It's classical chess. So they've played so many events. मुझे याद है 2022 ही था साज भाई जब नेशनल चैंपियनशिप चल रही थी, इंडिया नेशनल चैंपियनशिप, एंड गेस हु वर द टॉप 2 सीड्स? You want to take a guess?
Tell me.
I think 2022 ही था. Chat confirm कर सकते हो, but I think 2022. It was Gukesh, it was Arjun and Prag, I think. Two of these three guys were the top two in the national championship. So तीन ही साल में 4 साल में कहाँ आ गए? So I think they are used to it. Yeah, they've trained for this their entire lives, and
Correct.
they do make mistakes, but it's rare.
100%. And by the way, just took a look at the cloud as well. And position abhi bhi better hai black ki. But the move is knight g5 at depth 32. That's where I stopped it. Knight g5, knight f7 wala plan is the best here for black.
Hmm. Hmm. But also you feel like knight f4 आना चाहिए. So knight g5, knight f7, maybe that doesn't. That's also like,
Counterintuitive lag raha hai,
it's a defensive move to some extent. So let's see how Gukesh handles this. मुकेश
मतलब
अर्जुन थे
टाइम
क्या?
डिफरेंस
हाँ,
फिर
ओके,
से थोड़ा सा बढ़ता हुआ, लाइक व्हाट 14 minutes now, 15 minutes.
ट्रू. By the way, good question. What happens on knight g5 पे bishop takes g5? I think that's a crucial question because everything hinges on it. Why is bishop g5 a bad move?
You lose your double bishop advantage. You lose control of the dark squares. Black ऐसे रुके फेट खेल के f3 के pawn पे थोड़ा pressure डाल सकता है, which is a clear weakness. Yeah, because of these reasons, it's a very bad move actually here. Also, whenever you trade a piece, you should think about its activity in comparison to its opponent's activity. So यहाँ पे bishop और e3 is way more precious for us than the knight is to our opponent. Because हमने सारे pawns, like look at this, g4 e3, g4 f3 e4 are all fixed on the light squares, and this bishop is doing a wonderful job of covering the dark squares जो pawns नहीं कर पा रहे हैं अभी. That's why we should not trade bishop g5 here.
Yeah. And I think all your pawns on light squares, bishop चाहिए, need that to cover all those dark squares. बहुत ज़रूरी है. And वो जो double pawns है, they don't mean much for black. Like you can't attack the pawn on g5. I'll just play h6 and it's a nothing burger. So I think knight g5, bishop e2, keep your bishop pair. Very important.
Exactly. And save the pawn. Then कुछ f4 करके आप अटैक कर सकते हो किंग साइड पे, and then the position really opens up.
Yep. Arjun won on tie breaks, I remember. Gukesh came second. Yeah, nice. I think it was 2022 na? कोई confirm कर देना please. I think it was 2022 because I streamed I think a day or two of it for fun वैसे. It
अच्छा,
must have been
nice.
2022. उसके बाद तो नहीं होगा. So it must be 2022. It was fun. Old days, bhai. Gukesh will soon play an inaccuracy. Arjun will bounce back. भाई वो भी possible है भाई. कुछ भी possible है भाई. अगर आप नीदरलैंड्स में हैं तो आपको पता है कि क्या हुआ है, वरना अदरवाइज यू हैव आल्सो नो आइडिया जस्ट लाइक अस. ओके, मीनवाइल
क्या ही स्लो खेल रहे हैं. मैं तो हाँ भाई, क्लासिकल चेस में यही होता है आई थिंक. बट वी आर आई थिंक हाफ वे थ्रू. प्लीज मूव्स अभी, वी आर 20 मूव्स इन, एंड आई डाउट इफ दिस मैच विल गो पास 40 मूव्स एक्चुअली. जितना क्रेजी लग रहा है, ऐसा लग नहीं रहा मुझे कि यहाँ पे 40 साले होंगे भी.
ऑल्सो आई थिंक वी आर कमिंग फ्रॉम द ईरा ऑफ रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स, राइट. आई थिंक जो साल के आखिरी 2 महीने होते हैं, यू एटलीस्ट 1.5 months दे आर पैक्ड विद रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल टाटा स्टील रैपिड ब्लिट्स इंडिया, उससे पहले वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स, उससे पहले वी हैड GCL. सो उससे पहले क्या था, उससे पहले भी कुछ था आई थिंक. फ्री स्टाइल था उससे
फ्री
पहले.
स्टाइल था.
Then it
फिर
was
पॉग चैम्प्स भी था भाई.
POC chess. So it was all online, rapid and blitz chess over the board, so on. So we coming from that vibe now. So थोड़ा slow लग रहा है. But let's keep in mind कि यही format कैंडिडेट्स का है, यही फॉर्मेट रफली वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का है, ओलंपियाड का है, नॉर्वे चेस
यही है,
का
और
है.
ये भी याद रखना कि ग्रैंड स्विस इससे डबल था भाई.
और कैमरा भी नहीं थे भाई. So let's
भाई
keep
वो
that in
तो
mind.
भाई वो तो
That was torture भाई. Oh my god. हम
7
गैस
घंटे
कर रहे
भाई.
थे भाई कि क्या कर रहा होगा गुकेश. एटलीस्ट देख तो
हाँ.
सकते हैं भाई. एटलीस्ट 2 मिनट के लिए फुल स्क्रीन जाओ भाई, जस्ट टू अप्रिशिएट कि हमारे पास कैमरा है इस बार भाई. लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन जस्ट टू एंजॉय भाई. वो किसी देखे पीछे अनीश को चलते हुए देखे भाई. सेम पोज में जा रहे हैं भाई अनीश और प्रग, बिल्कुल कॉपी कैट, जस्ट डिफरेंट कलर सूट्स.
ओ यस, द टू कैंडिडेट्स.
2022,
बढ़िया
yeah, I
सीन
thought
एक्चुअली.
so. Yeah. And I love the fans actually. कैसे मतलब, because to an average person like this doesn't make sense. Like क्या देख रहे हैं वो, but I think it's crazy. Like कभी भी इंडिया में कभी इवेंट होगा, मेक इट अ पॉइंट टू विजिट दैट प्लेस इवन फॉर वन डे इफ पॉसिबल. लाइक इट्स सच अ हाइप. लाइक प्लेयर्स को इतना अटेंशन मिलता है ना. लाइक आई हैव नेवर सीन दैट बिफोर फॉर चेस सहज. आई थिंक मे बी 10-20 years बैक लाइक यू वुड नॉट सी एनीथिंग क्लोज टू इट. आखिरी 5 साल चेस के लिए जो रहे हैं, it's just been like a dream.
Oh, by the way, he plays bishop d6, the more logical move out of the
Yeah.
two, and putting that pressure on the f4 square. And now I think Arjun would have looked at this. Yep, something like queen f2 or knight e2 can be played. Knight e2 I really like, but somehow मुझे लगता है queen f2 पे रख के knight e2 खेलोगे तो it's better.
And queen f2 is the only move now. if he wants equality or better. Otherwise, black, I think, might be just back again with the advantage. And bishop d6 is the logical move because f4 control कर रहे हैं. जो भी हमने variation देखी साज भाई, वो knight f4, bishop f4 only works with the queen on f2. So queen f2, very important move here.
Of course. सहज भाई, गर्लफ्रेंड वर्सेस कौन था? गर्लफ्रेंड वर्सेस इवांचुक, हु इज बेटर? भाई ये तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन है कि भाई व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ लाइफ? नो आइडिया भाई. No, they are very closely contested, but probably like you can say, I don't know, Gelf. Nah, I don't know. I don't know. Very difficult, bhai. They're very close.
A lot of it goes to Samay Raina. We must, of course, bhai. I mean, like
उन्होंने समय
he.
बोला भाई, वो हमारे समय की बात कर रहे हैं.
नहीं नहीं भाई, रैना लिखा है उसने. Otherwise, I would have gone for that
नहीं, वो
Juba.
नहीं
So
पढ़ा मैंने.
भाई सिलेक्टिव नहीं पढ़ सकते ना भाई, वाला वो लिखा हुआ है वो. But yeah, of course, yaar, Saeed bhai. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Without him, I think chess would be a fraction of what it is right now, at least in terms of the digital space. So it's amazing what he's done.
सुन रहे हो समय भाई? देख लो, आप ही की बातें चल रही हैं. इग्नोर्ड.
Do off किया था कि मुझे पता नहीं क्यों. If you got that Sahaj bhai, then you are goated bhai. बात किसी
लिख के
और की
भेजना
भाई.
जरा मेरे को थोड़ा
बात
सा.
किसी और की और तारीफ
ओ
किसी और की भाई.
भाई 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 भाई.
Okay, anyways, meanwhile, Prag getting bored, कह रहे हैं गुरविंदर जी. नहीं भाई, Prag is not getting bored. He is absolutely stressed right now. Trust me, there is nobody more stressed than Prag in that players' hall because he's on 0 of 2. He needs to win that game and he doesn't have the ideal position.
Yeah, that is true. And also Prague, his opponent has made a move. Let's actually take a look there. What's going on? कोई board पर ही नहीं है by the way इस match में. But Van has just taken on b4, which was a pretty good move. And remember, Sahil, we were talking about Prague having to recapture with queen in this position.
Hmm.
So Prague, लेकिन अभी है नहीं board पे. He was checking out the other game.
I am not surprised because पूरे 40 मिनट लिए हैं भाई. 39 minutes वैन टुक भाई. उतने में तो वो स्ट्रेंजर थिंग्स का एक एपिसोड देख के आ गया होगा प्रग. सो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज ही इज नॉट एट द बोर्ड. अभी आएगा लाइक फाइनली. चलो चला तो भाई मेरा ये. एंड आई थिंक he can take with the pawn, but I think queen takes is the better move.
Right, taking
And
with the
that meant,
pawn falls into f5, that crazy line where you lose
yeah.
the c3 knight. So queen b4 is very, very
And
important here.
and would love to go deeper here because after a takes b4,
Mm-hmm.
if Prag were to go for this, f5, the only move for white is queen takes a7, sacking a piece. Pawn takes
Wow.
e4, knight takes e4, and basically arguing मेरे को b6 pawn भी मिल जाएगा. Your g6 is weak, you have not castled, and I have compensation. And argue that in court, Sahaj bhai, because मेरे पास तो evidence नहीं है इसका.
I think probably this looks pretty promising for white, bhai. I think I'm not even sure if white यहाँ पे खराब है. I think maybe it's very complicated. But yeah, you have 3 pawns, which is enough for a piece. And
Like
yeah,
three
this
pawns piece
knight on
मिल
e4
जाएगा.
is
Yeah,
great. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I mean, still, yeah, I mean, it's not an easy decision, I think, to go for this. Like,
for
I
sure.
definitely wouldn't. Like, it just feels like he black castle कर रहा है. That's my problem. Like, he's able to castle, so I'm not sure if there's enough, but maybe there is. And फायदे मैंने बॉटल तो खत्म कर दी अपनी. So he is happy. साले क्राइम पेट्रोल में पेट्रोल का रोल करोगे, ये क्या था भाई? What? What? तो क्राइम का रोल आप कर रहे हो क्या भाई? क्या सेंस फनी.
Crazy, bhai.
चैट
Okay,
मतलब कुछ भी बोलती है भाई.
let's switch while Prag thinks. Let's switch back to the main match, Arjun versus Gukesh. Let's see what Arjun is thinking about here. Because bishop d6 के बाद, which was Gukesh's last move, he's not even on the board. And it's like that pressure on the f4 square is looking very scary to me.
Yeah.
So we were looking at queen f2, we were looking at knight e2. If I was to go queen f2 here, कुछ immediate चाल आपको दिख रही है साहिल में? बाय द वे, आपका कैमरा,
हाँ वो मैं कर रहा हूँ.
कोई immediate चाल यहाँ पे ब्लैक के लिए intuitively? feels good. Gukesh, by the way,
Uh,
back now.
Honestly, it's not so clear. Like the move I wanted to play was putting something on f4. I can't do that. I might think of queen c7, ताकि I can next put something on f4 and pressure h2 as well. थोड़ा freedom कम है आपके पास.
मैं सोच रहा था
But
कि knight e2
so you also
and
control
then knight
f4.
g3 knight f। मेरे को ये प्लान, अच्छा ये अच्छी चाल नहीं है by the way, कोई और चाल है यहाँ पे apparently पार कुछ haven't looked at it.
I mean, you can always go a5 and so on, but I would prefer queen c7. Like I would just want to get something on f4 near your king.
Rook c1 apparently. What is this? By the way, he makes a move. What has he played? He plays queen f2. Hey, Arjun
Oh
senses
wow.
the moment.
Wow. Arjun Erigaisi, bhai. Yeah, stockfish गई सी, I think मैंने कहीं term पढ़ा था, like it's not far away from the truth भाई. कैसे खेल लेता है भाई in crunch moments to find these moves, yeah? Again and again and again. 96.3 accuracy. Amazing in this crazy position.
Yeah, I am not so sure if Gukesh is fine here, भाई. The more like white's जितना white का position वो संभल रहा है ना, like the queen is getting into the play now, the knight will jump to g3 like we saw. The more I like Arjun's position because he has the center on the board.
And g4 पे कितना shock हो गए थे हम लोग, and suddenly it's
Hmm.
not so bad. So clearly Arjun knows something that the engines even don't know. Wow. It's practicality
He
over
understands chess beyond
theory.
the engine, I think.
Salva, do you think Abbasov can reach 20 at 100? Of course, bhai. If he has a great team of seconds, he can.
सोच रहा था अभी कहाँ से कंटिन्यू करोगे आप ये। Jayaj bhai, what do you think Gukesh will be able to hold his title? Um, Bhai, like World Championship में I think anything is possible, but I think he will definitely bring his A game. That's for sure. वो 2024 वाला गुकेश दिखेगा आपको वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, that I can promise you.
Pragg also hooked, by the way, the Gukesh and Pragg game.
कितना इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन है
Gukesh
एक्चुअली
Arjun
नो।
game, sorry.
सब प्रग चल के भी आ गया वहां पर, मूव हाँ खेल के आ गया, वो नाइट बी फाइव खेला उसने उधर ऑन
By
सैक।
the way, maybe just a 1 second look, but Vincent is struggling now against Bluebaum. I mean, the king is on d2.
Yeah, I'm not sure if white is, black should be better, no? Bishop
Yeah, he
g5.
is. It's plus what, 1.2 now after bishop g5,
Wow.
bishop e7. And it just feels like कि आपने king को d2 पे रख के बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी. Like suddenly you have to b5 अटैक आ सकता है, e3 पे अटैक आ सकता है, knight f6, knight e4 is an idea, bishop g5 takes queen g5 is an idea. It just feels like white has taken off too much responsibility at a very early age करने वाला, very early move.
वेरी अर्ली एज भाई, टू अर्ली।
Yeah,
इतना यंग होके थोड़ा ना इतना कॉम्प्लिकेशंस मतलब चाहिए रहती।
exactly.
डू आई थिंक प्रग विल कम बैक टुडे? यस, आई थिंक सो। आई थिंक प्रग हैज गुड चांसेस।
So Bluebaum has a golden opportunity to beat the German number one and show why he's the one playing the candidates, and he has a great position right now. So let's jump back for the time being to our star game between Arjun and Gukesh.
Queen f2 he has played. Also 19 more moves to be played for Gukesh. Move number 21A, and that means 40 minutes he has. So 2 minutes per move, more or less, is what Gukesh has. Remember, chat, there is no increment until move 40. 40 सालों के बाद आपको 30 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट मिल रहा है, but before that nothing, and the position is very complicated. So already this is where you start getting attentive. Bhai, okay, I have to bring my A game now because it's very easy to go wrong. Sahaj bhai, what's the smarter upgrade for a hobbyist chess player? Absorbing ideas through books or sharpening instincts through videos? I think sharpening your instincts through videos. I think if you're a hobby player, then you should play a lot. Like that's one of the best ways to improve. And play as much as you can, and then review your games, watch videos on different things, do your tactics. That is going to keep you in good shape.
By the way, a question by chat. So, what if black just goes g5 in the Gukesh game? Just to understand, like, what influence does it have on both sides? Can we go deep, let's say, by a couple of moves now, Sahaj? Like, how can white play this? How can black play this?
After the move g5, what I don't like is that I can play knight e2, knight g3, knight f5, and there is
Hmm.
nothing you can do to stop me. I mean, I can play
Hmm.
knight g3 or I can play knight d5 and knight d4 as well. But yeah, let's go a bit deeper. Knight e2 के बाद very hard to come up with a move for black though. आपने g5 तो खेल दिया, but knight f4 आपके पास नहीं है. What do you do now? I also have h4 plans.
Oh, he played queen c7, my move. Wow. Oh, wow. I'm blessed. Queen c7. Putting that queen on that diagonal again, focusing on the f4 square. That's where
भाई
his
हम देख रहे
eyes
थे, ये
are.
अच्छा नहीं था उसके लिए. यहाँ पे knight e2 was not the best move, but okay, now I see it, it's rook c1, yeah?
Rook c1.
Rook c1 is very good for Arjun. Good chances here.
But apparently he has to go queen b8 now. Just get out from this rook's attack. And now you have
Rook
to play
c1
knight
के बाद
e2.
queen b8, क्या आप बात कर रहे हो?
I mean, it's possible. Yeah. I mean, it's not too difficult, to be honest.
Queen
Like
b8
you
is
want,
so hard भाई.
because now my
ये
idea
रुक्स
is
तो
just to,
एकदम गए ना.
how, but I'll put something on f4 next. Like basically my queen will come out from that square pretty
Knight
soon.
e2,
Knight e2 is
knight
the
f4,
problem, by
knight
knight
g3.
f4, knight g3.
Bhai, this looks scary for Gukesh. This looks really scary.
इट्स लाइक मेरे पास एक चीज है उसको लेके पकड़ के बैठ गया मैं बाकी सब कुछ जा रहा है.
हाँ, आपका f4 का स्क्वायर ही लेके बैठे हो आप बस. बाकी सब मतलब स्पेस, लाइक बेटर पीस कोऑर्डिनेशन, activity, or king safety is also a bit questionable.
इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन एक्चुअली.
Also time, bhai. Let's not forget time.
Yeah, also a minor factor now actually. It's part of the equation because 15, 16 minutes is a lot. And we discussed 2 minutes per move is not a lot of time.
And no increment.
Hmm.
So Arjun ka wo gamble with g4 really worked out so far.
Hmm.
Gukesh will win. I analyze. भाई आप अच्छे से analyze करो. अभी लग नहीं रहा मुझे chances यहाँ पे जीतने के. But yeah, okay, it's very complicated though. If he goes rook c1, I'm taking Arjun here. Rook c1 is like, it looks very scary. And to play queen b8, there is, I think, insane.
Hmm. I think
Also,
Rook on
knight
Queen
e2 I
B8.
like a lot, to be
Ha,
honest.
I think Rook on Queen B8, I think he'll find. Um, I'm more worried about that knight e2, knight e3 plan. That feels like something like White's plan feels like it has more oomph behind it. Yeah. Matlab,
Hmm.
chat, by the way, 925 people watching. Do like the stream. If you're here for the first time, do subscribe because this is day 3 of Tata Steel Chess. It's the first major classical event of the year. Last time, Prague won it and created history. It's an event which Magnus has won multiple times. Vishy sir has won multiple times. I think 5 times each, if I'm not mistaken. So 80 साल से चला रहा है. It's like the Wimbledon of chess. So इसको जीतना is a matter of prestige for the player and the country.
For sure.
And Tabi you see all these players play, like sitting there, you don't see Gukesh play every event nowadays. And this is one of those events where he knows winning matters a lot.
Yep. And, he's at 1 out of 2. So very close to the leaders. And he's playing a tournament leader right now, Arjun, who's already played against Prague. By iske baad, Arjun will only have Arvind left, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's it.
I mean,
We still
depends what
get to see
happens.
Gukesh playing against Prague. That's going to be tomorrow, by the way. That's going to be insane, bhai.
Wow. Starting में ही सारे clash रख दिए हैं. That's insane.
अरविंद का आई थिंक बाद में हो रहा है सबसे. Arvind plays in round 8 against Arjun, so quite some time.
ठीक है भाई, आप मैग्नस को लूडो में चैलेंज कर ही दो. हाँ भाई, आई एम जस्ट अफ्रेड कि उसको आदत लग जाएगी लूडो की, फिर चेस खेलना छोड़ देगा तो कमेंट्री किस पे करेंगे हम लोग. दैट्स द ओनली प्रॉब्लम.
क्लासिकल लूडो पे भाई.
नहीं यार, मे बी ही लाइक्स ऑनलाइन लूडो, हु नोज. लूडो को लगातार नाम लेना भी थोड़ा रिस्की है. तो मीनवाइल लेट्स जस्ट फोकस ऑन द चेस.
कुछ भी हो
क्वीन सी7
गया.
प्लेड. H2 पे प्रेशर है भाई, एंड F4 स्क्वायर पे नजर है गुकेश की, एंड अर्जुन शुड प्ले रुक C1. आई थिंक दैट इज द बेस्ट मूव
He's
हियर.
leaning
नाइट
towards
E2.
that square actually. The body language से लग रहा है कि he's thinking about that move.
हाँ.
What's the more better way to upgrade our game according to you? Reading chess books, or opening books, tactical books, or end games? Um, Firstly, I think tactics is the most important, and then उसके बाद I think you can do end games. Keep yourself flexible with openings क्योंकि वो कभी भी change हो सकती हैं.
Ludo 960, yeah, that's true, that would be fun. How would you play Ludo 960, Saj bhai? Random question.
पता नहीं भाई, फ्री स्टाइल से पूछना पड़ेगा. तो फिशर को फोन लगाते हैं ना, पूछते हैं उससे.
Wow, Saj bhai.
वाओ,
क्या
प्लेड भाई.
Wait, what?
रुकेश सीवन इज ऑन द बोर्ड.
Wow, why
अर्जुन
Arjun is on fire.
गॉड मोड भाई.
And the idea chat of Rook C1 is also this move B3. Just to kind of, black की जो pawn chain है queen side पे, impressive है काफी. You just want to break it once and for all. So B3 is definitely an option. And तभी ये, black की best move is now queen B8, just to get out of that quickly.
So the point is, let's say if you play king h8 or something, I have b3. You cannot capture this because knight can capture on b5, and then with that, your queen and the bishop is under attack, and you can take just knight d6 and just be almost winning, if not just completely winning already. So that's his plan behind rook c1. This is why I didn't like rook queen c7 so much from Gukesh, because rook c1 के बाद you have to move your queen again. एंड ईच मूव के साथ साथ गुकेश, मतलब अर्जुन का एडवांटेज थोड़ा थोड़ा करके बढ़ रहा है.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's setting up threats now already, yeah? Like, I think this is the first real threat he's put up. So Gukesh has to be careful. Queen E7 is the second best move. You don't go back to E7. You just came from there. So Queen B8 has to be played. But Queen B8 जाते ही you're also moving away far away from the king, right? So कल को knight E2, knight G3, knight F5 आ गया. Your queen on B8 is not able to defend your king that well.
Exactly. That's why I don't like Queen B8 so much. And I have reason to believe that maybe Gukesh didn't pay as much attention to this move. By the way, Bishop C6 slow pull, right? There's D5 incoming there. That doesn't work because your bishop and knight is forked.
Do you think the current freestyle world championship happening is unfair as thus did not get a chance to qualify? I mean, we also had this debate with Wesley actually, who won, I think, one of these world championships that FIDE organized, right? Sajbhai, I think he won the
Yes,
first one,
960.
right?
Yes, of course. He's a world line chess
961.
960 champion. Yeah.
So we had this debate with Wesley also. Actually, he had a lot of words. I don't. But the point is, yaar, matlab, I think, I mean, if somebody is trying to put in money with the word freestyle, then I mean, stopping them also doesn't make sense. I mean, कुछ पैसा आ रहा है game में, the players get to play events, we get to watch events, and on the other hand, you also want to make sure it's fair. So it's a hard debate. Yeah, either way you get screwed, I think, as FIDE in this regard. So I mean, if somebody is saying, okay, 8 minute का करना है match, we have the money, we have the sponsors, we have the location set. What do you do? Like, I mean, so it's a hard decision. I think हो रहा है event is better than event नहीं हो रहा है. That for me is important. Um, Baki, yeah, freestyle last year wasn't that crazy to be honest. Like viewership wise, interest wise, results wise, it wasn't like the best for Indian players in general.
Hmm. Sahaj and Sahil bhai, a slightly weird question. If aliens learned chess by watching humans, what would they misunderstand completely? I think nothing.
Our understanding of the game, they would think we know it, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean
Maybe.
they might understand the game in a completely different way.
Really? I thought there's only one way to understand the game.
I think Alpha Zero proved otherwise, no?
Huh, but like it understood what we understood first and then built on it, I think, to some extent.
But it didn't. It only knew the rules of chess. It didn't really take anything else into account. बाकी सब कुछ खुद के game से सीखा उसने. So it
Huh,
was a
but they
very
came with the
new way
same
of learning.
like openings, no? Like openings same thi, सब कुछ same था. Like it came up with similar openings, like in
I don't think
general.
so. Why? Like
हाँ,
he was switching a lot. No, he was switching a lot.
yeah, it was, but like it's still like मतलब the openings in general were very similar. It wasn't like some crazy मतलब B5 one move one that he considered.
Yeah. But those are not like logical, right?
हाँ वही like it's not logical. Like, that's what aliens will see. B5 is not logical. That's what aliens will also see, right? Like similar. कि center में खेलना है, knife before bishops and so on. Development.
No, but I mean, chat. If you are interested in these, things like this, and read the book called Game Changer. It's very good. Um, it also won some award, if I'm not mistaken. But Game Changer, definitely read it. Why 34 minutes for Gukesh? And Gukesh is right now meditating. He's trying to calm himself
Bro,
down. It's
I
not a good sign.
I think you were right. He missed Rook C1, or at
Yeah.
least underestimated how strong it is. And now he's trying to calm himself down. Ki, okay, this is not the end of the road. I made one mistake. I have to come back, compose myself, and find the best resources from here.
I don't think he's calculating, chat. I think right now he's trying to calm himself down. Also, when you're calculating, it's just मतलब अपनी move पे, it doesn't mean you're always calculating. Of course, you need to give your brain a rest from time to time. And sometimes you have to recheck your lines. जैसे कुछ अगर आपने देख लिया और बीच में अगर आपने कुछ मिस ना कर दिया हो तो the room for error is not that huge.
Hmm. Very interesting. Prag never had. Prag, uh, there was a moment जहाँ पे we asked Prag and Anish together, कि भाई, um, who is the foodie in your team? And उस रूम में मैं था, राकेश था, and Prag says, "Come on, guys, I don't look like the foodie here." I was like, "Bro, no, bro."
Wow. Brutal भाई.
Brutal, bhai. So Prag is like brutal. Have you ever played a slightly worse move because you knew your opponent? Of course, 100%. Oof.
Okay.
You know,
I am starting to really worry about Gukesh here. Because 18 moves, 19 moves you have in less than 2 minutes per move. Way less actually.
भाई 20 सेकंड तो पानी पीने में निकल जाएंगे अभी साथ भाई डर लग रहा है
और अर्जुन तो क्या एकदम पावर वॉक कर रहा है अभी. भागते हुए गया अभी वो.
Oof, if he beats Gukesh, that would be insane actually. And he would reach like 2783. Like he would be moving towards that 28 mark again.
Yeah, and he would be the bridge between Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, and the rest of the world. Yeah, if he
Yeah,
wins.
and Vincent is losing. So he's gonna cement that world number 4 spot. And tomorrow he plays Anish with the black pieces, and depends on how
Vincent तो
Anish's
गया
game.
भाई. Vincent is looking very bad.
Yeah. So I think maybe Arjun is slowly but surely kind of becoming the new world number 4, like the permanent number 4. Because I think अभी world top 3 ही permanent है. There's nobody else in the last year who can stake a claim कि भाई मैं permanent world top 5 में रहा हूँ. But maybe,
अर्जुन था ना वर्ल्ड नंबर 3,
हाँ, but he also
2809 पे.
oscillated a bit. It wasn't like permanent. जैसे मैग्नस और हिकारू और फैबी तो हिलते ही नहीं है, कुछ भी कर लो.
बट
Like,
हिकारू तो खेलता ही नहीं है ना भाई,
हाँ, but
इसलिए
like
नहीं
still,
हिलता
like
वो.
they, even if they played, I think they would not move that much. I think
हम्म.
in terms of rest of the world, I think Nodirbek at one point was world number 4. Pragg has been world number 4. Gukesh has been world number 4. Like so, Anish, Firuzja, Vincent, like all these guys. But now I think Arjun slowly is saying कि भाई permanent हूँ sir, world number 4 पे. अब नहीं हिलने वाला.
Good point there. But yeah, 30 minutes भाई, we are going down the 30-minute mark here. 20 मिनट का फर्क आ गया इन दोनों प्लेयर्स में ऑलरेडी. And I'm now 100% sure he missed Rook C1. Or well, he underestimated the potential of Rook C1. This whole B3 knight B5 idea, I think he underestimated.
Yep, I absolutely
This
agree. And I
is so
think,
bad actually.
and if he did not see it, that means he's going to think for at least 10 minutes on this move. And it's been 9.5 minutes already. Oh my God, he's taken 9.5 minutes on this move. That's not, he doesn't have that time. It's like spending money you don't have. Yeah, कितना ही लोन लोगे?
भाई
He's
पिछले कुछ मूव में अगर आप उठा के देखो, like ever since he played G4, like पहले कुछ moves Gukesh played really quickly, but the moment he got, मैं बोर्ड पे भी दिखा रहा हूँ, AB5 CB5 मारने में 5.5 मिनट, बिशप F1 क्वीन D1 10.5 मिनट, हियर बिशप D6 पे 10.5 मिनट अगेन, क्वीन F2 के बाद क्वीन G7 में 5 मिनट अगेन, and Rook C1 के बाद again 10 मिनट. So collectively he's thought in the last 4 or 5 moves, he's collectively thought for about 50 minutes. It's not a great sign. Yeah.
it's not a great sign at all. And इतना सोचने के बाद भी if your calculation runs you like disappoints you, then you kind of start losing faith. I think कि ये गेम शायद ना बचे. So फिलहाल के लिए तो I think it's okay. We are kind of running away with it a bit. अभी बहुत दूर है any sort of serious initiative for Arjun, but it is getting a bit scary. And Gukesh, of course, knows, he almost won the first game. This tournament could have gone in a completely different tangent had he won that game against Sindarov, but he didn't. And now he had to
He's on the
force
back
that
foot here
repetition.
for sure.
Yeah, and कल भी repetition force करना पड़ा, आज भी on the back foot as you mentioned. So it's a crucial moment in this game. What does he play? He has to move the queen ideally. Queen b8 is the move, but even that has a drawback.
I think all moves here don't look appealing, so to speak. Arjun also looking super confident. तब से मतलब वो 5 बार इधर उधर घूम चुका.
Oh,
By the way, look
played!
at this.
Wow.
Wow, nice.
Finds it.
But at the cost of what, 12 minutes?
Yeah.
18 more moves to be played in 27 minutes, bhai. I think it's gonna go exactly on move 40, bhai.
Yeah, I know it's not ideal, but yeah, there's nothing else to do. Yeah, I mean, you had to play that move. And now Arjun has to find 92. If you don't, I think black is back. So you have to find 92 instantly.
तो immediately खेलेगा, I think लग रहा है मुझे अर्जुन.
Okay, so first of all, chat, curious. So let's say you play king h1 just to test what's the problem. Now knight
Knight
f4.
F4, yeah.
And now if you play
Knight D3 है भाई मेरे पास,
d3.
Knight D2 पे.
So basically 92 becomes impossible if you don't do it right now. And of course, after knight f4 from black, you don't want to take with the bishop, right? That would be literal just resignation strategically.
Yeah, you want to go Knight G3. That's the whole point of going Knight E2 and Knight G3. Like to go Knight F5 and put pressure on the king side.
So crucial moment, knight e2 has to be played by Arjun if he wants to entertain any winning chances.
I was saying it's worth it. Yes, it's worth it for sure because you found the right move. But yeah, remember, chat, ke with no increment, this could turn very crazy. आपको बिबिसारा का गेम अगर कल का याद हो against Vedant, remember like how the bar was jumping up and down because she had to make so many moves, like some 6 or 7 moves in under a minute.
I think
So,
Lee Maui, Saj bhai.
sorry, it wasn't Bibisara, it was
Yeah,
Lumiavi,
yeah.
right? By the way, the only player who's on full score, yeah?
Hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay. So meanwhile, as both players still focused, maybe one look at the Prague game, Saj bhai. Just a brief 30
Yeah, yeah,
second look.
sure, sure, sure. Yep.
Yep. Yep. So let's check it out.
This is the
Yeah.
current position.
What do you make of this? So far, I think not much has changed. Yeah. Similar structure.
Yep. After cb4, knight b5, he went short castle. He takes on b4 with the queen. Knight c5 to try and trade, and Prag says, okay, let's trade. And now Van can capture back with three pieces. Of course, bc5 and knight c5 में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है. But bc5 is supposedly slightly stronger, but not a huge difference.
But the question for me is, can Van win this, Saj? Like, is
No,
that possible? No, yeah. You
no,
think
no, no.
it's
I
like
think Prag
a
हार तो
dead
नहीं रहा
draw?
है. Also, time भी कितना बदल गया ना. पहले Prag was had around 20-25 minutes less, and now it's Van who has less time on the clock.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. So I think for now, this looks equal. As we discussed, Vincent Keymer is struggling. That's the only game with where one side is winning. So let's jump back to our star game of India number
Arvind
one.
Nodirbek?
Yeah, that's like a star game which is equal now. I think I still don't see much happening. Of course, Nozabek is going to try till the
Yeah,
very
it's
end, but
two
I think,
weaknesses, b2 and e4. I mean, he already has his eyes on the e4 pawn, has his eye on the b2 pawn.
but
Now it's
draw ही
about
होगा भाई,
connecting them.
draw ही
हाँ,
होगा
but
रुक
थोड़ा
D1.
pressure तो डालेगा यहाँ पे, I think.
हाँ, pressure तो डालेगा I think for sure. But I think knowing Arvind, he should be able to draw this one.
Is
So
Nodirbek thinking here या फिर वो खो गया है? Like
किसमें खो गया है साज भाई?
position में,
अच्छा
like
पोजीशन में, तो
ख्यालों
वो
में.
थिंक तो पोजीशन में खोना ही थिंकिंग होता है ना साज भाई.
Not necessarily, भाई. Sometimes you just सोचते सोचते आपका you just completely blank. नहीं होता ऐसा आपके साथ कभी?
होता
Happens to
है
me
पर
a lot.
उसके हाथ भी हिल रहे हैं, सो ब्लैंक होगा तो हिज हैंड्स वोंट मूव मे बी.
Hmm.
हाथ हिल रहे तो मतलब ठीक है, यू आर एटलीस्ट अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट्स हैपनिंग. बट ओके, आई मीन नोदरबेक इज यदि 4-5 स्टेयर तो पर मूव मारते ही है, तो ही हैज टू बी फोकस्ड.
तो मार दिया अभी, तो एक और शेयर आ गया जस्ट अभी भी.
हाँ, ये दो काउंट द स्टेयर्स इन वन मूव.
एक तो हो
तीन,
गया, दो,
तीन हो गए भाई.
तीन हो गए.
हाँ,
Let's wait for two more. सुन लिया
कम
लग रहा
ऑन,
है उसने.
कम ऑन ओडी, लेट्स गो. नहीं भाई, आई थिंक ही नोस द कैमरा इज ऑन हिम राइट
Three
नाउ.
is the limit. Yeah. Three is the limit.
कॉन्शियस हो गया बंदा थोड़ा सा. कैमरा शाय, कैमरा शाय, कैमरा द स्टेयर्स आर कैमरा शाय. सो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू आवर स्टार गेम अगेन. अर्जुन वर्सेस गुकेश. इंतजार है, इम्तिहान हो गई इंतजार की, कब चलेंगे अर्जुन जी यहाँ पे. नाइट
भाई
E2 इज द
इतनी क्या
मूव.
है, 5.5 मिनट ही तो है, वो तब से 12 मिनट से सोच रहा था.
अरे वो गाना गाना जरूरी है साज भाई, टाइम तो जो भी हो.
कॉपीराइट भाई.
कॉपीराइट, यस. इतना सोचने के लिए जीएम होना चाहिए नहीं भाई, इतना कम सोचने के लिए जीएम होना चाहिए. हम होते तो और सोचते. चैट बाय द वे यार, सवाल आपसे. Who do you think wins Tata Steel? I think we have some idea now of the form. I think currently Arjun, Nodirbek, and Hans are leading. Who do you think wins Tata Steel? Because एक ही बंदा जीतेगा. Saj, what's your guess?
टफ है भाई बोलना अभी.
Tough है तभी तो it has
नॉडी
value, no?
में भी,
Like
या
मतलब, like are you good at this, no? Like you're very good at
नॉडी एंड
this.
अर्जुन में भी have good chances, but नॉडी में भी more.
Ooh, Hans will win. Anish Giri, Nodi, Arjun, Anish, Gukesh. विंसेंट में वी आता है भाई, डब्ल्यू नहीं. विंसेंट की स्पेलिंग क्या लिखी है? WINSENT. टिक्कू भाई आर आई एम, थैंक यू भाई फ्री का टाइटल गिफ्ट करने के लिए. तो आई एम, आई डोंट थिंक इज ओके, लेट्स नॉट गो देयर अभी. प्रग का कमबैक हो गया? नहीं भाई, अभी तो नहीं हुआ है, इंतजार करें उसका भी.
Cloud says 0.14 for Guki versus Arjun. I doubt that, bhai. Seriously doubt that. मेरे को लग रहा है इसलिए बोल रहे ताकि मैं चेक करूं. It's fine, I'll take the bait.
क्यों ले रहे हो ऐसी बेट्स आज भाई, ऐसे फंस रहे हो आप?
It's okay, मेरे को भी खुद चेक करना है ना.
आप एक्सपर्ट हो क्या इनमें?
कुछ भी बोलते हो भाई यार.
कम ऑन लेट्स गो. अर्जुन 92.
जो समझे ये वो है रियल रियल वंस.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं सिर्फ फोकस कर रहा हूँ गेम के ऊपर साथ
हाँ
में.
हाँ
आई
हाँ, ऑफ
थिंक
कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स.
F4 square is the real, you know, that's the square the experts want to control. And I
हम्म.
think देखो ना, व्हाइट का बिशप नाइट क्वीन, ब्लैक का बिशप नाइट क्वीन, सारे उस स्क्वायर पे खेल रहे हैं.
भाई 0.13 पर, लेकिन वो अर्जुन को है 92 के बाद.
हम्म.
बट yeah, not a huge advantage to anyone yet.
या इफ ट्रू.
Let's see what he plays though. 8.5 minutes. Already he has taken. Highlight, do you think this match goes after move 40 or no?
आई थिंक इट डज. आई
I don't
थिंक
think so.
no, I think so because I think itna it will take some time. Somebody will get an edge. Maybe it's Arjun versus Gukesh, and then they will grind it out. It doesn't feel like a position jahan pe it will end with like a checkmate or some crazy sacrifice. At least to me for now. So I think 40 moves ke paas jayega. So you think it will end before 40 moves? Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily end before 40 moves. I think जो crucial moment होगा वो 40 moves से पहले आएगा. I think.
Hmm.
I think they
That's
have
possible.
already played very long games historically. Even in Norway chess they played like some 92 moves. European Chess Club जो उनका last match था वो भी 53 moves था. So historically they've played very long games. The only one recently जो उतना लंबा नहीं था वो था जब अर्जुन ने हराया था लास्ट ईयर लुकेश को
Hmm.
इन दैट पेट्रॉफ, इफ यू रिमेंबर, ब्लैक से जो
Hmm.
लास्ट राउंड में था.
Hmm. Hmm.
बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट
Look,
ऑल गेम्स हैव बीन लॉन्ग. सो बट आई थिंक क्रिटिकल मोमेंट शायद पहले आएगा.
लोग कह रहे हैं we can see Vedant behind the bars.
ओ यस, एक्चुअली यू कैन इन द मिडल. क्या पोज है भाई, ये तो क्रेजी.
हाँ. Oh, picture perfect symmetry. Meanwhile, Chad, just an update. Can we look at the Vincent game once? Because वहाँ कुछ crazy चल रहा है, तो मजा आ रहा है देखने में. Maybe just for 30 seconds, if you can have the board in the center, that will be easier, I think. भाई खत्म है भाई गेम, खल्लास. ये क्या है
ऑल्सो विंसेंट के पास 19 मिनट्स हैं फॉर 19 मूव्स.
भाई? 19 साल भी होते तो हार जाता है यार. ये क्या है भाई? खत्म. C4 फोक आ रहा है. If you take the bishop takes and E3 is just falling, D4 central break, rook E3 attacking. Why it's just over?
या दिस लुक्स वेरी बैड एक्चुअली. ब्लू बॉम ऐसे एकदम लुकिंग कॉन्फिडेंट एज वेल.
एक मूवी एक्टर की याद ला रहा है मुझे. आई फॉरगॉट व्हिच एक्टर दो. ब्लू बम. बट या, आई मीन व्हाट अ गेम विद द ब्लैक पीसेस. 20 चालों में यू आर क्रशिंग द वर्ल्ड नंबर 4. ब्लू बम सेइंग भाई ये टियर लिस्ट दोबारा करो सब तुम लोग अब.
That too after this whole playing like the most solid opening, yeah, QJD.
या
That has
वही
been
तो.
his strategy, I think, Blue Bomb, just to be solid and let his opponent do the crazy stuff.
See, if it worked, it can work again. Yeah, maybe that's what it worked. That's what worked for him in the Grand Swiss, and
Hmm.
he's just repeating it.
By the way, move has been played in Arjun's board. He has gone knight to e2.
Oh,
So the best move has been played. And he has 40 minutes on the clock on the dot. And Gukesh again, like time is जितना वो सोच रहा है उतना बड़ा ये वरी बन जाता है. By the way, already only move territory. He has to play fast. Does play it. Knight f4. That was the move. I think we'll get a couple of moves here quickly here. कि
Yeah.
Nigeria तो forced ही है. You don't want to capture on f4. Obviously, it will activate the bishop and the queen. What?
Oh, what?
He captures.
Wow. That is insane. I'm genuinely shocked. And knight g3 was the move, and now Gukesh is out of the blue slightly better.
Again, yes. Wow.
Wow. What a switch.
Strange decision actually.
Saj, it's maybe it's psychologically difficult to allow that knight to sit on f4 forever, right? Because it can hop to h3, it can hop to d3. Aapka bishop on f1 is doing literally like a life-saving job, yeah. Uske bina your position
Hmm.
collapses in a second. So maybe it was uncomfortable for Arjun, and now suddenly Ukesh is very happy.
Is he though? Like, can I go d5?
I mean d5 sure, but I think maybe just I'm thinking
बिशप c8 तो हो गया भाई. ये तो नहीं होगा बोर्ड पे. ये मूव
not
है
bishop
बेस्ट यहाँ
c8. I
पे.
was thinking like queen d6 or
And then I can take on f4, I was thinking.
acha.
Because eventually I want to take and play queen g3 and just go into the end game ताकि मेरे king के पास एक clear path है like ऊपर आने के लिए.
Hmm. Oof. It's still not easy, kya? Because bishop c8 जो इंजन कह रहा है, that is very hard. Um, and very deep also. Maybe Arjun has seen it. Maybe that's why that's the move he missed, bishop c8. That's why he's still confident about his position.
Hmm. Could be.
But what I thought was like the queen d6 or, but that's not working. Yeah, the engine also likes bishop d6 after, let's say, I mean, bishop d6 is also a bit weird, right? After d5.
Doesn't feel logical to play bishop d6.
It feels very unorthodox. Like, why would you put the bishop back? Like, f4 is now an option for white. Like, why would you allow white to go f4?
Exactly. Then bishop g2 and so on.
So maybe Arjun's logic is not that bad, because the moves that kind of solve the problems for Gukesh are not easy to come by, and that means his task is also difficult. By the way, d5 played on the board.
And now I think next few moves are very critical for both of them. For Gukesh, I think it's more because bishop c8, which appears to be the best move, does not look logical at all because you want to transfer the bishop to d7, but the bishop doesn't look that inactive here as it is.
Yep. Chat, if you're coming in right now, I think we have reached that crunch moment in this game where it will take one path. Either the path of the India number one, the guy who's not been able to even qualify to the candidates, but he's kind of impressed everyone in the world, who's cementing that world number four spot, or the part of the world champion who's won every single event which a chess player can dream of. So important clash. As Saj I mentioned, इनकी आपस के गेम सारे लंबे चलते हैं हर बार, and this is no exception. So white has a huge center, has this amazing pawn chain, has potential, has active rooks. Black has the dark squares. Black is fighting on the dark squares basically. Sahaj bhai, we have to understand bishop d6 because that seems like the only move, and that to me is not logical.
Bishop c8, yeah?
No,
Doesn't
bishop
feel
d6.
logical at all.
Bishop
Bishop d6
d6.
also doesn't feel logical. भाई अब वहीं से तो आए हो आप.
हाँ वही सर. Let's try to understand it. Like, what's the idea? Why bishop d6? If let's say I just play king h1 or bishop d2, what are you doing?
I mean, I'm thinking like f4 or something also. King h1 is actually not a bad move. And then you play f4 anyway. Why can't I play f4 straight? Why ये risky है मतलब गुकेश के लिए? Like you have to play a5 here, only move. Bishop g2 and a4 again, only move. And you have to go a5, a4, a3 as well. King h1 for some reason, and then a3 again. And suddenly it's complicated, yeah? This is the position. Huge imbalance, but yeah, scary.
Wow.
Already अगर ये सारी best moves चल भी दी भाई अभी भी move 29 पे हो आप. Like they're definitely gonna take a lot of time to come up with these moves. So I think it's possible that we'll see the critical movement before move 40.
The only saving grace for Gukesh is there are no knights on the board now. So,
Played
oh
by Bishop.
wow, wow. So whatever the logic was, chat, just to help you understand how difficult this move is, it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to Sahaj. We were playing around with the engine to understand what's the logic, and we still can't make sure what the exact reason is. And
I think
Gukesh found it over the board in two
his
and a half
logic
minutes.
is, I think probably he doesn't want white to play bishop f4 and queen g3. So let's say अगर मैं कोई bishop f4 पे रखता है यहाँ पे, right? Let's say if I go, I don't know, h6, whatever, just making a random move. Now I can take and I can potentially go queen g3. And what I want is कि आप g3 पे मारो, I capture back with my pawn, and then I have this clean path for my king.
Hmm.
That's what I want as white. So Gukesh playing bishop d6 means that he doesn't want to trade off the bishop, he doesn't want to trade off the queens, and he doesn't want to give that clean path to the king, and doesn't want to go into the end game either.
Also, in some variations, that queen b6 idea was very strong once you play a5. So now the bishop is on e3. That's also not possible. So
Hmm.
that bishop d6 move is very strong. Lekin, it also has some drawbacks, apparently. And one of those moves is a very, very interesting idea, Sahaj. That is
f4?
g5.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? G5 actually works here.
G5 is the best move in the position, Sahaj.
Hmm. And if I go f5, then bishop h3. Oh, bishop h3, bishop e6. That's good.
Sahaj bhai, you wanna be surprised?
Yes,
You
please.
can even play f4 after f5.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
And
अरे
then
भाई
bishop h3
भाई.
after marne ke baad. And it's apparently
That's so
plus
good.
1.5.
Wow, that is so good. Okay. So that's the update here. But g5 looks very nice now. This I like this bishop h3, bishop h, bishop h3, bishop e6. I didn't even consider before.
And chat, you know why g5 is working? I think I love always drawing this rectangle. Look at the right half of the board. अगर आप एक rectangle बनाओगे from the e8, e1, h1, h8 squares, व्हाइट के पास क्वीन है, दो बिशप हैं उसमें, तीन पॉन, दो पॉन आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, राइट? ब्लैक का एक भी पीस नहीं है वहां पे अपार्ट फ्रॉम द किंग. सो इफ यू
Hmm.
ब्रेक थ्रू ऑन द किंग साइड नाउ, it's going to be very hard for black to handle, and that's why g5 is strong. So I think there is point to playing g5, and Arjun is, it's definitely in his mind. Whether he plays it or not, I don't know, but दिमाग में तो चल रहा है g5.
Nicely explained with this rectangle. I think it's very nice visual here. And I think another plan is that you have this bishop h3, bishop e6, bhai, which is, I think, the more you think about it, the more crazy it looks. But yeah, it's very nice
राज भाई,
actually.
मैं ना जल्दी से 2 मिनट डिनर करके आता हूँ, बिकॉज आई थिंक ये गेम बहुत हीट होने वाली है. इसे आप
Yeah,
मौका
yeah,
नहीं
go
मिलेगा.
ahead, bhai. Go
हाँ.
ahead, go ahead,
हाँ.
go ahead. Enjoy, bhai. Come on, Arjun. Yes, bhai. I think Arjun still thinking. You can look at his camera and you can kind of decipher that he's looking on the king side. So a move like g5 is definitely on his mind. And the more I think about it, the more I like it. Gukesh now on the board. 24 minutes for Gukesh and 33 for Arjun. Moment of truth. No increment for the next 15 moves. Usi ke baad, after move 40, you're going to get a 30-second increment. Very, very important. Sej bhai, alright bhai, thank you so much bhai. So this is, can I analyze bishop b6? Yes, for sure, bishop b6. But I think first thing is I don't even know if I should need to defend this rook. That was my instinct here because this bishop I think is way more important to white than the rook is to our opponent. So let's say I go a5 for example. You take on d8, I take back with my queen, and these pawns, these squares, the dark squares look really really bad for Arjun. So I'm not sure if bishop b6 is good. Bishop, especially because I don't have to defend the rook. I think you should keep your double bishop advantage, and you should definitely keep the e3 bishop for as long as possible, because आपके सारे pawns, like the important pawns, are fixed on the light squares. Or you just try to, you know, play f4 or g5, जहाँ पर you are controlling more squares with the pawns. Bluebaum playing a perfect game so far. Yes, actually, Vincent is in big trouble. 12 minute पड़े हैं उसके पास, and he's also borderline lost. So it hasn't been the best event for Vincent so far either. And Bluebaum will score his first win. Tej, do you think amateurs improve slower because they study too much or because they hope too much? Um, I don't think you don't improve in chess because you study too much. I think in my experience, amateurs don't improve because as much they don't improve because they lack consistency. And sometimes motivation as well. Like usually what I see with a lot of my students is एक गेम हारने के बाद आपका पूरा चेस खेलने से मूड हट जाता है, मतलब हट जाता है, which I think is a bigger problem. Then you start saying, oh, then मुझे ये खेलना चाहिए था, मुझे ये खेलना चाहिए. Then वो motivation आता है, पर वो consistent नहीं रहता. I think that's the main thing for me. If g5, then f takes g5. I think there is bishop h3 then, or I don't know if bishop g5 works, but I like bishop h3. Ah, no, you have bishop c8. You can stop me from going bishop e6. So just take here and rook f8, I'm guessing. अब तो आपको नहीं, अब तो अब नहीं दे सकते because I can also go f4 and e5. So rook f8 becomes forced. And then this follow-up is not easy, by bishop h4 and bishop g3. Bishop acts as a bridge to connect these points. And then you bring the bishop to g2 and try to push f4, e5. Very difficult follow-up. Actually, the more I think about this, the more I don't uh, see Arjun actually playing the move g5. But that's the only move here. वरदान भाई एक बार फिर से लिख दो यार. Lots of comments, so hard to keep track. Yeah, we try to answer as much as possible, but एक बार फिर से लिख दो. But आप लिख दो, when you write, please answer my question. Then you know, then we have to scroll, and then it becomes difficult. Engine suggestion here is g5, but I think g5 looks very good. There is another one which is f4, which I also like a lot. Sahej bhai, I most often play Gyuko piano variation. After analyzing myself, I understood that I play very well as black, but go wrong with white. How can I improve this? I think you should look at games inside the Gyuko piano, and you should also properly analyze your own games as well, and try to figure out a pattern where you go wrong with the white pieces. Like what doesn't work well for you? What are you not getting right? So repetition ke through it should be fixed. But okay, it's a very big opening. A Gyuko piano, you can play many different setups inside it. Sometimes you might not like one setup, you can try another one. Like knight d2 usually जाते हैं उसमें, knight c3 से आप try कर सकते हो. That's one suggestion. But yeah, you can try the whole thing and then you can see. Do you think that openings matter a lot at amateur level? No, not at all. Not as much, at least. Other things matter more. And Prag ke game pe, I think it's equal still. Thai has, or Van has around 13 minutes left. Just taking a very quick look at this match between Prag and Van. Van has around 13 minutes. That's the most important thing. And he has 17 moves to be played. And there is no increment. So Prag has good chances here. And let's also not forget that this pawn on c5 is isolated right now. And you can put pressure on it with perhaps with f3, you can kick this pawn, kick this queen away. And your knight say, the pressure thoda hat jayega e2 ke pawn ka. And eventually you're looking to play knight e4 and to put pressure on the e5, the c5 pawn. So Prag ke chances काफी अच्छे हैं, I have to say, especially because of the time. He has to 17 moves, no increment, with only 13 minutes left is not easy. Arbiter chess player होते हैं generally, yes, they are not very strong players, but they know the rules of the game. That's at least what I've been told. And many arbiters are like 2000, 2100 players. So Prag के game पे यही update. I think Prag के chances अच्छे हैं, even though the bar says it's equal. Aravindh is now, oh wow. Remember पहले वो b2 और e4 के pawn के बारे में हम बोल रहे थे कि there is some pressure there. but looks like Arvind has turned it around and ये गेम ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ते हुए आई थिंक 100% ड्रॉ. वेरी वेरी अनलाइकली कि यहाँ पे मतलब रिजल्ट आएगा, बट विल कीप a close eye on this if something changes. Checking Vedant. Vedant is in a very bad situation right now with the black pieces, almost lost. So wishing the best, hoping he can make a comeback, but right now it looks unlikely. Switching back to Arjun versus Gukesh. By the way, Arjun has played bishop to c5. Wow. So remember, we were talking about g5. He goes bishop c5, and I think that's a draw offer. Yeah, that's a draw offer from Arjun. Because अगर अब Gukesh ने bishop f4 खेल दिया, then the best move for Arjun is to play bishop e3. And then if he goes bishop d6, he's going to go bishop c5 again. So draw for incoming chat. And Gukesh says no. He plays a5. So no draw. I think it was soft draw for Thao. At least that's my take. Unless after bishop c5, bishop f4, like you're not defending the rook, which I don't see happening. Like that doesn't make much sense. Wow, Gukesh. Okay, maybe not a clear draw offer, but he plays on. Doesn't also spend a lot of time doing it, which is a great sign for the world champion. Sehaj bhai, is this tournament decided in a way? No, bhai. Not at all. There are 14 games, 13 games to be played, and this is only round 3. There's a lot of chess. This is in no ways a tournament decider just yet. What's an amateur level according to you? I think anyone below 2000, probably. Like 2000, 2100, something like that. Takes on d6, by the way. Welcome back, bhai.
Gary Kasparov के सामने, thanks भाई, एक बार एक strong GM आया था, and he didn't know, like he met Gary, he was like, hey Gary, how are you? He's like, hey, do you play chess? कहता, yeah, I'm a GM rated 2650. And then Gary says, oh, so you are an amateur.
You know, I told you this story, right?
अच्छा आपने कहा था क्या? अच्छा.
Hanji. And that
But like,
because this story happened in front of me.
so
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 26 player
that's
is a good friend of mine, actually.
wow. So thanks for telling me this story, because it had a huge impact on me. कि भाई मतलब you know, कभी कभी से दिमाग में आता है कि you know, IM title, I think I can pull it off, like it's not that difficult. Then I think about this story, I'm like, it's a complete waste of time.
Wow.
Damn, man. Like it's chess world is crazy, bro. Like peak Gary was like insane. Yeah, I've heard like people used to wet their pants when they used to play him.
वो तो नहीं पता भाई, but yeah, he was a different beast. That is for sure. By the way, look at, speaking of beasts, right? दोनों players are playing at such speed and such accuracy. It is very impressive. Look at
It
that move,
feels
a4.
इट फील्स लाइक एन ऑड्स गेम कि व्हाइट को सारे किंग साइड के पॉन दे दिए, ब्लैक को सारे क्वीन साइड के, चलो भाई कौन पहले क्वीन करेगा. ये वो गेम लग रही है. एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट, इन दीज स्ट्रक्चर्स यूजुअली द वन हु हैज द पॉन्स इन द सेंटर इज बेटर. बट यू ऑल्सो हैव एन एंड गेम नाउ, सो एंड गेम में सडनली कॉर्नर पॉन की वैल्यू बढ़ती है. एंड ऑल्सो व्हाइट हैज पुश द जी पॉन विच इज नॉट, लेट्स से, आइडियल. तो इट्स वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स. बट एट फर्स्ट ग्लांस अगर मुझे तुक्का लगाना कौन बेटर है, आई वुड से स्टिल व्हाइट. व्हाट्स योर गेस आज?
Yeah, I would still say white as well because you're hoping for this e5 break at the right moment. And once this happens, then white will just be cruising here. By the way, people asking why is Vincent losing? So gonna take a very short look there. So Vincent is losing firstly because he's a pawn down. His king is exposed. His queen is, I mean, the pieces are not super well connected. The king side pawns are also not very well placed. अगर आप pawn से कुछ attack कर रहे होते king side पे, then it would have made sense. But right now, these pawns are a liability. And dark squares पे black is dominating as well. So yeah, these bunch of reasons plus also the so much time difference as well. मैं विंसेंट को 11 मिनट में 12 चालें खेलनी है.
भाई वो प्रे कर रहा है लिटरली, उसको देखो लिटरली वो इंडिया का से प्रे करना सीख लिया उसने यार. इतनी खराब पोजीशन है, उससे ज्यादा क्या करेगा वो. एंड
True, but by the way,
तो बाय द वे,
mistake.
अर्जुन मेक्स अ मिस्टेक. ओ वाओ साज भाई, द पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त.
भाई कितनी पिक्चर अभी बचेगी?
But you know the thing is,
Crazy.
it's a logical move. You want to play like rook g3 and g5 and attack. So it makes sense when you look at it. And also kind of stops a3 from black. Okay, I mean, kind of. So it's logical, but it's also a bad move apparently.
A3 के बाद you have takes and then queen b6, very important. मैं यहाँ पे ड्रॉ हो रहा है, देख देख लो आप, अभी बोल रहा हूँ मैं आपको. आई
अच्छा.
थिंक समझ आ गया मुझे.
अच्छा. एंड ये किस बेसिस पे कि दोनों गलतियां कर रहे हैं?
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक वो बिकॉज बहुत क्रेजी पोजीशन है एंड दोनों प्लेयर्स, आई मीन काफी सारे पीसेस एक्सचेंज हो चुके हैं.
Hmm.
आई एम टेकिंग अ ड्रॉ हियर.
नहीं भाई साहब, यू आर टेकिंग अ ड्रॉ, बट व्हाट आर द प्लेयर्स टेकिंग?
ड्रॉ भाई, आई थिंक.
ओके चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? आई थिंक
अगले
आई
आधे
थिंक
घंटे
रिजल्ट
में
आएगा.
ड्रॉ भाई ये मैच.
आई थिंक रिजल्ट आएगा. आई थिंक आई एम गोना बैक ऑन रिजल्ट बिकॉज़ दोनों प्लेयर्स का टाइम कम है एक्चुअली.
चलो एक
बोथ
घंटे
है.
के अंदर रिजल्ट आएगा यहाँ पे पक्का, विद ड्रॉ.
वाओ, दैट्स अ बोल्ड क्लेम साज भाई. इट्स पॉसिबल बट जिस हिसाब से लोग गलतियां कर रहे हैं, आई काइंड ऑफ गेट अ फीलिंग कि maybe somebody will make a mistake and somebody will win.
हम्म.
एक कोई कह रहा है इंजन लाइन बताओ मुझे अभी की अभी. भाई इंजन लाइन है रुक टू f8 and the idea is you're kind of hedging against g5. So जब भी
हम्म.
white g5 खेलेगा you can take and the f pawn is now pinned.
एग्जैक्टली, सो नो g5 एनीमोर. कुछ h4 g5 करके भी आपका प्लान हो सकता है, बट रुक f8 स्टॉप्स ऑल ऑफ दैट.
Yeah.
बट
And
डेफिनेटली
also
नॉट एन इजी मूव भाई.
f pawn is hanging, so even if you play h4 g5 takes and suddenly it's always going to be a pain. So rook f8 not easy though, Sajbhai, as you mentioned.
या नॉट इजी व्हाटसोएवर.
Gukesh.
Also bishop c8 तो नहीं. What else do you play if you don't play rook f8? By the way 20 मिनट से कम हो गए भाई, होने वाले हैं बस.
हाँ हाँ, it's not easy.
11 moves remaining.
I think
Actually
it's
12
still
for
comfort.
Gukesh.
हाँ, but it's still comfortable. I think it's not like serious time pressure. से कल हमने जो देखा था, it was like 10 moves in 1 minute 5 seconds. But
वो तो
it's
भाई
something.
एक्स्ट्रा, वो तो कुछ और ही था.
हाँ, but it's still enough कि you can potentially make minor errors. Like you can overlook something.
हम्म.
And when already rook c3 is one of those moves. Yeah, something you overlook when you have slightly less time.
हम्म.
I think
क्या
Gukesh will
खेलेगा?
come out.
Nodi also looking
He's
at the game.
by Nodirbek, of course, like had a very interesting opening himself, but now it's more about trying to push.
भाई विंसेंट तो एकदम डेड लॉस्ट लग रहा है भाई अब.
भाई
विंसेंट इज
विंसेंट
डेड
काइमर
लॉस्ट.
वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 से सीधा नीचे जा रहा है अब, छलांग.
हम्म. Also विंसेंट अगर वो अभी हार जाता है ना, तो ही विल बी द ओनली प्लेयर हु हैज नॉट मेड अ सिंगल ड्रॉ सो फार. ऑल रिजल्ट्स.
But Pragg also, if he were to
Oh yeah, Prag
accidentally.
too.
Okay, Pragg की गेम ऑल्दो काफी इक्वल लग रही है अभी. So queen d5, he's just offered at queen or queen trade. So I think draw के chances are high. But yeah, the star game just keeps on giving. 18 minutes for Gukesh, 24 for Arjun. 12 moves to go. That's literally one
Not
and a
enough
half
time,
minutes per
bhai.
move. Yeah, it's not
Just not
enough
enough
time.
time. Yeah.
Oof. Come on, come on.
By the way, speaking of not enough time, विंसेंट का पोजीशन देख लो एक बार भाई. 8.5 minutes he has for 11 moves in this situation. This is done, right? This is done and dusted, right?
I mean,
Come on, there's
yeah,
nothing.
yeah. I mean, it's safer than it was earlier, king safety wise, because black ke pieces come hai. but rook c8 is incoming, and you can't go to b1. So I'm gonna say it's gone. I agree with you. This is done.
Yeah, I think Vincent is gone. Yeah, तो यहाँ पे तो. So this would be his second loss as well in a row.
Wow.
Crazy, crazy.
Salsa, what do you think? Gukesh position looks good. I mean, it does actually. The thing is, ये central pawns जो है ना,
Switched.
if you go back, हाँ, Gukesh game पे चलते हैं. जो central pawn है ना, d5, e4, f4, g4. if Gukesh can use these pawns, मान लो e5 push कर दिया and e6 push कर दिया, या g5 takes, rook g3, rook g7, then I think Gukesh is Arjun is better.
और रुक G7 भी भाई बात बनवाने के लिए
हाँ,
just
मतलब like if you can at least put pressure on g7, that would make sense. Oh, rook e8. You see, like it can go either way. Now that's not the best move, and suddenly bishop e2 and Arjun is back.
I'll buy with some crazy predictions. Bishop G2 is the move to defend the pawn, but a very logical one. क्योंकि आपको pawn बचाना है. You also want to play E5 at the right moment. This bishop is not properly placed yet, at least.
And Sahaj bhai, what is the engine's first preference after bishop g2?
I don't. It's still Rook F8, yeah.
It's still rook f8.
What is going on?
So that tells you how important that move is. Without that move, Arjun is fighting for not just a draw, he's fighting for more potentially. So, and Gukesh did not find rook f8 earlier, so he's not going to find it now.
Yeah, looks tough. Sahil bhai, I'll also be right back in just 2 minutes. Yeah, कुछ खा के आ रहा हूँ.
Yeah. And chat, बहुत जरूरी moment है इस game में, because Arjun now of course will find bishop g2. I don't think he'll play anything else because bishop is anyway not doing much on f1. उसके खेलने के बाद गुकेश की अगली चाल इज सुपर क्रूशियल बिकॉज इट डिसाइड्स द कॉन्टूर्स ऑफ द गेम. एंड फिलहाल के लिए देखा एक ही चाल में सडनली द बार वेंट फ्रॉम बेटर गुकेश टू स्लाइटली बेटर फॉर अर्जुन. एंड बिशप टू के बाद ही हैज टू फाइंड रुक f8. लुक्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. आपने उस रुक को अभी e8 पे चला है, दोबारा चलोगे f8 को. पॉन थोड़ी है, रुक है भाई. यू डोंट मूव इट वन स्क्वायर एट अ टाइम. कितना गुकेश गलती पर नहीं भाई. वी आर एक्साइटेड फॉर अ शार्प गेम. वी वांट टू सी फायर ऑन द बोर्ड. जीते कोई भी, I think somebody is going to get heartbroken. Somebody will be very, very happy. We want to see fire on the board. We don't want to see dull draws, and that's exactly what this game is giving us so far. Why not Queen B4? देखो, Queen B4 is a move. I mean, I can't show it because Sahaj has board है, but Queen B4 is very ambitious. आपका आइडिया है कि मैं B2 pawn मारूंगा और A pawn queen कर लूंगा. The problem is, आपका king को आपने बिल्कुल अकेला छोड़ दिया है. You're hoping the king will handle himself. Chess, unfortunately, the king is important but doesn't have the power. The queen has the power. So, queen b4, just rook g3, g5, an attack. And bishop to plate, as expected. Arjun finds the best move. And now Gukesh needs to think. And he doesn't have much time. 17 minutes to play 11 moves. That's a minute and a half per move. He needs to play quickly. Come on. Gukesh looking at the clock. And the problem is, Gukesh's advantage lies on the queen side chat. वो जो queen side pawns है ना, a4, b5, c4, वो 3 pawn Gukesh की advantage है. He has to push them at the right moment to gain any sort of initiative. Otherwise, there's nothing. He's sitting duck, waiting for white to advance his pawns, which he will at some point. If you give white enough time, either rook g3, g5, or maybe rook e3, e5, who knows, at some point possible. Rook e3, queen g3, e5 is definitely an option. So I think you need to create some chances. You can't just sit. साहिल भाई अच्छा हुआ नहीं हो, वरना उसके चिल्लाने से गुकेश तो भाई प्लेइंग हॉल में यू हैव टू बी एब्सोल्युटली साइलेंट. यू कैन नॉट मेक एनी नॉइज व्हाटसोएवर. बाय द वे, हल्का सा चू चा ची चाऊ कुछ नहीं चलता है भाई. नो फोन्स, नो ड्रामेटिक वॉकिंग इवन. इट हैज टू बी पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस. जो तुम्हारी टीचर बचपन से मांगती आ रही है, तुमने नहीं दिया बट प्लेइंग हॉल में मिलता है. साहिल भाई, फैबियानो भाई शादी कब करेंगे भाई? अगर आई डोंट नो, उनका मैंने पूछा नहीं है फैमिली प्लानिंग का सिचुएशन अभी. बट आई वुड फोकस ऑन द गेम फॉर नाउ एंड हिज गेम ड्यूरिंग द कैंडिडेट्स. Okay,
Let's go,
still
bhai.
no moves. By the way, welcome Sajbhai. Bishop E2 played on the board, and now Gukesh is still thinking. 15 minutes to play 11 moves.
Oh, crunch moments.
Saleh, why
रुक
have they
F8 तो
not?
नहीं होगा भाई.
That's impossible actually. Why are they not wearing earplugs? I think day one they were all a bit irritated by the delay, so they were more sensitive to the sound and so on. maybe बाहर कुछ शोर भी हो सकता है. Today maybe now they are a bit more composed, calm, and now they don't need the earplugs as such.
Probably protest की वजह से हो रहा होगा ना, but yeah.
Definitely. साहिल भाई जीसल में आपने चलाया था करना ही नहीं भाई, वो तो हॉल में. I don't want to comment too much on that. मैं तो नहीं
हाँ
था भाई.
भाई, I was there also in one of the moments when it happened. Hedge by a3. It looks good, bhai, but I think I can take everything and I can still play d6 or something. Remember, a3 takes, rook takes. Actually, e5 is very strong here for white, by the way, for some reason. Actually, e5 is just crushing here, bhai. That looks scary.
By the way, rook a c8 played.
Oh,
The
okay.
second best move. And look at this, is insane. The best move for white is so crazy. If Arjun finds it, I think I have to quit chess. I mean, literally. Chad, okay. I mean, G5 is one move, which is possible. But what is the best move here according to the engines, Chad? Come on. What is the
Is
best
it not
move?
g5?
Not G5. There is no way Arjun finds it. Like, there is no chance.
By many moral, no chance, and then he played that knight f4 also.
Okay, then I will not quit chess. But still, like, there's no chance. Queen a7, no. H4, no. Rook a3, exactly. Rook a3 is the best move. Just
Ah,
stopping
to
that b
stop.
pawn from advancing.
But imagine ऐसे draw होता तो rook a8, rook c3, rook c8.
That will be
The
hilarious.
most random way to draw.
Wow. That would be an impressive draw. Chat, by the way, I don't know how many likes have happened, but let's like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes quickly. एक diamond membership आपका इंतजार कर रही है. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. हमारी family का part बन जाओ, because ये साल पूरा packed है भाई chess calendar. Event after event, event के बाद event.
Bhai, like I just took a quick look. If I played g5 here, you shouldn't play
He
fg5.
finds he finds rook a3 भाई.
क्या बात
अच्छा
कर रहे हो भाई?
अच्छा मैंने क्विट करने का हटा दिया था उसमें से क्लेम भाई. व्हाट?
नहीं, अब तो भाई छोड़ना पड़ेगा आपको.
भाई जो पहले ही छोड़ दिया था
अब
मैंने
तो बोल
एक्चुअली
दिया भाई
क्या.
आपने. अब तो इनएक्टिव होगा आपके नाम के आगे फीडे में.
वो पहले से ही है भाई, पहले से ही है. But that's insane. How did he find rook a3? That's a brilliant move, I think.
Yeah, and now I think that rook 8, that draw for again. It could be a draw actually like this. Rook 8 to try and play b4 and he goes rook c3. Okay, no b4.
But
He plays rook c8 again and then rook a3 again.
but it's anti to both these players how they play, both Arjun and Gukesh. Yeah, like they're like, okay, no draws.
भाई
So
गुकेश के
it
लिए
will.
तो लेकिन 13 मिनट ही पड़े हैं आपके पास, तो आपको जल्दी खेलना है.
Huh, but like I don't think he feels he's like losing or something. So he will love to play on. Like I've seen him play even in worse situations. Former NM. Nice, bhai. Race is going on
फॉर्मर
between them.
एमएफ.
I thought I knew how to play chess. Exactly. That's what I also thought, bhai. But clearly not. Rook a3. What a move.
By the way, some updates in the Vincent board as well. वहाँ पे 5 मिनट पड़े हैं Vincent के पास and he's still completely lost. By the way,
Oh,
rook
look
8
at.
played.
Oh, he's offering a draw. Okay. Oh, he also repeats.
No ways actually.
Okay.
Is this how this ends?
Wait, rook c8 played. Chat question for you. Quick.
Taking
Oh,
a
rook a3 played.
draw.
Are they going to draw? What? No. What?
We are seeing a draw. Why? The most random
Chat.
way to draw incoming.
Chat. Spam करना है. Is this ending in a draw with this repetition? Yes or no? पूरा spam करना है.
Yes.
1 सेकंड के लिए समय रहना की chat लगनी चाहिए. Come on, let's go chat. Yes or no? Luck कर
Yes.
दो prediction.
I will say yes, bhai.
I'm gonna say no. I think Arjun will be the one who will play on. Is my guess.
I think Gukesh will be the one who play on if anyone plays on, but I think it's a draw, bhai.
My chat is guessing yes, no. I think I see more no's
भाई
than
अर्जुन
yeses.
मतलब बार बार ऐसे रिपीट थोड़ी ना करेगा, मतलब बिकॉज इट ओनली हेल्प्स गुकेश.
No, but I think okay. So we have repeated twice, right? So bishop g2, uh, rook a8, rook c3 एक बार आ
बिशप जी
गया.
टू फर्स्ट टाइम आई थी, देखो ये फर्स्ट टाइम आई थी,
दो बार आ
ये
गई.
सेकेंड टाइम, एंड या बेसिकली नेक्स्ट टाइम रुक 8 खेलेगा तो रुक c3 के बाद आप ड्रॉ क्लेम कर सकते हो यहाँ पे.
हाँ हाँ. So rook c3 is a draw. So rook a8 can be played, but rook c3 पे draw हो जाएगा. That's a good point by chat. Like I think maybe one of the players is doing this to reach the 40th move quickly. Like they want to utilize maximum number of moves. So it is a possibility. You might be onto something there. Come on. If Gukesh plays on, that will also be insane actually. जो भी खेलेगा ना यहाँ पे, like he gets a psychological edge, I think.
But also you might get a worse position. If you play this as
True.
black, you might get a worse position, so you have to be careful.
True. Crucial moment in the game.
10
They have
minutes.
repeated 1.5 times.
By the way, Sahil White just taking a very quick look to Vincent because he's about to lose. Dead lost position, by the way. 4 minutes he has on the clock. He took the pawn on b7 and now पता है बहुत सारी moves है black के पास, but bishop a4 is just GG.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So
this is gone.
Bluebaum, the candidate about to take down German number 1.
I think this is gone, Saj bhai. Let's go back. I think वहां पे draw हो सकता है. This is just gone. And
Oh
Bishop
yeah.
played. Wow. Wow. Crazy.
Bhai, oh, he's on God mode there, bhai.
And just a minor detail, but Jordan is winning against Anish. So we also should check out that later. But for now, Rook A3 on the board. So today, a lot of results, Sahaj. We thought there won't be many. So,
Just दो ही तो बोला मैंने आपको, दो ही तो रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं.
भाई ये भी तो रिजल्ट होगा ना भाई.
ये कहाँ से रिजल्ट है भाई, ये तो
ये भी होगा भाई.
रेपिटेशन हो रहा है भाई, नो रिजल्ट.
Come on, come on, come on. No draw, no draw. Hashtag no draw. Trend कर दो ट्विटर पे यार chat. 99 accuracy indeed. Prag's game is, by the way, equal, but I think Pragg is slightly better now. We'll come back to that soon, but it's not a big advantage. So let's stick to this because this could be over in. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. ऑटो फोकस ही खराब हो गया था कैमरा का एक सेकंड के लिए. कुछ और पे फोकस कर रहा था वो.
Some game in the background finished. I think it was Erdogmus who finished. Or is it Oro? It's Oro who finished. Oro has drawn against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Healthy draw.
If Ajul doesn't repeat, that would be a bold move actually. And Gukesh has repeated. Wow. So he is okay with the draw. Now the final call lies with Erigaisi Arjun. He can stop the clock, call the arbiter, and say, I want to claim Rook C3 as a draw. And Sahaj bhai, it does feel like looking at this body language, he is going to claim that draw. In fact, Gukesh, he's ready to accept it, yeah? He's ready to accept the draw.
Yeah, both players looking away. He's also calculating by Rook C3 के बाद draw रहा है कि नहीं. I think not a bad result. Yeah,
oh,
Rook C3
he
played,
plays
bhai.
it, yeah? They are discussing.
Yeah.
Okay, they are. Oh, it is a draw, chat. It is a draw. Both players claiming threefold repetition, and it is going to end in a draw. So, yeah, Saja was correct. And iske saath hi, the all important clash between two Indians ends in a draw. It wasn't a draw, like it wasn't equal, but it did end in a draw. I'll be telling him, there are other games going on. You can analyze later. Please sign the score sheets. And that means, Sahaj bhai, दो Indians की game khatam, two more remaining.
Yep. I think let's take a quick look at Vincent versus Bluebaum first, because that is about to finish. Vincent having less than a minute on the clock in a completely dead loss position, and वो panic भी नहीं कर रहा है भाई. 7 चालें चल रही है Vincent को. This is about to be over.
Oh, he's going to lose on time, yeah?
Yeah, he's just going to lose on time. 45 seconds.
भाई
भाई
11 चाले खेल, 12 चाले खेल. अच्छा नहीं, I'm looking at the wrong game.
7 चाले भाई, 7 चाले.
7, sorry, मैंने देखा.
38 seconds, why for him? For Vincent.
Yeah, he's gonna
Okay, the
resign.
position is lost too.
He's gonna resign, chat.
30 seconds.
Wow, chat. So great result for India overall. I think tough fight, jahan draw hua. And I think we're gonna see another result any second now. Keymer is gonna stop the clock and resign. He knows it's over. He can't make those moves physically now.
By the way, 99% accuracy for Bluebaum there. You can see the accuracy.
Wait, he let the
5
clock run
seconds
down,
by.
kya? Oh
Yeah, he just
wow!
lost on
He
time.
lets the
High.
clock run down and he also resigns and Bluebaum also wins. So that's another victory. I mean, Keymer can't believe it. Yeah, what a win.
Yeah, and 2 losses for Vincent in a row from Fedoseev and then Bluebaum as well. So the candidate showing why is the candidate.
Yeah, and that should, shift some tier list for the candidates potentially. World number 4 ko hara diya hai. So Saj bhai, maybe one look at the Anish game, then we jump to Prague. Anish is apparently again losing.
Against Jordan. So yeah, borderline lost actually. Crazy. The largely the reason for this is because White's knight is super powerful, attacking this pawn on g7, and black का knight e8 पे फंस गया है basically. You cannot move it, and you have a free hand to play on the queen side. Now, moves like king b3, king c4, played by the way king b3, look very promising for Jordan.
Yep, I think Anish could be in for a shock defeat here. Not the ideal tournament for him so far. It's early beginnings, but yeah, he needs to somehow hold fort here. So let's go to Prag's game, Sajbhai, I think, and let's try to figure out, does he have any chances of winning this game? It does feel like the position has progressed. Any chances for Prag?
भाई 11 चाले वैन को खेलनी है अंडर 5 minutes.
Oh,
So maybe yeah.
interesting chat. 11 चाले 4 मिनट 40 सेकंड में, कोई मैथ्स करो भाई, कितने सेकंड पर मूव हुआ प्लीज, कमान चैट, कौन है भाई हमारे मैथमेटिशियन है चैट में जो करेंगे कितने सेकंड पर मूव हुआ वो?
By the way, with this also, Arjun is now 2778 and Vincent will be below 277. You won't be 277 now, right?
ही इज नो,
नहीं 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 अपडेट होगा अभी.
अपडेट नहीं हुआ है अभी. हाँ, he will be
2769 होगा
2760,
आई थिंक.
maybe even worse actually because Luam's rating was lower. मजा नहीं आया. Why draw? Yeah, it happens. 22 seconds. Why? How are we getting three different answers in the first three messages? This is maths. It can't have three answers.
It's the beauty of maths, where there's always multiple answers.
25.4, 25 seconds then, yeah? 25 seconds. Okay. Wow, इसकी डेसिमल में भी दो आंसर है हमारे पास. 25.
Crazy.
Okay, ठीक है. So 25 second per move. That's not a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, 2768.5 is his new rating, Vincent. So very Arjun comfortably on world number 4 spot right now.
But I still wonder what if they had played on. I think that game would have been a crazy game. Any side could have won actually. Like it was insane.
Yeah, but I told you, like जब भी कुछ chaos शुरुआत में होता है तो draw हो जाता है फटाफट.
Uh,
That means कोई भी मैगी नहीं जीता भाई.
you should have trusted your gut, bhai, and gone the draw.
Yeah,
Actually.
I know. Thinking about it now.
But yeah, चलो. जो हुआ अच्छे के लिए हुआ.
Here also Prag maintaining that 99% accuracy, which is very impressive. And also some extra time on the clock as well.
So, Chad, honestly, I think Prag ke liye this is more about getting his form back and candidates ki taraf se, like he knows what he has to do. And imagine, this is him training himself for the candidates. Like, what is the event he's playing after this, Saj? I don't know of any events that he's playing, right? So this is his last training session, so to speak, in quotes, for the candidates. So imagine being in the candidates in this similar situation. You're playing somebody who's slightly weaker. You have to win with the white pieces. I don't think you have the choice of saying, okay, I'm going to take the draw. So for him, this is real-time training of saying, in-job training of saying, ki bhai, I have to push. What is the best way to push here? If Magnus was here, what would he do?
That's fair. But I think Pragg has definitely good practical chances.
Yeah,
एक
yeah.
move यहाँ पे is d takes c4, which definitely should be addressed because you're technically going after the pawn, but maybe black has bishop takes, king takes, and knight f5, and then you go
He
for the
played.
c4 pawn.
He played.
Okay, now we'll get some moves very quickly from Van because he doesn't have enough time to think. भाई 4.5 मिनट है आपके पास, 10 चालें खेलनी है आपको. You have to play fast.
Very interesting, yeah. A slight push pull for. By the way, Hans Niemann and Erdogmus have also drawn. So that's, I don't know if you saw this result, but it's
Yeah, no, we didn't.
also, it's also ended. Rook
So
endgame.
only Pragg, Anish, and Arvind are playing.
Yes, 3 games on in the Masters right now.
Takes on e3, takes back.
And Sahajpai, we won't change the game just yet because we are in crunch time situation here. But Arvind is better against Nodirbek now slightly.
Yeah, I saw. He's
So
pushing. I
that
think at some point Nodirbek overpressed somewhere, and Arvind has good chances now.
that's
Comfortable.
amazing. That's amazing.
By 3 minutes and
Oh,
40 seconds. Go for it.
You can see his hands hesitate a bit. Yeah, he is a bit nervous for sure. You wouldn't put your hand like this out in normal circumstances.
At least he's getting the pawn back. You have to play c5 though, and then play it by the way. But knight c4 check and knight takes a3, and you get the pawn back somehow.
And Sarge, it's all about a C pawn now, right? If somehow I manage to grab that, I think you can basically just shake hands. So for Prague, he has to safeguard that pawn with everything he has. Like F5 is a resource. How do I tackle F5? Otherwise, I can
f5
just
पे
take
लेकिन
it.
knight g5 बैठ जाएगा. But right now, there are bigger problems than that, bhai. There's only 3 minutes on your clock. Play.
You're right. F5, knight G5, and then rook B8, 96. There are a lot of tactics. You're right.
Hmm.
Like, could knight B7 be an option here? For example, just to say, okay, I'm going to grab the C5 pawn, which is more deadly.
Knight b7.
Yeah.
Could be actually, but you cannot capture because I'll pin on the
But I
c5.
also put the rook on the C7 square, no? So it's
Hmm.
probably.
Bhai, that's good, but he also only has 2.5 minutes to figure this out.
Oh, bhai. Chat, maths karo, bhai. How much time per second per move that is? How many seconds? 9 moves. Ooh, it's getting a bit close now. I think that's definitely less than like 18 seconds. Oh, wait, he's shocked by something. I
Post
think
king
F2
f2
only move played. And Prague, to his credit, plays it very quickly. He doesn't waste any time.
takes on a3. 2 minutes left for Van here. 7 moves to be played.
7 moves, 2 minutes. I think Van is comfortable. I don't think it's too risky for him yet. But कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा अभी. He's taking some time.
For sure, Pragg has looked at some of this before when he, accepted all of these trades.
Now, is a rook trade beneficial to white or black? Because rook d1 was an option here. But he doesn't go for it. He goes for rook
I think
d4.
probably black right now because you don't want to simplify position too much.
He tries to
You
dominate
could
with the
very well see a
knight.
blunder from Van, yeah, like instantly here.
Yeah, possible. You see his hand, he's nervous. Knight c2 best move. So far, so good.
Wow.
Okay, Pragg now thinking maybe rook c4. But rook c4, knight a3.
That would be a
Again,
repetition.
exactly. So you don't want to repeat moves right now. So rook b2 then maybe.
Rook b2 pe knight d4, right?
But then maybe rook d1. And I'm at least trying to create some threats. Imagine Nodirbek being second of Sindarov for second candidates. I mean, it's possible. It would not be shocking because it's just like India, like, players, while they're competitors, they also have that national spirit a lot. So it would not be completely shocking if that happens.
Yeah, true. By the way, Max Warmerdam completely winning against Vedant Panesar. 3 pawns up. Prag plays rook b2.
Now
Moment of
knight
truth.
d4, only move for black. 1.5 minutes to play 6 moves. It's getting a bit tough now, Sahaj. I think it's not so comfortable anymore. Ooh, it's almost 10 seconds a move. He needs to play now. He needs to play now. He's confused. He's nervous looking at the clock. Come on, play.
In 1 minute, he
94.
has five moves to be played.
10
Why
seconds
play
per
fast?
move. Less than a minute. He's panicking. He's nervous. He's shaking his leg. He has to play now. 94 is the move. 93 would be a mistake.
But 94 पे लेकिन
49.
जब there is a pin.
Oh
By
my God.
45 seconds.
I think this will go Prag's way. He has to play now.
But Prag can win right now, literally.
He has 6 seconds per move now. He has to play now. Oh, he plays it. Wow.
94, okay. 35 seconds he has left.
Oof. He's really playing with
5
emotions.
moves. So 5 seconds per move he has, basically.
No, I think 7 seconds per move.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
I mean, it's
per move.
It's not much, yeah. I mean, 7 seconds. It takes 1 second just to press the clock. So rook d1.
Rook d1
and now
played.
rook d8 only. Okay, he plays it in a second.
Plays
nice.
it, bhai, in a second.
Nice.
Some quick thinking there. Rook b7 is allowed though.
Rook b7 is pretty smart because you're attacking a7 and e7. And black better have a response ready. But Prag is thinking. I would have preferred if he just played it quickly.
34 seconds भाई देख के डर लग रहा है भाई.
चैट 4 चालें खेलनी है यार. ये होता है रियल चेस की गेम जीते 4 चालने भाई. लिटरली पॉसिबल, लाइक लेजिट. Played. And look at this king f8 only move. Of course, he will find it, but how much time does he take for this is the main question.
Why is he notating?
That's a good question.
Why are you notating, bhai? Don't notate, please.
Oh, Sahaj, 96 aa raha hai.
Yes, only move there.
Oh, that's going to simplify the game for him because exchanges don't get rook d8k because c5 is hanging. You have to exchange a pair of rooks and that will going to push him to the 40th move. So maybe Prag might just not win this. This is tough.
He goes for it.
This is tough.
Rook takes a7 पे 96 है. That's the critical move.
Come on. Prag कैसे side में देख रहा है. He's like, Yep. Chad, by the way, I think after this round, I was checking the standings. Right now, we have only 2 people on 2 points, 3 people on 2 points. It's Hans, it's Bluebaum, and it's Arjun. So 2.5 pe kaun jayega is the question. And I think only one guy has the chance now, right? To go to 2.5. And that's like Nodirbek, but that's not going to happen likely now. So 2 points out of 3 will be the peak. इतना tough tournament है यार.
Nodi का भी draw ही होगा ना?
वही, like +1 is the highest score after 3 rounds. That's rare.
Actually, good point by chat. Look at the accuracy for both of these players.
Wow.
एक 99 पे एक 99.1 पे भाई. Crazy.
My only question is, what's the difference between 99 and 99.1? I don't want to.
शर्मा जी का लड़का भाई. One of them.
I don't know how you differentiate between those accuracies, but pretty impressive. Because 37 moves हुई हैं, 1% is 3.7 moves, 0.1 is 0.3 moves. So 0.3 moves uh, अच्छी खेली प्रग ने.
Crazy, no?
Extra point for good handwriting maybe. I don't know. क्या.
He takes on a7, 96. Bhai played also.
By now only 2 moves to play in 26 seconds. I think now he's safe. And also
Yeah.
1 move is just a capture. So it's. I think probably rook c1, yeah? I'm guessing.
But rook c1 में just you can double up on the c file.
But rook d8 पे भी कभी ना कभी तो मरेगा ही pawn, I think. I don't see how you save it though.
रुक d8 के बाद रुक f4 रुक c4 ला सकते हो ना आप. Maybe that's slightly better.
अच्छा. Maybe f5 तब भी आएगा ना सहज. Now I control the g5 square, then f5. And you're likely gonna lose the pawn anyways.
Oh, Van is being
Still bet.
super solid.
Yeah. Really impressed us all actually. Arjun से भी draw. Comfortable draw, I would say. प्रग के साथ भी pretty
Comfortably है ये भी.
comfortable draw.
Comfortably है ये भी
Yeah.
भाई.
Yeah.
Super comfortable.
Gukesh doesn't also draw on Chul. Okay, a3. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm checking the other game.
a3 क्या है भाई?
I saw the other game for a second. I got confused.
अच्छा वो अरविंद का मैच.
हाँ, गलती से खोल दिया था वो. Why is Anish struggling this year? I think the candidates maybe are under a lot of pressure. So for Bluebaum, I think it's not as much pressure, right? Nobody expects him to win the candidates. It's an opportunity. For Pragg, for Anish, like it's like a crazy pressure moment of the year, yeah, of their lifetimes. Ki candidates jeetna hai yaar. And they saw
No,
Gukesh
still
achieve
there is
that goal.
pressure from every player.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Bluebaum winning and holding his own in this event is, I think, very impressive so far.
he's leading the event now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy. If he wins this event, oh my god, like I think tier list सबको दोबारा करनी पड़ेगी. Literally, like they cannot go with the old tier list then.
Yes, for sure. And remember against Bluebaum also against Arvind, how he defended that in the first round,
Yeah,
being super solid.
yeah. Why is it necessary to write moves in classical chess? I think it comes from a pre digital era जहाँ पे there was no way to track moves. So you should write moves and so on, and it would be the way they would share your games with the outside world, so to speak. Like I say, magazines में book आती थी, moves आती थी, and so on. But it's also a way for the players to claim like a draw or something. So for example, अगर प्रग को देखना है कि threefold repetition हुआ है कि नहीं, photographic draw हुआ है कि नहीं, या whatever. 40 moves हुए कि नहीं, like 75 moves, whatever, 50 moves. So that's the way for the players to claim. They don't know ना कि कितनी moves हुई otherwise. So yeah, that's the main reason now. But earlier there were more reasons. But now it's just a way for players to keep
Keep the
track during the
traditional
game.
life also.
Yeah, yeah. Like after the game, they can throw the score sheet and it would not really matter. But earlier that was not the case. They would have to keep the score sheet um, of their games, other games, and so on.
By the way, Max Warmerdam has defeated Vedant Panesar in the challenges section. It's official.
Hmm.
First good game for Vedant, but then two losses back to back.
Yep, yep. I think that good game shook him a bit yesterday, right? Like, that was a hard loss.
Yeah, against
Just so
Lumiyavi.
close. He could literally smell the win and it just escaped him. So hard luck there. But yeah, it happens. Chess is hard. Maybe it's the time. Okay, I think we should stick here for now, at least 2 moves, and then we can switch to Arvind's game for a moment.
I
ऐसे
think this
मोमेंट पे
is drawish ही लग रहा है मुझे तो यार. ये बहुत कम chance है अभी जीतने. But okay, Nodirbek also had a very similar chance against Prague yesterday, and he played in that rook end game, 4 versus 3, and he played spectacular there.
ऐसे मोमेंट पे तो अपोनेंट को पानी पिलाना चाहिए साज भाई. अरे पानी पियो यार, आपके लिए एक मस्त खूब पानी पियो भाई. क्या हो गया टाइम 26 से? कोई नहीं, पानी पियो.
What are your classical ratings by 2476 Emery? Something
भाई
around
ऐसे
that.
भाई ऐसे सवाल नहीं पूछते यार. आई थिंक -2186.
जब आप एक्टिव थे, राइट?
भाई कम ऑन ब्रदर. भाई अब मैं रोना चालू कर दूंगा भाई
इनएक्टिव
ऐसे.
की तो मतलब रेटिंग नहीं होती ना भाई.
That's true.
ऐसा
But I'm
आपको
active
एक्टिव
in
बनना पड़ेगा, फिर
some other
रेटिंग बोल
form.
सकते हो. तो अभी आप अनरेटेड हो मतलब.
ऐसे नहीं होता है. कस्पारोव 100 थोड़ी है. कुछ भी है.
तो
मतलब
इनएक्टिव की 100 रेटिंग कहाँ होती है?
कस्पारोव को 100 बोल दिया भाई ने यार. बताओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
मैंने तो
यार.
नहीं बोला कस्परोव को
नहीं नहीं
अनरेटेड.
नहीं नहीं
कस्परोव
वही
तो
सेम
कभी
चीज है ना
अनरेटेड
भाई.
नहीं हो सकता भाई.
बट सेम चीज है ना भाई.
सेम चीज नहीं है
लाइक
ना
मेरे को तो
भाई.
2 साल हुए हैं ना खेले हुए. कस्पारोव को तो कितने 20 साल हो गए.
नहीं, कभी तो खेला वो बेशी के साथ.
हाँ बट नॉट क्लासिकल. नो क्लासिकल
बट
तो
एक्टिव
100.
तो है ना भाई.
मैं भी खेला हूँ रैपिड. ऐसे तो मैं भी एक्टिव हूँ. इसी 25 में ही खेला हूँ रैपिड.
इफ यू से सो.
साज भाई डूइंग कैलकुलेशंस परम्यूटेशंस कॉम्बिनेशंस. कहाँ से फंसाऊं पर बन नहीं रहा है. बन नहीं
मेन
रहा है
पॉइंट है
मसाला.
कि अभी आपकी रेटिंग ऑफिशियल नहीं है, मतलब अनरेटेड रेटिंग है क्योंकि आप इनएक्टिव हो.
I would love that actually. Why? Fair enough. I can say NM title without rating. That will be so cool. Unrated NM. UNM.
Crazy.
That will be fun.
Why can you please tell why knight c6 was not a good move for black? I don't, because it doesn't attack the pawn on c5. Knight e6 पे आप c5 के pawn पे pressure डाल रहे हो. तो either you give up the pawn or you have to, put your rook behind it and keep your pieces busy defending this pawn. That's why knight e6 is better than knight c6.
Lowest point of Kasparov's career to be compared to me. I mean that might even be true. But that Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken, his initial rating जो FIDE की आई थी, that was 2500 something.
Could be, yeah. Very
Like his
could be.
initial rating, जो पहली rating आती है ना, that was 2500 something, if I'm not mistaken. Like at least he became a GM directly. Like no, I am nothing. ये सब
Hmm.
चीजों में नहीं घुसते वो. So yeah, it might as well be true.
By the way, Arvind का advantage more or less materialize हो गया. It's completely equal now. And Nodi has some pressure still.
Hmm.
तो यहीं पे ही
Interesting.
रुकते हैं थोड़ा. अभी 4 ही मिनट बचे हैं प्रग के पास. वी हैव
Oh
2 more
wow.
moves to go through and then we'll go get the 30-second increment, 30 minutes additional time as well.
But I think they will not really play that much. I think they will agree to a draw very quickly. एक बार C5 pawn मर
नहीं
जाएगा,
नहीं,
there's nothing to
प्रग
play
के
for.
लिए तो मतलब 2 result position है ना. प्रग हैज नो रिस्क. Why would he take a draw here?
No, not now. I think he will play for like 3-4 moves. Then I think once the C5 pawn has vanished, I think they're going to agree to a
नहीं
draw.
भाई, c5 पॉन नहीं जा रहा ना.
क्या क्या? अब ठीक है क्या? हाँ.
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि लाइक सी पॉन नहीं मरेगा ना. I can take on d8 and I can play rook
So
a4,
let's
rook
do it.
c4
Let's
and
do
the
it.
c
Let's
pawn
do it.
never.
Rook D8. Rook D8. Then
Your move भाई, rook d8 के बाद.
no, you are playing white. No, I'm trying to grab
I'm
the pawn.
saying that. Oh, okay, you mean pawn नहीं मरेगा. Okay, rook a4,
Let's say Rook C8.
rook c4,
And now can I play
f5. There is knight g5.
F5? Acha, it's not working, yeah? Oh, there's
Yeah.
not enough play. So then I should play King E8. No, I can bring the king maybe closer to D7.
And now okay, like g4
G4, let's say I take, you take,
takes. Okay, I have the pawn though.
King D7.
Why? But I have an extra pawn. That's the point.
हाँ, I agree. हाँ, मतलब खेलना तो
तो यहाँ
बनता है
पे
फिर
प्रग
भी.
ड्रॉ क्यों करेगा? Right?
That's a fair point.
He will play. I
I
think like
think,
king g3, slow moves, but he will play. Pawn
yeah,
मर नहीं रहा है सीधा.
yeah. Maybe you're right. At least, yeah, he will not agree to a draw. So game will go on.
How about giving 1.5 points to win and continue with 0.5 for a draw to force players to play for a win and fire on the board? समझा नहीं मैं भाई आपका point.
But basically, win के लिए 1.5 point, draw के लिए half point. ताकि win के लिए there's more temptation, and that's what Norwich Chess has done. They
Yeah,
have 3 points
we've
for a
seen
win
this
and 1
before.
for a draw. It's normal. I think it's not technically fair though. I mean, if you look for a world championship like limit, it's not fair. But for individual private events, definitely an option to make winning more, let's say, lucrative.
Why he takes on d8, takes back. So we
By
are
the way,
gonna see that line. Just one more move
important.
to be played.
I think they have repeated moves in the Arvind Nodirbek game, so it is a draw. If we can quickly switch, I think they might have agreed to a draw already. It's
Yeah,
threefold
they
repetition.
have.
Yeah. So that is one more result, chat. The second last game is over, and now the final Indian game remains, and that is Prague against Thai Dai Van.
But Prague having like not many chances, but he has. I mean, playing for two results. That's it.
Yeah.
But a good result for Arvind, I think overall.
Yeah, he started pushing. Yeah, he reversed the momentum, and that's great.
Hmm.
Nodirbek के साथ आसान नहीं है करना. Come on, chat. भाई 2026 साहज भाई वैसे I think we talk about the Open World Championship. But what do you feel of the Women's World Championship? Like, अगर Indian तीन players हैं and you had to bet Maggies on one of them winning it all, who would you put your Maggie on? Currently, knowing the
Divya.
current situation. Divya,
Divya.
yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm.
She's motivated,
And
I think.
got it. And let's say कि सामने, Wenjunju is the challenge. Um, like, what odds will you give Divya, let's say, against Wenjunju?
I don't know, bhai. वो तो very, very difficult territory there. But of course, on paper, Juvenjun is a favorite. Like, we have to address that. She is the higher rated player. She's more experienced. She's the world
Hmm.
champion, all of that stuff.
Hmm.
But Divya is hungry, I think. And Divya ka style is very dynamic. So that could work in
Hmm.
her favor as well. By the way, Rook F5 के बाद Rook C8 only move for Van. That's it. Plays it.
Wow.
No mistakes whatsoever. And very soon F5 is coming and very soon Knight G5 check is also hanging. और दोनों प्लेयर्स उठ के चले गए भाई. प्रग क्यों उठ के
भाई
चला गया? दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू नो. प्रग की तो चाल है.
But I think he doesn't want to commit. Yeah, he wants to go to the washroom first. पहले मैं
हम्म.
थोड़ा रिलैक्स कर लो उसके बाद ही सोचूंगा भाई क्या चल रहा है.
एक्चुअली
But
F5 पॉसिबल है इधर कहीं ना कहीं पे.
hmm,
अभी कभी ना कभी तो F5 पॉसिबल है.
hmm. By the way, question साथ में I think Women's World Championship अप्रैल 2025 में खेली गई थी.
या
So do you think the next one will be in 2027 April?
लेट मी लुक.
Because I think it was in 2025, and I'm checking the previous one to that. That was in 2023. Wow. So it's during the
नहीं
like
नहीं भाई,
candidates के time पे basically.
इट्स इन द सेम टाइम. या इट्स इन साइप्रस सेम टाइम.
नहीं, I'm talking the world championship, not the candidates.
अच्छा, मतलब
So
आप
if you
कैंडिडेट्स की बात कर रहे हो.
हाँ कैंडिडेट सेम टाइम पे दोनों का, but the women's world championship will be like in April 2027, I think. So it will be in the next year, not really in
हम्म.
2026. Like I think that's the timeline at least that I'm seeing.
हम्म.
Interesting.
Not he's not talking about the Open World Championship, bhai. He's talking about the Women's World Championship.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah. Last time I think it was Tan Zongyi and Wenjunju, right? I think who
Yeah.
played. Hmm.
Okay, Prague is now back on the board, and looks like on the other board we are seeing Jordan putting some pressure on Anish with the white pieces. Some pressure there for sure. एक ही रिजल्ट आया अभी तक so far. या दो ही रिजल्ट आएंगे भाई. प्रग का तो मुझे ड्रॉ लग रहा है.
हाँ, you're right. You're right. You're right. दो ही आएंगे. I think there were moments जहाँ पे लगा था और आ सकते हैं, but this is not that day. So and Anish must be wondering, yeah, like look at Anish, like I don't think he's even calculating the position. He's just wondering ki by how I ended up in this situation जहाँ पे like I have half a point out of three likely. Like
Hmm.
he was lucky to kind of get that chance.
Right,
And he's
right,
supposed
right.
to be the candidates in 2 months, and the same situation as Prague, right? Like he's like,
Can
what
you
just
hear
happened?
me?
Hello, chat. We are back. Samay Bhai is back. And aate hi, dekho, the main part is Prag waited. Can we go to the Prag board? He literally waited his Prag to play
हम
his
तो
move.
प्रग
Yeah,
के बोर्ड
जैसी
पे ही हैं भाई.
हाँ नहीं अभी आया वो कैमरा चेंज था लाइक जैसे ही वो आए तब जाके G4 खेला भाई ने पूरा इंतजार किया 7 मिनट 58 सेकेंड्स कि जब तक के लिए हम ना आए वो नहीं चलेंगे
हम्म. तो G4 के बाद जो हम पहले भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे, देयर इज टेक्स एंड देन यू जस्ट बेसिकली हैव टू वेट अराउंड. यू डोंट रियली प्ले F5 एनीमोर.
हम्म हम्म the thing is like white is all tied down a bit I think वो एक चीज है and white का structure will be broken so you'll have one pawn on C5 one pawn on E2 couple of pawns on G4 H4 so I mean you put the king somewhere on G7 stop the H pawn and you just hold the C pawn I think it still feels like he with the 29 minutes he has he should be able to hold this
भाई इतना बड़ा ब्रेक मत लो, मेरे को लगा मेरा इंटरनेट गया फिर से.
अच्छा
मैं डर गया.
I think कोई मौका मिलेगा उनको G4 करेंगे यहाँ पे G4 जो G4 किंग G4 मारेंगे नहीं G4 रुके
इतना फास्ट भी नहीं है मेरा इंटरनेट भाई.
ऐसा मुझे लगा था मैं
पीक कमेंट्री भाई. पीक कमेंट्री राइट देयर. तो या बेसिकली यहाँ पे आपको पॉन टेक स्पॉन मारना तो जरूरी है. Like you have to take. If you
हाँ
allow white to take on h5, then okay, this rook can target the h5 pawn somehow.
यस फॉर एग्जांपल अगर H5 पॉन पे एक और वीकनेस क्रिएट कर दी देन ऑफ कोर्स वाइट कैन अटैक इट हेवीली एंड देन इट्स अ मच टफर टास्क टू डिफेंड
Hmm.
आप मुंबई से वापस आ जाओ
Hmm.
भाई अब तो आ गया मैं अब नहीं हिल रहा यहाँ से ऐसे मुंबई में नहीं रहता मैं टेक्निकली तो
जब भी आपसे पूछता है हमेशा बोलते हैं यहाँ नहीं. अच्छा यहाँ नहीं, इसके बहुत पास.
भाई पास रहना जरूरी है यार
Hmm.
जिसके भी पास हो मीनवाइल एज थाईदेवान कैलकुलेट्स आई थिंक साज भाई स्टैंडिंग्स में अभी भी there's nobody on 2.5 now and I don't think anybody can reach that point uh,
No, it's impossible because both of
so
these players are not on 1.5. So
yeah so it's gonna be a very important round four because the field is completely wide open yeah the
yeah.
difference between the first place and the last place is 1.5 points that can be covered in one game literally so 1.5 games so yeah
I think he's thinking there's 4 minute difference between the two players, and Prag having like 23 minutes is already, yeah, I mean, makes sense. But yeah, basically take on G4 is the best move. You can also play F6, उसमें भी quality है ही. But I guess it will be more complicated. And Prag's idea is simple. He wants to bring his king to E3 and then D3 and then C4 and then defend this pawn and then vacate his rook and then continue the position forward. So
yeah
let's say
that's
you
the ideal
take,
plan that's the ideal plan the king e3 king
let's
d3
say
if
you
the king
take.
huh
I play like F6, King E3. You play like King F7. Okay, no, I'm gonna go with the computer's best choice here. Rook C7. I'll go King D3. What's the point? Rook D7 check apparently. That's not easy to see, bhai.
but can I potentially just go knight f4 and take on e2 I think that will be losing right
Yes, it's actually very bad. Knight F4 check. King D4 के बाद white is winning.
hmm. So there are ways to go wrong like you could be tempted by this and like there are ways to go
Basically,
wrong
you
at
have to
least
see this resource of Rook D7 check.
hmm.
Because King C4 पे Rook D4 है आपके पास. इसीलिए all those moves ago, you're taking the pawn on G4 ताकि F pawn ये E4 के knight को बचाए ना. So you cannot play King C4 now because there's Rook D4 check. बड़ा
Hmm.
लंबा आइडिया है G4 के बाद pawn takes G4. This is why like बार को देख के ना हमें बहुत लगता है कि तो बहुत सिंपल है, but even understanding the gravity of this move makes you think how difficult chess really is.
Yeah, and this is with like what just a rook and a knight on the board, yeah? Like not even all the pieces. So itna subtle hai. And it would take like even these players a few minutes to figure all of this out, which the engine can figure out in a second. So yeah. AI is taking some jobs. Meanwhile, while we look at this position, I'm also checking out Anish if there's some changes there, but not really. Jordan is just moving his king forward. So looks like, yeah, we'll have 4 or 5 leaders on 2 points.
Yeah. And yep, this is a nice angle looking at both games. These are the only two games remaining in the open section, in the A section. And Jordan, I think, looking to win his first match, I believe, against Anish. And Anish was going to be on half out of 3, by the way. अगर प्रग का ड्रॉ होता है और अनिश loses this, then दोनों के half out of 3 होंगे भाई, दोनों candidates.
Yeah, man, वही मैंने कहा ना, it's a lot of pressure to be in that situation. जहाँ पे you are expecting a lot out of yourself. I am the candidate. I'm supposed to play well now. When you enter that territory, I think it often backfires. You're not playing
Hmm.
freely, trying to force stuff. And it doesn't mean that they can't win the candidates. That's the good news. In fact, I would say ki if they learn a few lessons, they work on them, improve on them, that improves their odds drastically, than somebody who has an amazing Tata Steel but doesn't really, think, okay, I'm playing fabulous chess, it's all good, and they don't work as hard. So it can go either way.
Hmm. But Abhigil, of course, like finding out this plan for Van is very difficult. And I think finding a save for Anish is even harder.
Yeah, Anish, I think, yeah, when the king is marching across Aram, say without any stress, you have to put your rook on b7 to stop it from moving. If the king lands on b5, you resign because a5 falls, b4 falls, then do pawn will queen. Bishop on e3 supports that pawn all the way to a7. So yeah, it's just passive. Yeah, bishop f6, not really an
Hmm.
active move.
By the way, I just took a look and it looks like Bluebaum is very close to the 2700 mark. Yeah. He's 2691 now.
Oh, and who was the other sub 2700 player? That was Esipenko, right?
Esipenko is 2698.
Oh, so we could have no 2600 players if they gain some rating points before the candidates.
Yeah.
That will be interesting, actually. Because I don't know what you think, Sahaj, about this, but there's a difference psychologically between facing somebody who's 2695 or 2705. I feel like you treat them differently in the candidates. The Taiso Panch, and you feel like, okay, with black, draw is not so bad. But 2695, like you suddenly feel, okay, I mean, he's the lowest read, I have to push. I don't know what you think about that.
I don't know. Candidates, I think you don't play according to the player. I think you just look at, you have to be more objective than that, I
नहीं बट
guess.
थोड़ा प्लानिंग होती है ना कि लाइक ओके आई मीन किस हु डू आई टारगेट लाइक बिफोर द
हाँ, बट
इवेंट
उसमें 10 पॉइंट थोड़ी फर्क पड़ा, मतलब पता चलेगा. I mean, even if Bluebomb manages to be 2710, 2720, people will still say, okay, ठीक है, out of everyone, he is the least experienced at this level. तो
ट्रू आई
वो
थिंक
still भी वो
या
टारगेट रहेगा उसके बैक पे.
you can frame it that way. I think experience is a correct way to look at it. But I still feel like psychologically, thoda bahut to
He was the
you will
underdog,
treat.
right? Going into the FIDE Grand Swiss. I mean, nobody expected him to be
Uh,
top two there, for example.
true,
Even
true,
going
true,
into the last round, people couldn't, matlab, people didn't expect that.
true, true. I think Bluebam already second time proving many, many people wrong, so far at least in this tournament. He didn't have a great World Cup, I think, but okay,
Is
this
this
one
my
is,
internet or is it fine? Oh, okay, okay, got it. I think I'm back now.
by the way, Prague, I think just took back on G4. So now, any decision for, I think, Van, how does he play this? Does he put the king on G7? Does he bring the king to D7? Does he want to plan F5 or not? Is he going to sit passively? वो rook C7, rook D7 plan निकालना है.
Hmm.
Slight problems, but problems nonetheless.
But right now, critical decision for Van.
Oof, man, this is. साथ में वैसे एक चीज है चैट, you know, like chess का जो center है ना, that's Europe. So you will always see events happening in this time zone. Like it's which time zone do you prefer? Because you live in Europe, Sah, so it's like the same for you. Like, would you prefer कि India में watching wise event इसी हिसाब से हो, or would you prefer कि like India में होता है that is better? Like for example, Chennai GM,
I
for
like
example.
Indian timings more क्योंकि I mean आपके लिए it's better to cover, like if I was in your shoes I would like it more अगर मैं इंडिया में रहता होता, because I always I'm more energetic towards the end of the night, तो ये मेरे लिए
Oh,
जल्दी
अच्छा,
होता है.
ऐसा क्यों? I thought it's the opposite.
Just that's how I think I used to study chess at night. आदत हो गई थी मेरे को उसकी, तो
Okay,
it's just that just stuck with me. By the way, he took on g4.
interesting. Yeah, I think we saw that. So G4 तो हो गया, but 20 minutes now for Thai Dai Van, so he has enough time, I think, with the increment. No really big problems. While Rook H8 played by Jordan, the best move in the position, attacking the knight. You, I don't think you can move the knight because then Rook A8. So King F7 maybe now. Oof, it's touch and go for Anish.
Hmm. No, Anish I think is not saving this for sure.
That's the pricing of Prux as well. Rupees 99 looks cheap and 100 looks costly. Yeah. I mean, that's what I meant. 2-3% का difference है. Like हल्का सा psychologically, you look at them slightly different. But I think also like it depends on recent performance. If there's like a youngster or a guy who's defeated Magnus, for example, I mean, it's last month, you treat him seriously, yeah, regardless of rating 2200, 2400, 2500, या 2600. Like it depends on
Hmm.
multiple factors, but yes, 2699 versus 2700, maybe like a 1 to 5% psychological difference.
Can we ever have the same culture of chess in India, playing on the roadside clubs in less formalized places? I think, I mean, we do have, we used to have cultures like that. I think I used to play chess in the park a lot when I was younger with my father, with my coach. It was like the normalized practice, yeah, for all of us. Not really to go and train or anything like that, just to go and have fun and just, meet, socialize with people. And there were lots of parks like that जहाँ पे लोग just ऐसे randomly जाके chess खेलते थे. So I think we used to have that.
Yeah, and also, matlab, it's only grown since post COVID, I think. Like it's kind of there's so many clubs, for example, right, across the country.
Mm.
Bangalore Chess Club, for example, वहाँ आया था at the World Cup, and there are multiple others in NCR, Delhi, and even South India, and so on. So there are Chennai Chess Club, for example. So I think it's grown since then. Um, it can be better, of course. I mean, roadside, for example, like people playing would be so much fun. There are certain places this happens, but it's still rare. So yeah, I mean, like, also there's one in Gurgaon where I played once. So बहुत सारे हैं ऐसे आजकल
Mm.
clubs.
Right, exactly.
You can feel the silence actually because this is that moment जहाँ पे अभी वो time extra मिला है दोनों को and सारे players थोड़ा सा ना वो उस मोड में है जहाँ पे okay, how do I move forward? Like this is crucial moment in the game. I can't go back.
By the way, यहाँ पे आपको F6 के अलावा आप और भी चालें खेल सकते हो, right? You can play King E8. Even something, it's actually pretty crazy to think about, but black यहाँ पे पता है, Sail भाई,
Hmm.
black can just play Rook C7, Rook C8 and white cannot improve. Can you believe that?
You mean in the
In this position.
Prague game? Oh
Yeah,
wow.
in the Prague game. Rook C7, Rook C8, that's it.
But then King
And you
D3 पे
cannot do
Rook D7
anything
खेलना
here.
पड़ेगा. King D3 पे Rook D7 check.
Yeah, that's it. और आपके
Hmm.
पास F5 का ऑप्शन भी रहेगा, like in the future.
Hmm. Well, I think that's what he's thinking. Like, do I need to do anything? Because if there's a forcing way he can force a draw, he will do it. But if there's no need, he can just sit tight. And easy to
Hmm.
calculate once. एक बार कर लिया calculate, कुछ नहीं हो रहा, then he just moves quickly.
Van in deep thought there. 16 minutes remaining. Prag board पे नहीं. Dead drawn position, but Prag having an extra pawn, so some hope to maybe push a pawn.
Trying to find a way,
Okay.
साज भाई कोई तरीका मिल नहीं रहा है.
मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ भाई, रुक C7 रुक C8 खेल सकता हूँ मैं सीधा यहाँ पे, कुछ नहीं है आपके पास. Like how often can you say this? Like I'm just playing these two moves and that's it. So king E3, rook C8 is fine. King D3. You can play. You have to give rook D8 check here, basically.
And king c3 पे, for example.
Then rook D5 apparently, and rook E5.
Okay, so I'm going to change this a bit. So let's say कि after rook c7 initially, I'll just play e3 first. I'll control the
Rook
d4 square.
C8.
Rook c8, king e2 now.
Now you have to switch. Yeah, you have to play F5 apparently, which is winning, which is a draw straight.
Okay.
Tablash.
Yeah, I mean, you can win the f5 pawn, but 2 versus 1 in knight game will be a draw. So, yeah, looks like then a comfortable draw. Yeah, there's no. If you can play f5, I
Van
mean,
इतना
then there's
comfortable
nothing.
लग नहीं रहा है मुझे somehow.
I mean, he's making sure, I guess. I mean, he knows कि I have enough time. Let me just have a deep think. Let me use all my majority of my time, 20 minutes straight. See everything white can offer me, if I, utilize against me, and then just kind of play quickly. Maybe that's the plan.
That makes sense.
Why don't you use your same title for what, Chiranjit bhai? That's the question. कोई practical usage नहीं है उस title की, I think. Real world में. And by real world, I don't mean the वो वाला real world, but yeah.
By 14 minutes, he's been thinking for a long time. He's gonna be in time pressure again.
Come on.
By the way, Jordan also, that's the other game. Let's take a quick look there. What's happening? You can see from the
Ooh.
blue arrow. Wow, rook C8 only move for Jordan.
This
And
is more
Prag भी यहीं पे
interesting
ही है
actually.
भाई, उसको भी यही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है.
Fair. I understand, Prag. I mean, rook c8. But why can't we? So okay, because if you play takes king b5, then maybe black attacks b2. Yeah.
King B5? What do you mean? King F5, you mean?
No, I mean, instead of this earlier, like instead of rook c8, just takes
अच्छा वो क्यों करोगे
and
आप?
king
नहीं
b5,
नहीं
but
नहीं
maybe rook
भाई,
c2.
ब्लैक बेटर है यहाँ पे.
It feels dangerous actually.
Also आपका knight is too powerful ना, on
Yeah.
E6.
True. So c8, not an easy decision, but also it makes sense because black के पास एक ही active plan है, rook c7 check, so you kind of stop that as well.
Now that's why I think rook C8 is not a difficult move to play. Super simple, I think.
And time भी है
Easy
30
peasy.
minutes for you, so no big deal.
बहुत टाइम है. तो प्रग भी चला गया पूरा पूरा कैलकुलेट करके, वहां पे थाई डाई ने अभी तक नहीं चला भाई. गोइंग बैक.
Anish kind of fell out of the world top 10, right? एक टाइम में वर्ल्ड 15 के आसपास पहुंच गए थे, बहुत रेटिंग
कौन?
खोली थी. एंड Anish, I think he fell out of the
या
world top 10, right? बीच में. And then he was asked कि like, what did you feel during that time? And he was like, okay, I was a bit nervous कि maybe like I'm not going to make it to the like, थोड़ा था कि like वापस आऊंगा, क्या मैं खेल पाऊंगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए. Now he got there again and he had like a spectacular period, where he was playing amazing chess. And now he's losing again, so it's like it must be creating doubts in his mind basically, कि whether I can win the candidates. I think that's where it's going to hurt him the most.
Yeah, because I think you're also starting off the year in this way,
Yeah,
which is definitely not um, the right. And प्रग एंड अनीश के लिए बहुत स्ट्रेंज लग रहा है मुझे.
agreed. As you can see, players still playing. By the way, कितने सारे players खेल रहे हैं यार. In line में सारे players बैठे हुए हैं.
Hmm.
Classical games do last long, yeah.
I think मास्टर्स में सिर्फ एक ही है.
Oh,
well,
by
दो
the
ही हैं,
way,
सिर्फ ये and the other one.
he just took on
Yes.
c7. He played my move.
Oh wow.
Oh, he didn't find rook c8 and king
He
b3
played
played.
king
Okay, he's still
b3.
winning. Still winning.
He doesn't want to give rook c2 basically. Rook a8 करके rook a5 मारना उसको simple. Actually, maybe some chances for Anish now.
Also, bishop b6, bishop a5, bishop b4. Just very smooth. Yep, I think at least better than what he had earlier. But abhi bhi sare squares controlled. You don't have any of the squares, yeah? C8, C6, C5, C4, C3, C2, C1. Everything is controlled by white, which is impressive.
Because I feel like they're saving prep for candidate. भाई उससे उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए आपको. Like I don't think like not playing your best or the most freshest idea should affect this much.
भाई अगर उसेन बोल्ट ओलंपिक्स की तैयारी कर रहा है and he plays like a national race, I mean, it's not like he's
Yes.
saving his prep for the Olympiad, right?
By Anish just made a blunder. Exactly. Like this is what I
Wow.
mean. Like
But I
ये
think it has some
ये
point,
normal
no?
नहीं I
Like,
think Anish के लिए भाई.
but takes
It,
and rook e7, like he's activating the rook. Maybe at least practically it's.
but आप अनीश से ऐसे blunders end games में इतना नहीं देखते हो. Anish is a master of end games भाई. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
check
but
that game
maybe.
out against Hans, for example, in the Grand Swiss, the last round. Pure master class that game.
Yeah,
And
but I
Anish,
think
I
he
mean,
just.
इतने सारे blunders for king pawn ending maybe on the first round as well against Vincent. I mean, so many blunders back to back, yeah, from Anish.
No, I think he didn't believe he had any chance there, basically. Like, he was in lost mode for a long time. वो हल्का सा मौका मिला भी, he skipped it. And now he's activating his rook e7, rook e4. But it's just too slow. I mean, bishop b6 takes, and the a pawn runs. So I think he never really got that moment ki, okay, maybe there's a slight chance here. So it's just over, I think.
He's hovering over the rook. एंड वो पूरा प्रग वहाँ पे बैठने के बाद वापस बैठ के वापस आ गया गेम पे भाई. थोड़ा अपडेट्स यहाँ चेक कर लेते हैं. बिकॉज वो तब से उसने चाल ही नहीं चली है भाई.
भैया 8 मिनट है उसके पास.
भाई थाई डाई वैन के गेम पे जाते हैं एक बार भाई. 40 पे उसको आधा घंटा एक्स्ट्रा मिला था. उससे पहले वो 10 चालें खेलनी थी उसको 1 मिनट के अंदर, इफ यू रिमेंबर. एंड वो आधे घंटे में से 22 मिनट उसने एक चाल के अंदर ही लगा दिया भाई.
भाई थोड़ा टेक केयर यार, मतलब because the only way you lose here is with less time. I think that's the only way to lose. So, and still going, yeah, below the 8 minute mark now. 15 मिनट होने वाले हैं सोचते हुए.
Edge by given Prag's current form, do you think he stands a realistic chance of winning the candidates? Yes. Of course, yes.
And this is what we're talking about now. That's what Anish is thinking. Yeah, okay, do I stand a chance? I mean, I am not
Yes,
playing
of
well.
course. Anish also has a chance.
नहीं वही like players के दिमाग में it can really create doubt. That's the main point. And even if it's temporary, it does play on their minds. So that's why confidence is so important. You back yourself in those crucial moments, and meanwhile, you can see Anish losing the a5 pawn. He will lose the b4 pawn, and the a pawn will run.
By the way, Van plays f5, which Comp doesn't like as much, but it's still equal.
Oh, wait.
Maybe this is what he was calculating, yeah?
It's actually plus 0.7 for me.
No, thoda wait karo.
Sure. Why it's going to +1? It came back.
So I think the line is GF. I'm guessing GF and then knight G5, right?
Yes.
तो knight G5 के बाद knight G5, H G5, ये तो draw नहीं चाहिए भाई. या ये तो draw होना चाहिए.
It's not completely over, but yeah.
भाई बहुत चांसेस है. तो यही सोच रहा था वो F5, इसलिए उसने इतना सोचा because it's a committal move and he wants to take the pawn on C5 and that's it. So takes knight G3 आया तो just rook C5 is also draw, knight C5 is also draw. लो भाई.
But it's still tricky actually. If we go back, let's say knight takes knight g5, knight g5 at g5. ठीक है, so king दोनों आगे आते हैं. King
You
walks
can
to
play
g6.
e5
King,
here, by the way, as well, which is completely equal, by the way. But yeah, king f7, sure.
हाँ, so king g7, king f4, king, okay, king f4 तक आ गया. And now
King
f
e3 के
pawn,
बाद king g6, king f4, yeah?
हाँ, and now e6 is the only move.
Okay, but your rook a6
और
check is a threat, so makes sense.
हाँ, check, and now you play rook b5 apparently, waiting move. How do you
Mm-hmm.
play?
I see
Apparently
it.
rook c6 is the only move, or you're lost.
But I think still not very difficult. And also,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't really play this. I would go for e5. So after this position, f5, gf5, gf5, knight g5, right? Takes. I
Huh.
would instinctively I would play e5 here or king f7 and
Hmm.
e5 here because I don't want to give your king. I don't want to give you
Hmm.
king f4 or king f7, king e3, e5, something like that. I don't know if this is working or not. Actually, no. King d3 के बाद कुछ chances हैं आपके पास. नहीं ये भी equal है भाई. लो.
And I thought ki like on e5 you can play c6, but it doesn't see. I'm two pawns up, but it's still draw.
Yeah. एंड अर्नब भाई मतलब आई थिंक जोक थोड़ा पुराना हो गया भाई कुछ नया लेके आओ यार.
But also I'm kind of happy. I think either Prag gets some chances or we get a quick draw because otherwise it was gonna be a draw anyways. It will last very long. Now at least Prag has some chances. That's why he took so much time. He wanted to make sure of every single resource and he wanted to force a draw.
I think draw. I think maybe the most realistic chances you take and you play knight g3 and okay rook c5 knight c5 and knight f5. I don't know if this is a draw.
Man, this should be a draw, no?
I think महान इंसान ने कहा था knight pawn endings are like king pawn endings. King pawn ending this is not lost. This is not a draw.
Okay, so let's play it. Chalo, I'll play it with black.
वो तो मतलब like if we play with engine of course we'll know
नहीं
but
इंजन
I'm
बंद
not
कर
sure
देता
if
है.
this is easy भाई.
इंजन बंद कर देता है.
Okay. King g7 king f3
Let's say king f6.
king
Oh, तो मैं
g4.
पहले हार गया मैं. क्या king
लो भाई
g6.
94 चेक में हार रहे हो आई थिंक अभी तक भाई.
हाँ, king g6 में.
मैंने भी नहीं देखा है 94 चेक. तो नॉट किंग f6 किंग g6 I'm assuming yeah.
हाँ,
King g4.
king g4. I'm
Like
just
I don't know this
gonna
is not so simple.
I'm gonna move the knight. Let's say knight, I don't know, d7.
King f4 perhaps.
So king f6,
h5 खेलें.
h5. Can I play e5 check? I think I can.
e5 check king g4 भाई lost
Oh,
हो
e5 is
आपकी.
wrong. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm telling you भाई it's not simple. Also 94 check
Maybe
is also
just
incoming.
maybe just king g7 here. Like, नहीं, king g5 आ रहा है फिर. Oh.
King g7 पे king g5 हाँ. और नहीं तो 94 check is coming. I don't know this is that simple. ये end game मुझे ज़्यादा easier लग रही है to play for a win.
Hmm. Also, when we will have like 2 minutes on the clock, yeah, use up so much time. So
So look at that. We have Srinath bhai in the chat. What's up Srinath? How are
what
the
if white
preparations
starts
going?
with what if white starts with g5 and then gets married in February? Sajay, what do you think?
What if? Yeah, that's would be amazing. I think huge if true. What if white starts with g5? By g5 kidhar? After f5, you have to go gf5, no? Takes, knight g5. I think this is what he means. I don't know what he means. By there is no f. Like I mean, I think maybe the comment was before he played f5, or I'm not sure
Possibly.
because otherwise g5 and e3 that this would make sense. Or his stream is maybe a bit delayed, yeah. Because we were talking about this
Ha.
that black can just wait here.
I think he went like g5 white se pehle because you could have played g5 if it
Yeah.
was white to play, and then for e3 and then
Yeah, exactly. That could work.
okay. Prag is now thinking. Okay. One comes back to the board, takes a seat. Pragg still not convinced. Still wondering if there's another option. Can we go knight g5 directly? Is that an option actually? Like we just allow black to take on g4.
Where? यहाँ पे?
हाँ, directly knight g5, let's say.
But क्यों भाई?
नहीं मतलब कुछ तो करना है ना भाई, तो
I'll take.
you'll take,
Pawn
I'll
takes.
take. Pawn
Pawn
takes
G.
and
This should be a draw as well. Pawn takes G4. By the way, not
king
looking at anything.
g3, king g3.
This should be a draw though.
I should be, but at least I'm
King
holding on to my
G3.
pawn.
King F7, King E6, I guess. Or
King
something like Rook
a6.
D8, Rook D4 and Rook C4. Yeah,
King
Rook D8.
e6, maybe rook a6 check.
No, Rook D8 खेल रहा हूँ भाई.
अच्छा, rook d8. अच्छा, you mean तभी starting में क्या? Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that pawn, I guess. I don't see why not.
And then Rook D4 check is what I was thinking. And then Rook C4.
Rook d4, king f3, I guess, and e4, king f4 का
And just
plan
Rook
है.
C4. Simple.
Rook c4. And e4 पे?
सभी ड्रॉ है भाई इधर तो. E4 पे King F7 I guess.
King f4.
Okay, King F7 the comp didn't like so much. King E5 is a move maybe. King E6 perhaps.
Rook a6 check.
Oh yeah, you got the position. Yeah, Rook C6. But still, is it a
c6.
draw? Like, is it winning for you still? Rook C1 or something?
King
Still equal.
king e5, rook g1, yeah?
No, I'll just wait.
Maybe rook c8. I try to push the
Ah, then
pawn.
King D5, King C6 you can put. Yeah, then Rook G1 is forced. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Well, I'm playing basically. Like I'm playing for a
Yeah,
while.
but thing is कि आपके पास उतना टाइम नहीं है कि आप इतना आगे बढ़ सकते हो. Like आपके पास भी 15 मिनट ही है. I don't know how many problems he can pose in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Bhai, just be right back making some coffee. BRB.
Yeah. Today, Mayank Chakrabarti won Muscat Open Blitz ahead of Pranesh, who came second. Oh, nice. I'm sure Nidhi will cover a story on that tomorrow. That's amazing. Check out challenger section. I think साज भाई आएंगे तो check करेंगे. अभी board access उनके पास है. Um, but meanwhile, I think Chad overall a more exciting day than yesterday. I think we had that crazy game Arjun versus Gukesh, but they did agree to a draw. Tomorrow's pairing, by the way, I think that's a good question. Round 4 is Gukesh versus Pragg. That is an insane matchup. It could literally be the preemptive match of the world championship, right? And Gukesh is white. So we know what he does with white, yeah? He pushes. Then we have Anish against Arjun, also super crucial because Anish not in form, half a point out of three, Arjun 2 out of 3, really push with the black pieces. Then Arvind versus Hans, bhai sahab. Bilkul like, the most calm and, non-controversial guy versus Hans Niemann. Like it's very interesting pairing. And then Vedant Paniser also plays Carissa Yip with black. So I think Kalki pairing काफी interesting hai. I think star game of course will be Gukesh versus Pragg. But the other two also very exciting, I think. Arjun versus Anish and Arjun versus Hans. भाई लैरी टाउन कब जा रहे हो स्पाई बन के? भाई वो ट्रेंड चला गया भाई. ट्रेंड चला गया तो हम भी नहीं, हम चले गए. Plug has 0 points. Plug has 0 right now out of 2 though. Like अगर वो आज जीतता है, draw करता है, he will go to half or 3. Anish will also be on half. So if he wins, Anish is last. If he draws, then the tight place for last. Pragg is winning. Not really. Let's put it this way. He has 2% chances of winning and 98% chances of a draw. Maybe 5% chances of winning. Let's put it that way. He can
Bhai,
win,
no
yes.
5% chance.
क्या?
No 5% chance. I
Come on
think
यार, 5% तो देना पड़ेगा.
0% है भाई.
अरे यार.
It's completely drawn, I think.
साज भाई आप
Sorry to
भूल रहे
be.
हो. You're not learning the lessons from the past. Zero कभी नहीं बोलते.
भाई 0 है यहाँ पे. लगा लो फिर मैगी
Zero.
एक. लगा लो एक मैगी फिर.
Why? See, the chances of Gukesh winning that final match versus Ding were lower than this for Pragg.
No,
100%.
no.
100% भाई. वो एक ही तरीका था पूरी
अब
पोजीशन
भाई
में हारने का.
वो एक एग्जांपल आप कितनी बार दोगे भाई?
हाँ, but it happens. Zero नहीं होता ना. Like if it's happened once in the
Yeah, but I mean, you
history
also
of
have to think
humanity.
about कि Ding का पूरा वो like psychology and all of that, and he was also trying to push the match into a tiebreak. यहाँ पर he has just played perfectly so far. From that angle, I think 0 is fair.
No, I disagree on that one, bhai.
Okay.
I think
Chalo, we'll
there's
see.
always a
Take.
chance. Okay, now knight g5 is the move. Come on, let's go.
Or knight g3 is possible. Knight g3, I think knight g3 maybe he has more chances. That's what I'll say. वो
I like rook end games more. मैं इतना सकल नीचे
पर
कैसे हो
रुक
गई
एंड
मैं?
गेम
I
तो
like,
सारी ड्रॉ होती है ना भाई.
but I like watching them more than knight end games. So I'm gonna choose knight g5 for that reason.
Chat, do you like watching night end games more या फिर रुक एंड गेम्स? Question for you. मेरे लिए तो पर्सनली लाइक इफ यू वांट टू प्ले फॉर अ विन रुक एंड गेम्स आर नॉट इट. मतलब they can be a bit tricky. See knight g3,
Oh,
I
he
told you.
goes knight g3. Wow.
Told you भाई.
भाई GM ही GM की दिल की बात समझ सकता है. भाई तो ऐसे तो अच्छा छोड़ो. Let's not go.
ऐसे तो क्या बोलो भाई
नहीं,
बोलो.
नहीं, नहीं, it's okay.
बोल दो भाई अब तो. खत्म करो भाई बोल दो.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, damn. मैं वो शादी वाले मोड में हूँ ना तो थोड़ा सा.
Oh yeah. And chat, by the way, knight g3 inaccuracy दिखा रहा है, but it's not. Like I think we've done a lot of analysis on this position already, and knight g3 felt like the practical choice. रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक नहीं आना चाहिए भाई. कुछ भी हो जाए बस.
Like that would be depressing actually. I don't think probably even push is my take.
अब अगर उसने रुक c5 मार दिया, that would be a very bold move from Van. That means he has calculated everything.
So you expect knight c5 then? Like that's a more pragmatic way to
Human.
move forward because you maintain the rooks on the board, yeah?
Pragmatic, yes.
अंदर का दर्द नहीं है भाई, ये तो प्यार था.
Edge
I
भाई,
like
where do you
watching
live? भाई बुडापेस्ट भाई, बुडापेस्ट. जहाँ पे
Nguyen
ओलंपियाड हुआ था.
to win in whatever way. That's true भाई. I mean apart from chess boxing मुक्के नहीं चाहिए. बाकी chess में तो भाई किसी तक जीत जाए भाई. At the end what matters is winning.
वैन ने आई थिंक नाइट g3 उतना सीरियसली नहीं देखा बेसिकली. मे बी स्पेंट हिज टाइम लुकिंग एट नाइट g5 ओनली.
By the way, there's this feature on, we have time today. So there's this goal feature on stream on the broadcast, which I've never used. You can set a goal for X super chats. Apparently, wow,
Really?
not copied by YouTube at all. I mean, what an innovative feature, Saj bhai.
Ooh.
I don't know how it looks on camera. Oh, it shows lights. क्या? I don't know. क्या feature है भाई? I'm curious. कभी अपने चैनल पे try करूँगा experiment. करना है क्या? नहीं तो
करो भाई करो, बिल्कुल करो.
नया कुछ गलत ना
प्रग
हो
तो
जाए.
देखो बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है.
कुछ गलत ना हो जाए. That's the only question. I'm not sure how it looks. Oh, इसमें लिखा है share how you'll celebrate. How will we celebrate, Sahaj bhai, if we get one super chat?
एक तो आई थी ना. आई मीन wasn't
But
here
that was
but.
on Chesscom India, so it doesn't count. It's still big.
Hmm.
अरे चाहिए नहीं है, मैं end कर दूंगा वो goal instantly. But I'm just checking how it operates. इस पे लिखा है get. Oh, your celebration should include an entry of monetary value. Damn, no Maggies. छोड़ो यार, रहने दो.
अगर उसने रुक्सीफाई मार दिया भाई, that will be so impressive to me. Like so impressive. Like this is such a bold move. To figure out that this end game is not actually winning for you is indeed crazy.
Bold move, yeah. समय का रील याद आ गया मुझे एक.
अब आप बताओगे भी नहीं बिकॉज
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं बता सकते भाई.
बताओ भाई फिर.
क्यों बताना लेकिन यार. I mean, we are here for chess commentary, chat. As you know, I mean, मैं तो कभी chess के बाहर बात ही नहीं करता यार. I mean, I'm always focused on the e4 and the d4. So yeah, knight g3 and then knight f5, king f3, king h6, and checkmate.
Checkmate. There's if the position is a theoretical draw with no pawns like rook and bishop versus rook and rook knight versus rook, should the increment be changed from 30 to 10 seconds to be decisive? No, bhai, because that gives the winning side a very good chance um, to and good incentive to go into that end game. I mean, maybe you can try it as a variant of chess, but otherwise, no, I don't agree with that. Because rook bishop versus rook already बहुत difficult होती है defend करनी.
Yeah. I am an interesting organism. That's true. That's true. We all are. साज भाई क्या है, हम लोग मैमल ही है भाई. इंसान इंसान क्या है, एक
मैंने भी
जानवर ही है
देखी है भाई
आखिर.
वो वीडियो, सबने देखी है भाई वो, डोंट वरी.
वही कह रहा हूँ, जानवर ही है एक
ओ
इंसान.
भाई,
क्या हुआ
कम ऑन, आई एम फैन ऑफ दिस गाय
भाई?
भाई. फैन
भाई
ऑफ
मैं
वैन,
डर गया.
लेट्स गो.
मैंने कहा रुक दे दिया अफ्रीका उसे, रुक एट
भाई
खेल दिया.
प्लेड रुक्सीफाई
I
यार, कम ऑन.
I
दैट्स
genuinely thought
इम्प्रेसिव.
he played rook 8. Like I genuinely thought he played rook 8. But nice.
Impressive, very impressive. He has figured out it's a draw and that's it. This is very bold from him.
Okay,
Tablash incoming.
let's see how bold it is. King f7. Prag could just take on e7 and we could go home, but it's gonna be a fight. A fight till
साहिल
the end.
पूछ रहे हैं आपसे, still 0% chance for Prague. For me, yes. For now 100% now I will say this is going into a draw. नहीं तो वो कभी भी रुक्स रखता वो, अगर उसको चांस लगता है यहाँ पे प्रग का.
साज भाई जितना भरोसा को वान के ऊपर है, उतने ऊपर इंडियन चेस कम्युनिटी में किसी किसी को नहीं है भाई. एंड आई मीन किसी को भी नहीं. लाइक
Hey,
हाउ डू
it's
यू हैव सो मच
not
फेथ?
about the
ही कुड मेक
player,
अ
it's
मिस्टेक
about the
नो.
position, bhai.
अच्छा. ओ.
Like also it's a decision. Yeah, he wouldn't trade the rooks if he thought there was a genuine chance for white for black to play for a win.
हम्म. कितना लंबा चलेगा? वाओ, गुड क्वेश्चन.
I would say another like 15-20 minutes and that's it.
Yeah, I think I agree. Maybe like 12 minutes is. Yeah, I think 15 minutes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, 11 minutes तो
देखो
प्लग के पास है.
708 हो रहे हैं अभी मेरे पास, आई थिंक 723.
मान के चलो भाई, आज के दिन में ही खत्म हो जाएगा बस. आई थिंक दैट्स जस्ट द रफ एस्टिमेट.
By the way, Jordan completely winning against Anish there.
भाई 4 साल
So
से विनिंग है, वो जीता कैसे नहीं अब तक?
वो सोच रहा है भाई, अनीश अनीश के पास 1.5 मिनट पड़ा है. So I think he has to
समय
find a way to push that A pawn somehow.
समय के शो से ज्यादा लगेगा भाई. समय का फाइनल शो खत्म हो गया भाई. आई थिंक ही हैड अ शो इन बैंगलोर दिस वीक. अब वो यूएस जाके शो करेगा. सो Samuel, like Samay, played chess and he's basically a comedian. If you wanted a side hustle, which was not anything to do with chess, what would
Yes,
be your side hustle? Like
making
no
music,
element of chess whatsoever, huh?
making music probably.
But are you good at it? Like, matlab, you will have to make a career out of it, no? Like,
I'm
to
learning
some extent.
actually these days.
Ooh. तो सहज भाई कल गाना सुनाएंगे.
जरूर भाई.
और ओरिजिनल पीस होगा तो कॉपीराइट भी नहीं लगेगा.
Huge if true.
Saj
And
bhai, your
now,
chess commentary is best. Your insights on the game tell that you are a GM. अरे crazy. So yeah, मेरी insight से लगता है कि भाई मैं NM हो गया.
I don't think वो बोलना चाहते थे. But आपने
I'm just
बुलवा
curious,
लिया.
like if that's true also or not. I'm just curious कि NM का level दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा है? या
ये तो
दिखाना पड़ेगा
huge भी
मुझे?
नहीं होगा if true.
या मुझे दिखाना पड़ेगा वो level?
ये तो huge भी नहीं है भाई if true. ये तो बिल्कुल normal है भाई.
नहीं भाई, huge, huge if true is just the new version of बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं. It doesn't make any sense like in practicality. What is NM?
अरे भाई, here we go again.
Oh damn.
Also, like I see a comment in the chat, whether Prag should have taken more risk. I think he did his best. Yeah, his opponent just defended incredibly well. I don't really think there is much else that Prag could do. Sometimes you just play the best game, like you do all the things right, and your opponent does the same, and that's life.
Yep. There was this nice book, no? कौन सी थी वो जहाँ पे very famous book जहाँ पे this guy doesn't get what he wants like when he wants it, and then he gets something by accident, and he's like, but I didn't deserve this. But then the other guy say, has there's this learning ki why sometimes you get something when you don't want it and something like that. Like just take that and move on. अपने हिसाब से नहीं मिलता भाई, भगवान के हिसाब से मिलता है.
Interesting. Trying to think which book you're mentioning.
अरे वो पॉल कोएलो की थी, आई थिंक आई फॉरगॉट द नेम.
Alchemist.
हाँ, अल्केमिस्ट, यस ऑफ कोर्स, या थैंक्स. Okay, meanwhile, King B3 played on the right side, attacking the rook, basically asking the question कि चलो निकलो, मुझे A6 push करना है. And yeah, rook निकलता है, and A6 will happen soon. On the left side, Praka King ऊपर आ चुका है. Opponent has 2.5 minutes. If opponent had 10 minutes, I would say this is like a dead draw. With 2.5 minutes, maybe there is like a slight hope that he goes wrong somewhere.
He has 2 minutes on the clock though. So right now he should just sit and wait. Like knight e6 check is good. King g4 पे knight c5 वापस knight f8. Basically कुछ भी करो, बस knights but मत trade करना है, और कुछ भी करो आप चलेगा.
He's very focused though. Like he knows the game is not over. Yeah, he's not taking this lightly. And
Yeah,
imagine losing this as black. You would curse yourself for taking on c5 with
with
that
the
move.
rook. Yeah.
Because you would have reached a rook knight against rook if you're taken with a knight at the very least. So you would
Okay.
like, really curse yourself.
But I think you'll. Yeah, I think things have to go very very wrong for Van for this to not be a draw.
Yeah, king
Acha,
d4
also he
now.
can go like knight. He can put the knight on d7 and knight e5 check as well. Because knight f7 पे रखना maybe is better. So king g4, I think he will play now.
Huh.
And then like knight c5 वापस, and then knight d7 knight e5, something like this to keep the knight on f7 ताकि h8 भी covered रहे. Plays king g4.
Yeah, usually you want to place the king at a diagonal distance to the knight. So it's a tough ऐसा check देना वहाँ पे king को.
Right.
And the king is also supporting the h pawn, defending the knight, doing a great job.
And now he just wants to push these pawns at the right moment. He goes knight c7. What is his plan? What does he want? Knight d5. He wants knight d5. Okay. King a4
Apparently, the
वापस नहीं आएगा.
best move is knight e7. Lols.
Hmm. साले बता देना कब आपको 100% ड्रॉ का चांस लगता है.
भाई 100 तो नेवर भाई, ड्रॉ होने के बाद भी मैं 100 ना बोलूं.
तब भी आपको लगेगा नहीं चांस है.
हाँ मतलब I've seen people fall sick. I mean if it's if they've shaken hands, then of course it's a draw. But until then, you never know. By the way, like 97 is the best move. That's crazy. What if the pawn on e2 was an a2? Oh, that would be a big difference actually.
Then it would be winning. जितने दोनों पॉन्स दूर होंगे उतना वाइट को फायदा है, बिकॉज देन यू कैन डिस्ट्रैक्ट द नाइट, सैक्रिफाइस दिस पॉन एंड किस किंग से आप वॉक कर सकते हो दूसरे पॉन की तरफ. A2 A7 पे बिग डिफरेंस. इट वुड स्टिल प्रोबेबली बी इक्वल, बट बिग चांसेस देन फॉर वाइट.
Yeah.
भाई कल प्रग इज प्लेइंग गुकेश. प्रिडिक्शंस पूछ रही है चैट.
I think if Prague draws this, I mean, if Prague would have won this, I would have more hopes of a Prague victory from the black pieces. But I think with, let's say, a draw here, half out of three, I think draw is the most likely though. I think draw is a fair result. I don't see the side pushing too much. What do you think, Sajbhai?
कल के मैच में आई थिंक ड्रॉ probably. Or okay, slight preference to Gukesh though because he's more informed.
Okay, still thinking. 8.5 minutes. Now I think majority of the games are actually over.
Yeah. Someone's asking Sahaj bhai, how long would complete opening prep take in hours nowadays for a 2100 player targeting GM? So targeting like for one match against a grandmaster or targeting a GM title himself or herself. Like if you're talking about just one match against a GM, like maybe like a few hours, like 4-5 ghante, it should be enough. If you're targeting like a GM title yourself, then you cannot count that in like hours. I think you would have to talk about days or years, because that's much harder.
Why, by the way, you should check out the game just briefly of Ivic Velimir against Ivanchuk.
Baapre. Ivanchuk had 2 draws back to back, and now he is winning basically his first match against Ivic.
What a position, yeah. The bishop on
G
a6
pawn
is
is
just
the
stupid.
G6 का pawn also is not bad. So D pawn is just promoting.
जो आपने कहा था ना अपना पॉन कैप्चर कर सकते हैं साज. This is the version where white would just enjoy. But even then maybe it's not much actually, but yeah.
There's like some checks on D5, maybe some Rook F7 checks, but okay, nothing is happening. Very easy for I think Chucky to convert this. Yeah, will be a good result. Let's switch back to Prague. Some updates have been made. No, wait, actually, sorry, my bad.
Anish, by the way, 12 seconds on the clock for Anish.
Ooh, I'm going there. 9 seconds for Anish. But he does have the 30-second increment.
Ooh, 3. He plays on 3 seconds.
Lovely commentary. Enjoyed every bit of it today. Thank you, bhai. Thank you so much. By the way, are you the same player that I played against in 6 days? Was it? I remember I played you. Are you the same player?
अरे वाक्स ही होगा ना?
Yeah, I think I played him.
Yeah.
Yeah, bhai, nice to see you here, bhai. Thanks for the nice words. I remember I offered you a draw also. Like I remember. I
ये
remember
कैसी चीज है
this.
भाई याद
I
रखने
have this
वाली?
memory. And he refused the draw offer also. Like I remember that too.
And then what happened in
It
the
was some
game?
crazy game. No, it was very great. I think I think I won, but I shouldn't have won. The whole game he was pressing, and the whole game I was like in big, like deep trouble. I also offered him a draw, like halfway somewhere, and then he refused. Like I remember that really well.
Saad,
Yes, you swindled me. So yep, that is him. That is him. Yeah,
I
that's
never
him.
knew you
Sorry,
swindle so
why?
hard, भाई. By
Sorry,
the
why?
way, that is chess भाई, swindle ही करना है भाई आधी games में तो. D6. Let's go. So Anish and Prak at last position after the draw. Yes.
D6 is simple. I think we might see a resignation very soon from Anish. The Prag
Yeah,
still thinking.
not the event Anish would have hoped for, at least the start he would have hoped for. And of course, it's in Netherlands and he's losing to the Russian number two. Like, कहीं ना कहीं पे वो एक rivalry भी होती होगी, I'm guessing. You don't want to lose to the number two in the country, in your own country. Yeah, like especially if there's a difference in
No, no, I
rating.
remember even in Chennai in the last round, Anish defeated Jordan with the black pieces. It was
Yeah.
huge because Anish was making like a bunch of draws, and then last round jeetne ke baad he finished like tied second or something. And then like I
He
met
was so
Jordan on
happy.
that because we had the same flight back. And then I
Uh,
remember like having this long conversation about playing your teammates, playing your country mates, and so on, and how it can be very challenging. Yeah, of course
hmm.
it's a huge battle for these guys. But yeah, I think this one for sure Jordan is taking it home.
Yeah.
Yeah, King B5 or King D5 played, and now D7 next move looks very promising.
I think he resigns now. There is no way to stop the pawn, actually. Rook h4, d7, rook h8, rook e8, resigns.
Yeah, so
Also,
resignation
a7
incoming.
you have, so you can't really
By the way,
stop
on
with the bit.
Prag's board he has played E6 now. Not much has changed there, but दोनों players अब जैसे ही मैच खत्म होगा I feel ये अनीश वाला then I think Prag and Van will be in time pressure situation, so I think it'll move pretty quickly.
Agreed. I think within the next, before I think midnight, I think we might have results to both games. It's possible. Definitely Anish wala to
Bishop
first round.
A7 2 seconds पे खेला वो D7
Yeah.
perhaps. That's simple, no? There's no checks even from the back. Like Rook G1 पे Rook E1 है मेरे पास. Rook G2 पे you don't have D2 check. So isn't
Wow.
this just
Indian
winning?
literally कह रहा है D7, Rook F4, D8 Queens, King G4. As if nothing happened.
कुछ stalemate की साजिश.
Okay, but now Rook E1 and resigns. Yeah, I think it's time to resign. Yeah, on the board, and there it is. We'll see handshakes any second, and Anish resigns. Wow, Jordan beats the Dutch number one.
Yeah, and with that he moves up to 2 out of 3. So he has joined one of the leaders. He is one of the leaders, Jordan, now with his +1 score in the Tata Steel
And
Masters section.
Anish's expression was funny, but I'm sure he's not happy inside. Yeah, it's an important few months for him with the candidates coming up, but it's a long tournament. Still 10 more rounds to go, actually. So there's enough time to come back. Meanwhile, let's jump to the final game of the day. That is Prague against Thai Dai Van. And both players on in time pressure now. So they have to be a bit more careful. Prague still
Yeah.
pushing a little bit.
Yeah, he has the extra pawn, so उसके साथ कुछ कर सकता है वो. For example, h5, h6. But the problem is anytime you play h6, I will play king g6 and I will catch your pawn. So you have to reroute your knight very smartly. Either you kick the king away from f6, perhaps you give knight e4 check somewhere, force the king on e5, and then you try to play h5, h6, and you sack the knight, something like this. Or you put a hold on the g6 square. Just say you can play knight f4, knight g2, knight f4, and then you can try pushing the pawns h5 h6. But ये knight f4 रखने से प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आप h6 खेलने के बाद भी अगर मैंने बोला पास, then you have nothing because you cannot play h7 because I'll go king g7.
Hmm. You know, मुझे इतना पोजीशन देख के समझ में आ रहा है कि फायर आर्म का ऑल्ट क्रिस सावनिया है.
Oh yeah,
बिकॉज
Bhai
दोनों ने
Ram,
एक ही
welcome
मैसेज
bhai,
लिखा.
welcome. Long
नाइस.
time.
ऑल्ट एक्सपोज्ड.
अभी भी मॉडो भाई. Prag should somehow win this to have confidence back. Yes, bhai, I think he's trying, but I don't think it's possible now. For me, it's I think no chances of any other result besides a draw.
Yeah, it's gonna end in a draw, chat. It's just meanwhile, Prague plays king f4. The way to
थोड़ा
lose would be
वेट.
knight d5. That
I think
would
he
be
wants
huge.
h5 and knight g4 check. Yeah, same plan जो हम सोच रहे थे. Like knight e4 check की जगह knight g4 check देगा वो.
Hmm.
But he's gonna make sure that black doesn't have king g6. So h5 first could be a plan.
Hmm.
Sej bhai, if it was Magnus versus you in this endgame, could you hold? I think if I have the time to kind of think this endgame over and look at all the tricks, then I would say probably yes. Because the position is simple enough that there are not many tricks possible. But if there were more pawns on the board, for example, then it would be harder. Then I would say probably not.
Okay, 1.5 minutes now for Prague. He has to build up pressure on the clock. I think the only way you win this, even hypothetically, is if you push Thai Dai Van down to like single digit seconds. That's when the nerves can hit. If he's calm, composed, he's not going to make a mistake in this position. So you need a moment at the right. No, you need a move. Jahan pe there are like there's only one way to escape, and there's 36 on the clock. That's when you win. But as of now, looks difficult.
Let's
Lol,
see what he
someone
goes for.
messaged, but I was
40
typing.
seconds.
दोनों बंदे.
भाई 40 सेकंड भाई दोनों के आधे पॉइंट रहेंगे भाई दोनों कैंडिडेट्स के.
भाई हारना चाहे प्रज्ञा. Come on, 29 seconds now.
ओके कम ऑन यार. आधा मिनट
भाई
है
he's
भाई. डोंट
lost.
वरी. डोंट
He's
वरी.
lost like this once. Actually, at Tata Steel itself 2 साल पहले, 3 साल पहले.
क्लासिकल.
हाँ. He thought, okay. He plays knight
फोर्टी
f1.
मूव्स.
Best
अच्छा
move.
वो तो 40 मूव का कुछ होगा ना.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. He thought it was like 40 moves, 39 with. Do you play e5 check here? Or no?
नो आई
This,
गो नाइट c3.
no, it's a committal move. You have to be very careful.
मतलब also like e5 के बाद I'm giving you some squares which I don't like. I like the pawn on e6 because it covers everything. By the way, we didn't cover this, but how often do you see that until move 49, both the e pawns of both players are still on their original squares? How often do you see this?
Yeah, not
हम
common.
पहली चाल पे e4 e5 खेलते हैं भाई. And अभी भी Prag का pawn is still on e2. Shout out भाई to this pawn.
इतना लेजी है मतलब ई पॉन कहाँ पहुंच गए पहली चाल में चलना चालू कर दिया मगर ये वाला अब तक घर पे बैठा हुआ है सॉरी आई टर्न इनटू इंडियन पेरेंट्स वर्जन सॉरी
Knight g3. Okay, give a check. अब एक चेक बनती है एंड देन 97 वापस.
या प्लग लुकिंग बैक इट्स समथिंग देयर एक पता है कितना खेलेंगे
थिंक प्रगी ट्राई कर रहा है यहाँ तो ऑफ कोर्स. वैन तो इज ओके विद ड्रॉ. बट ओके वी आर ऑलरेडी अप्रोचिंग दैट हाफ अ मिनट टेरिटरी. या बहुत जल्दी दोनों प्लेयर्स विल मेक मूव्स
फायर इज
एंड
सो कूल इज टाइपिंग द सेम थिंग फ्रॉम दोनों अकाउंट्स साज भाई सो कूल यार
भाई अब तो आपका ऑल्ट अकाउंट भी एक्सपोज हो गया. अब अभी भी आप वही कर रहे हो.
यू हैव बीन एक्सपोज्ड फायर
किंग g6.
in chess you can't pin a knight with another knight that's the issue what point भाई
Arjun versus Gukesh ended in a draw. It was the first game to finish. Was a bit anticlimactic because it was a very messy position, and both of the players they had less time on the clock, and then they just repeated moves in the most random way possible. It was a very random draw for me.
एक बंदा हिंदी में बोल रहा है यार इंग्लिश बोलो नाइस
By the way, Salve, he's doing the same things like you said. Put the king diagonally opposite the knight, so you cannot give any checks. No, any move, yeah, just king g6 works,
देखो
knight c3 works. Just try to keep more
साथ भाई
time on the clock.
जब भी कोई दूर जाता है ना आपके पास दो तरीके होते हैं या तो आप उनसे खुद दूर जाओ ठीक है नाइट C7 बट देन दूरियां क्यों है जरूरी? आप उनके पास जाओ, 93, डोंट स्टे अवे।
नहीं नहीं, दूर जाने दो, अगर वो खुद पास आएंगे तो दैट्स ट्रू लव।
हाँ, ऐसे अब वो पास आ रहा है, अब तुम भी एक कदम लो, नाइट F4।
कुछ भी भाई। अगर व्हाइट के पॉन कनेक्टेड होते तो भी ड्रॉ होता क्या? अगर व्हाइट का पॉन G4 पे है फॉर एग्जांपल, तो नहीं, दिस इज विनिंग फॉर व्हाइट। अगर व्हाइट का ये एच पॉन अगर F2 पे है, तो इट व्हाइट हैज मोर चांसेस फॉर श्योर देन दिस। मोर चांसेस, या आई वुड से। पर वो भी ड्रॉ ही होगा शायद। ये बार बार ये अलग अलग अकाउंट से सेम मैसेजेस क्यों आ रहे हैं भाई?
फायर आर्म के कितने हॉल्ट है भाई? आधा, आई थिंक यूनिवर्स फायर आर्म ही है, जस्ट हिम।
तभी थानोस वो आधा पूरा वो कर रहा था साफ।
हाँ, वो फायर आर्म को रहा था एक्चुअली बस।
हाइपोथेटिकली
he only wanted to get rid of फायर आर्म, बाकी दुनिया सेफ थी।
इफ इट बिकम्स अ नाइट वर्सेस बिशप इन दिस पोजीशन, क्या फिर भी ड्रॉ होता भाई? बट लेकिन बिशप आप लाओगे किधर से? ब्लैक का बिशप, यू मीन? अगर ब्लैक का, दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली, इट्स अ वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। आई हैव टू
क्या क्वेश्चन
थिंक।
है?
अगर ब्लैक के पास बिशप होता नाइट की बजाय, आई थिंक व्हाइट विनिंग होता उधर। बिकॉज आप ये चेक देते हैं, किंग H6 पे जाता, किंग G4 पे, पॉन E4 पे, नाइट F4, प्रोवोक E5, पुट द
कौन
नाइट
से
टू
कलर का
F5 एंड
बिशप
देन
है?
रेर आउट द किंग। या इट शुड बी विनिंग फॉर व्हाइट आई थिंक।
कौन से कलर का बिशप है?
ब्लैक बिशप होगा ना, आई एम अज्यूमिंग। एक्चुअली डजंट मैटर व्हिच कलर।
हम्म, बिकॉज द पॉइंट इज कि वो pawn or knight, like if the pawn is on h5, then bishop e1, I can attack the knight and
नहीं, I'll tell you, look, if I had a bishop on C3, I'll put my
हाँ,
king on G4, pawn on H5, ठीक है?
हाँ, and
अभी
फिर
आप
bishop
कुछ नहीं
e1,
कर सकते। So you play
bishop
bishop
e1।
E1, I'll play E4 and I'll put my knight on E2, then I'll say okay, knight D4 और F4 में कहीं ना कहीं पे डाल रहा हूँ to make you play E5. So I'll
हम्म,
get you to play E5 for sure. Let's say you play E5, ठीक है? The moment you play
हम्म,
E5, your F5 square becomes weak. तो मैं knight को वापस घुमा के F5 पे लेके आऊंगा। You'll play king H7, then I'll enter through here and I'll try to target this pawn. Should be winning भाई।
हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू।
It's a nice, but also chat question for you, अगर white के पास bishop होता, let's say G4 पे bishop होता, तो is this winning for white or is this a draw? Let's say मेरे पास knight नहीं है, मेरे पास bishop है। Very simple question. You don't have to think too much here. Exactly. एक ही बंदे ने लिखा, but it would have been a draw. Very easy draw
या
actually. Actually दो बंदों ने winning लिखा। Crazy. Chat, it would be a draw because bishop जो G4 पे पड़ा है ना, I will just go knight takes E2 and bishop takes E2 के बाद ये bishop wrong color का है ये pawn पे।
या
It would just be a very simple draw. By the way, both players under a minute. 33 seconds for Van and 33 for Pragg as well. Why not king
और
e5? Actually, king e5 पे problem है. I can go knight takes e2 and then I can play king h5 and आपका ये pawn नहीं बच रहा है। एक वो trap लगा
अरे
के बैठा है।
18, भाई 17 सेकंड, he has to play।
By 9 seconds, yes. Pragg, come on.
doesn't have much time। भाई क्लॉक देखा उसे भाई, 4, भाई 3, भाई क्लॉक देख। वाह
भाई
भाई,
1 सेकंड पे चला उसने।
नहीं 3 सेकंड पे चला, आई थिंक वो क्लॉक हमारी थोड़ी आगे है। he played on 3 seconds, but okay, that
अच्छा,
was
क्रेजी।
he was too chill for 3 seconds, I think।
या वही वाली फीलिंग है एकदम, आराम से।
ये देखो ना, you can see the nervousness in Thai Dai Van, looks human। प्रग तो आराम से खेल रहा था रे।
He goes knight d1. Again, he's planning the same thing, by the way, chat. If you go king e5 again, I'll go knight f2. And if you go king takes e6, then knight takes e4 is very, very critical here. Because takes king h5 and I take this pawn.
वाह, स्मार्ट।
Again, 10 seconds for Pragg. भाई Pragg बहुत slowly खेल रहा है यार, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मेरे को।
भाई 4 सेकंड, 3 सेकंड, 2 भाई, 2 seconds पे he played.
He looks very chilled, yaar, for this. I have to
है ना?
say, it's way too chilled, bhai.
Because chat एक pawn है black के पास. Because if he loses on time, I think he loses the game. So, by the way, if black didn't have the e6 pawn, would it be winning for black if white lost on time? Because
Yeah,
technically there
because
is,
theoretically you can still lose that.
है ना? He will lose that
Yeah.
game, I think. Yeah.
क्योंकि आप वो पॉन से आप प्रमोट करके रुक बना सकते हो, रुक कोने में मेट हो जाएगा. यू कैन हेल्प मेट
हाँ,
टेक्निकली.
हाँ. Wow. भाई 4 सेकंड, 3. भाई, भाई, both players are now chilling it.
भाई 2 सेकंड पे सब प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं भाई. क्रेजी. एक्चुअली दिस इज नॉट दैट सिंपल. या स्टिल.
Like, यही moment है ना, this is where you can win this because opponent has no time, you have no time, it's a bit random. Come on, Prague. Okay, he's chilling too much.
King f4 knight d1. Okay, Van gained some time there.
They repeated, by the way, so I
Okay,
think
but no
now
chance Prague repeats here.
yeah, wait, he can't go back to f3 basically. It will be an instant draw.
नहीं नहीं, अभी तो एक और मूव है ना.
Is it?
हाँ, एक और ऑप्शन है
अच्छा,
उसका.
हाँ,
अभी तो
e4 हुआ
e4
था,
खेला
e4
उसने.
हुआ था, e4 हुआ था, e4 हुआ था, right.
प्लेस किंग
Okay.
g4. अब फिर से चेक देके वापस आ जाओ नाइट d1.
Come on.
अगर दोनों पॉन, मैं समझा नहीं एक्सट्रीम पे मतलब क्या होता है इसका. मतलब ए फाइल पे होता है ये कह रहे हो? तो आई मीन पॉन्स जितना ज्यादा दूर होते हैं किंग के, आई थिंक उतना ज्यादा वाइट को फायदा होता है इधर. वो भी ड्रॉ ही होता मेरे हिसाब से, बट क्या. 19 seconds. Okay,
Check.
gave another check.
King f3. Oh, but 93, 95 now. I mean, it's just
उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता भाई कि नाइट d1 ही ले जाओ वापस से.
only 2 moves now. Okay, though he actually carry 2 moves now.
नाइट h3 भी है आपके पास, बट उसमें मेट, उसमें नाइट फंस जाएगा आपका h3 पे.
हाँ, हाँ.
तो नाइट d1 या d3, दैट्स अ ड्रॉ.
Okay, 93 makes sense. हॉल्ट अकाउंट में क्या चल रहा है भाई सीन?
भाई वही फायर आर्मी होगा भाई वो.
फायर
बाय द वे
तो हर जगह
सबका
है.
मैच खत्म हो गया बिसाइड्स आइडन. आइडन इज द ओनली वन हु इज प्लेइंग राइट नाउ इन द
इन
चैलेंजर्स
चैट
सेक्शन.
बिल्कुल 12 बजे कहा था और 12 से ऊपर हो गए. The game is lasting longer. If Prague were to win this, that would be amazing. But looks a bit difficult actually. Apparently, e5 is also a draw, but you don't touch that pawn unless it's forced. So 95 is.
Unnecessary struggle, no? Why
Uh,
do that?
I think 95 is what I would do. And then king f4, knight d3 back, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. 95, 93 is very good.
King h5 would be a blunder because knight f4.
Oh, he plays e5.
Wow.
Acha, there is another nice tactic here, bhai. If you go king g4 here, na, I think it's working. King g4, knight f2, king f3, and knight takes c4 is a draw, right? Yeah. King e4,
Yeah.
king h5. So this idea of knight f2 and knight d4 is quite good.
Maybe knight g3 now. And
Yeah,
then
knight. This is why I didn't like it, because king g4 के बाद knight f5 check है मेरे पास भाई. That makes it bit more, I don't know,
but
complicated.
king g4, knight f2 check again. King g6 खेलूंगा पहले and then knight
पहले तो
f2
knight
check.
g3 ना. मतलब king
Ah,
g6. King g6 is
king
dirty.
g6. And I think it's kind of a repetition. Yeah, he's playing it.
Yeah, that's good. h5
Maybe
check
come
पे king
from the.
g5, king g4 पे knight f2 check.
Maybe we try the king g4 move once and then we come from the other side, yeah?
भाई कैसे?
घुमा के आ
But
सकते
knight f2, knight g2 करके I'll take this ना.
हैं.
वो तो गए हो. या फिर I can also put my knight on c5. Then there is no chance that you can reach the other side. Just remember, if you play like king d2 or something, then again I take on e4.
Hmm. So I can't say hello from the other side, yeah? It's not possible.
No.
क्या प्रग के पास चांस है जीतने के? 1% भाई.
No, भाई, zero.
Oh, I was a bit nervous there.
मतलब वो
Okay.
टाइम पे हार जाए तो इट्स डिफरेंट, बट या
बट वही तो 1% है ना भाई, टाइम की वजह से कुछ हो जाए. He looks a bit more excited for some reason than earlier.
भाई
I
क्या
know
चल रहा है
excited.
चैट में?
क्या चल रहा है?
देख रहे हो पे? क्या चल रहा है चैट में? चार चार लोग सेम ही चीज लिख रहे हैं.
Basically, the universe is breaking. Yeah, I think we were in a simulation.
इतने फायर आर्म के अकाउंट है यहाँ पे.
वही कह रहा हूँ, we were in a simulation. We broke the universe आज भाई, and now everybody is ये मतलब basically वो है नियो का वो वो कौन होता है वो जो विलन होता है पहली मैट्रिक्स मूवी में,
एजेंट स्मिथ.
एजेंट स्मिथ. So basically, Firearm is the Agent Smith of our universe, and he's being exposed right now. समझ रहे हो?
नहीं भाई, इट्स ओके. मेरे को
समझो भाई.
मैट्रिक्स भी समझ नहीं आई थी वैसे.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
नहीं भाई, जोकिंग भाई, ऑफ कोर्स आई थी.
अच्छा, अच्छा, अच्छा.
इट्स अ ग्रेट मूवी.
वरना फायर आर्म समझा देगा अभी. कौन सा फायर आर्म इज द मेन क्वेश्चन. By the way, king f3, knight d3 back, I guess. No reason to change anything.
The last pawn move was made at move 62.
भाई तीन ही तो चार. It's too early भाई, it's too early. I think they will draw way before we reach 50 moves. String theory लोग रख रहे हैं भाई. नहीं नहीं नहीं, string theory नहीं भाई, that's different.
ये भाई कुछ नहीं है यहाँ तो. नाइट d7 खेल दिया उसने. किंग g4 पर there's knight f6 strike. Yeah, that was a sigh from Prag. You saw. Prag knows it's a draw. And I think he's known for a while now, but I think it's simple enough. No.
टाइम पे नहीं हारना बस यार प्लीज. That's my only request. 10 seconds. भाई 4 और 3 सेकंड में खेला यार. That's unnerving.
Now a check on f6. King h3 अगर रहता है प्रग तो like I think you can even leave the knight on f6. You can h7 or something. Or even king h6. Because the knight is tied down to this pawn.
Yeah.
पक्का मुझे सारे ऑल्ट अकाउंट पता लग गया फायर आर्म के. Yep, king h6 he plays. Knight f5 check with this king h5. No hope. Yeah, he has to bring the king back to f3 and then we're back to square one.
Fire up with the punchback. साज भाई. क्या चल रहा है चैट में?
King j2. Routing the knight king back to f3 ताकि वो knight move कर सके फिर से. अब तो वैन का
चलो जी.
टाइम भी इंक्रीज हो रहा है.
अब तो आई थिंक इट्स ही आल्सो लाइक gave Prague a
हाँ 99.5%. No, 94. No, no, not hanging yet. King g3 भी है. तो बताओ भाई 99.5 या अभी
99.5 क्या है भाई?
परसेंट चांस ऑफ अ ड्रॉ. अब 100 नहीं बोलते
नहीं,
ना.
आई थिंक इट्स 99.9 now. Like
ओह अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
it's never 100
क्या
until they
जरूर
have
ओपन दैट लिंक
shenanigans.
भाई. मैं जिंदगी में आज तक कोई लिंक नहीं खोलूंगा जो आप भेजोगे मुझे. Oh, king d3. He's going for the other side. Yeah, but of course he sees knight takes e4 is hanging. The moment this king leaves, the knight takes e4
Yeah.
is hanging.
But you should try it. Yeah, might as well do it. Yeah, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
there it
E4
is.
now.
Knight
Let's
takes e4
go.
allow kar diya usne.
Let's
It's
go.
happening.
It's gonna be a draw. King c4. You can't. That can even wait for a move. Actually, there's not much happening, but he's gonna take on e4 instantly. Yep, takes. Knight takes, and king h5 seals the deal.
Yep. I think we are reaching that king knight versus king. The knight alone cannot checkmate, and that's a draw.
Wow. So that's the final game. Prague opens his score not the way he wanted, but he gets half a point. And iske saath hi, day 3 of Tata Steel Chess is over. And it's time to look at the standings if we can once. Because Sahaj Bhai, I mean, nobody even on 2.5. That's a shocker. That means there is nobody who's kind of running away with the event, which is tradition of round robins. Abhi, the tournament is wide, wide open.
Yep, we have 5 players tied for the first place. Hans, Bluebaum, Arjun, Nodirbek and Jordan. And then 1.5 पे काफी सारे लोग, Gukesh and Erwin being one of them, but Prag and Anish, the two candidates, are sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard,
भाई
which is a bit
लास्ट
sad.
थी विंसेंट अनीश और प्रभु किसने हो ज्यादा भाई
हम भाई कोई इस पे तो वो हो सकता था भाई, इस पे तो बेट्स हो सकती थी भाई, विंसेंट अनीश और
हाँ
Prag, कोई भी नहीं बोलेगा यहाँ पे. नो चांस.
somebody could have become like a millionaire with these bets. Okay, I'm exaggerating, just पैसा ही नहीं है इतना, but you get the point.
Hmm.
But yeah, so that means chat. Day 3 is over. I think among Indians, Arjun is the one leading with 2 points. Ukesh on 1.5, Arvind 1.5, and Prag on half. So Kalki pairing both interesting. Tomorrow we have Gukesh versus. I think it's going to be Prague. So it's going to be an important match. The world champion versus the potential world championship challenger. So both players will take it seriously. Sajbhai, any expectations for that game?
Yeah, gonna be a good fight, I think, Gukesh, with the white pieces. And plus, we have Anish playing against Prag as well, which,
Oh,
the two candidates, but they're both not having a great event. So that will also be very interesting to see how this fares up. Anish versus Arjun, sorry.
Arjun, yeah.
Uh, and then we have Carissa Yip playing against Vedant. Then Arvind plays against Hans. Arvind versus
Oof.
Hans will also be interesting, I think.